Chapter 1. 5 Kills. 5 Consecutive Unbeatables. Kai Wang 666. Kai Daddy, take me to the king. Kai Wang will always be a god. With the last attack clicked, the sound of the opponent's base exploding also rang in his ears. Wang Kai once again won a qualifying match with his hero's desperate comeback. Another boring massacre. A smile appeared on the corner of the mouth. Reject everyone's friend requests. Wang Kai glanced at the time and put down his phone. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning. If I don't sleep, I really won't be able to get up tomorrow. I feel dizzy. What happened? The coldness under my body is definitely not the temperature that my own quilt should be. It just feels like lying on the street. I struggled to open my eyes. What you see is a night sky. The moonlight shines quietly on my body. The noisy sound of fighting came to my ears. Before Wang Kai could react, a strange voice appeared in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for stopping at the first sign-in location. Bullseye killed Erica on the rooftop for more than 1 minute. The sign-in was successful and the King sign-in system was successfully activated. The reward is 100 sign-in points. Ding! Warm reminder. 100 check-in points can be used for lottery draws on the system lottery wheel. Ding! The next sign-in location is the Jinbin building office. If you stay for more than 3 minutes, you will be deemed to have signed in successfully. System? Bullseye, Erica, Kingpin. Isn't this a character from the Marvel movie Daredevil? Have I traveled through time? Wang Kai shuddered and woke up instantly. I just feel that my whole body is weak. My neck hurts when I touch it. Under the moonlight, I suddenly discovered that there was a pool of blood in my hand. Damn it! The horror on his face has not receded yet. A strange memory melted into my mind. In an instant, Wang Kai knew everything. His soul is broken. It's exactly the same as those sand sculpture time travel novels I've read. They all traveled to a passerby with the same name who had just died. Wang Kai, an 18-year-old Wuxia American, has a good appearance. He is one of those handsome guys who can be given 2 green onions by the girl at the checkout when buying food in Daxia. My parents are healthy, my sister is beautiful, not to mention overwhelming the country and the city. She is also a little beauty who can attract the attention of countless men on the road. It can be said that the family is happy, but everything changed dramatically 3 days ago. My parents took my sister on a driving trip, but unexpectedly bumped into the American scenery, gang fight. The 2 elders died on the spot, and the whereabouts of the younger sister are unknown. Only Wang Kai, who was working part-time outside, escaped. The NYPD has nothing to do against the rampant gangs in New York. After Wang Kai buried his 2 elders, he tried his best, but only found Daredevil, who was seeking justice at night, for help. As a result, before he could tell Daredevil about his sister, suddenly Bullseye flew out of the playing cards and tore out his throat. He fell to the ground unwillingly and died of excessive blood loss. Only then did another Wang Kai soul come through. Since I have taken over your body, your business is my business. I will help you find your sister. Make up your mind silently. Looking at Kingpin's subordinate Bullseye who is still playing tricks on Daredevil. This is the Marvel world, full of dangers. But it is also full of opportunities. Even if his sister dies, Wang Kai can think of several ways to resurrect her. The only important point is, you must be strong enough to ignore any obstacles. System, conduct a lottery. Wang Kai shouted in his heart. He has a system, a king sign-in system. You can become stronger by signing in. Are you still afraid that you won't be able to realize your wishes? Ding, 100 points can be used for a lottery. Does the host want to confirm the lottery? The unfamiliar voice of the system sounded in my mind, just like the indispensable gold finger in time travel novels. I am sure. Ding, it consumes 100 check-in points, and the lottery is in progress. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the hero template, Destruction Blade, Father Kai. The host can already use all of Kai Daddy's skills. Kai Daddy, you are the father of all villains. Soul of Shura, when attacking only 1 target each time, it will cause 50% more damage. Whirling Blade, throws the blade in the specified direction. Cooling time is 10 seconds. Extreme Blade Storm, launches 2 slashes in the specified direction, and then the next slash will cause more damage. After leaving combat, health will be restored every second and movement speed will increase. Cooldown time 6 seconds. Immortal demonic body summons a demonic armor to possess, causing impact damage to the surroundings after a 1-second delay. At the same time, it strengthens attack power, movement speed, and damage block. The cooldown time is 60 seconds, and the duration is 8 seconds. A lot of information is synchronized in my mind instantly. Wang Kai immediately became extremely pleasantly surprised. He actually drew his natal hero for the first time. This is not Kai, this is Dad Kai. You only need one knife in seconds. The passive of Extreme Blade Storm takes effect immediately. Wang Kai could clearly feel that his injury was gradually recovering. My physical strength soon became abundant. I was finally able to change from lying down to standing half-kneeling. The eyes looking at Bullseye became more and more gloomy, like a hungry wolf that chooses people to devour. Bullseye, who was fighting Daredevil, suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Looking to the side from the corner of his eye, I only see the one who is already dead. The Asian man with blood all over the ground stood up. Half of the body was stained with blood. His face became extremely ferocious. His eyes are staring at him. That was a look he liked very much. Every time you torture someone before killing them, I like the resentful look in the other person's eyes the most. Quack. Can you still stand up and look back? Just let me give you another ride. Bullseye smiled excitedly at Wang Kai. Immediately took out 2 playing cards from his waist again. Daredevil was extremely angry after hearing this. Run. He failed to save Erica. At least save this miserable man. The 2 sticks were broken into 2 pieces, and the hands flew towards the Bullseye. Want to stop him from throwing those infallible projectiles. But Bullseye gave no chance at all. He swung his hands together, and the playing cards rotated rapidly, drawing 2 beautiful arcs around Daredevil and heading straight for Wang Kai's throat. Die? Ha ha. Bullseye's crazy and evil smile came into Wang Kai's eyes, but it suddenly stopped in the next second. Bang bang. Wang Kai stretched out his arms and put them under his neck. The sharp blue arm blade suddenly appeared. It is very easy to tear 2 playing cards apart. Wang Kai's whole body exudes blue light mist. The originally short black hair gradually grew longer. It turns blue in just one breath. Then stream after stream of sky blue light circulated on the body. It condenses into a sharp blue sword in the hand. Immortal demonic body. Wang Kai roared in his mouth, then started running wildly. The magic blade in his hand made a sizzling sound as it rubbed against the rooftop under his feet. It actually produced blue sparks, like a cry for life. Head straight for the Bullseye. The blue light is instantly more powerful, with a loud bang. The boy rushed out of the blue light mist, covered in frightening blue majestic magic armor. The speed is several times faster than before. But Bullseye had no time to reflect. Then he was slashed diagonally in half by the demon blade from shoulder to waist. Chapter 2. The magic blade was not stained with any blood. Bullseye has bulging eyes. Almost the whole eyeball will pop out of the socket. Looking at Wang Kai in shock, he wanted to say something, but his body no longer had the strength to speak. Half of the body gradually slipped to the side. It landed on the rooftop with a thumping sound. Wang Kai kicked his lower body in the crotch. Kicked half of Bullseye's body dozens of meters away. Then he slashed his head with a knife again. You? Who are you? What happened? Daredevil can clearly see Bullseye's tragic situation. The line sonar image in my mind is very obvious. Bullseye is already dead and can't die anymore. Wang Kai was like a black hole in his mind. Absorbs all sound wave reflections. Daredevil couldn't even hear the other person's heartbeat. I just feel like this person is extremely cold-blooded now. Indifference. Deep into the bones. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the villain Bullseye and getting 100 check-in points. The voice of the system sounded in my mind. Wang Kai looked at Daredevil coldly. The magic blade in my hand seems to be thirsting for blood. Desire to destroy the other person's soul. System, if I kill the superhero Daredevil, can I get a check-in point? Wang Kai asked coldly in his heart. No. You can get check-in points by killing supervillains, but you won't be punished by crushing superheroes who block your way forward. Is that so? 8 seconds passed quickly, and the magic armor gradually disappeared. It turns into a blue stream of light and blends into the body. Wang Kai breathed a long sigh of relief. I just feel like my heart is beating again, a little more enthusiasm and a little less indifference. There is more than one special Daredevil in the world. I received a gift of special power when I was about to die. Without much explanation, the most important thing now is to find the whereabouts of my sister and complete the next check-in. And it just so happens that these two tasks can be completed at the same time. I'm going to the Kingpin building to look for that damn fat man. Roshan. He is the underground emperor of the United States and the leader of the gang. He must know what happened that day. Where did my sister go? He took out a photo from his pocket. The moonlight reflected two smiling faces. One of them is Wang Kai. The other is his sister Luna. Touched the photo gently, hiding my thoughts deep in my heart. Then he turned his attention to the dead body of Erica. Wang Kai whispered, "I'll wait for you in front of the Jinbin building to say your final farewell to her." A few of them ducked away from the rooftop. The lonely daredevil is left feeling sad. He picked up Erica's body and walked silently into the darkness. After an hour, Wang Kai stood on the street outside the brightly lit Jinji building. Looking up at this magnificent building with at least 80 floors, I sneered in my heart. Tonight he not only wants to kill Kingpin, we also want to blow up this holy place of gangsters. In addition to Dad Kai's hero template, the confidence naturally, there is another trump card. After leaving Daredevil, Wang Kai quickly conducted a second lottery. As a result, I got the bomb monster Katshin Mingshi's 3-skill comprehensive hit. The X-type hybrid bomb. It's almost the same as described in the game. It can also be used with stored energy. The longer the charging time is, the farther the throw will be, and can store up to 2 pieces. A sound of footsteps came from the shadows. Daredevil, dressed in a red suit and with double sticks on his legs, slowly appeared. The two of them didn't say much. Walked straight towards the Kingpin building. "Will you kill Fisk, Kingpin?" Daredevil asked in a deep voice as he walked. His value is to never kill anyone. Besides, killing Kingpin, the underground emperor, the gangs in New York that are not controlled by anyone will only become more rampant. Returning him to the legal department is the best option. Wang Kai stopped immediately, looking at Daredevil with an indifferent expression. "Are you teaching me how to do things? Take care of yourself. I don't need this kind of moral satisfaction. If you dare to hinder me, I'll kill you too." The blue magic blade suddenly appeared in his hand, directly against Daredevil's chest. Wang Kai's verbal threats were not joking. Before relatives are found, he will only move forward according to his own ideas. Glancing at Daredevil again, with the passive speed boost of Extreme Blade Storm, he ran towards the Jinbin building. Daredevil could only remain silent about this. He is just a blind man with a somewhat strong sixth sense. There is nothing that can be done about a careless person like Wang Kai. Smashed the glass door of the Jinbin building with one knife. Wang Kai calmly walked into the lair of the underground emperor of the American gang. Daredevil followed silently behind him. The spacious hall is as bright as day, but there was no one inside. Listen with your ears to see if Jinbin has an ambush. Daredevil had no choice but to calm down and listen carefully. After a moment, he shook his head. Kingpin should be waiting for me to understand in his office, so he would not resort to this method. That's good. The two of them took the elevator all the way up. There was no obstacle in meeting the bald Jinpin, who was only wearing a white vest. The floor-to-ceiling windows behind it show New York at night. The iconic white suit with cane beside it. He clenched his casserole-sized fists and looked at Daredevil with a sinister smile on his face. Ding! It is detected that the host has arrived at the Jinbin building office where the sign-in is. The sign-in time is 3 minutes. If the stay time is less than 3 minutes, the sign-in will be considered a failure. The countdown to check-in is 2 minutes and 59 seconds. The voice of the system sounded in my mind. Wang Kai's eyes were as sharp as a mountain of flesh. In fact, almost all of them are muscles. The magic blade in my hand is held tighter and tighter. You actually called for help? But unfortunately, no one came to help. Kingpin laughed. He is very confident in his own strength. You're right. It's useless for anyone to come. Wang Kai's cold words came out before Daredevil could come forward and bow his head to Kingpin, directly activate the immortal demon body, and rush towards Kingpin. Blue light appears on the body. The magic armor seems to have life covering the entire body in 1 second. Kingpin was immediately horrified. What is this? He immediately grabbed the solid wood desk in front of him with both hands. Lift it up and throw it towards Wang Kai. In an instant, paper was flying all over the sky. Just hear a loud bang. The arrival of the magic armor triggered a blue shock wave. The solid wood desk was shattered and scattered in all directions. The young man's face was covered by magic armor. No indifferent expression can be seen. Only a pair of shining blue eyes were seen. Phew! The sound of a sharp knife penetrating flesh sounded. Wang Kai cut off Jin Bin's right arm with one knife. Turn it into Yanghua. Then rotate the body and drive the calves with all your strength. There was a loud bang. Then he kicked Kingpin, who was a daredevil stronger than Wang Kai, away. Another bang. The Kingpin stopped when he hit a wall. I don't know how many bones were broken all over my body. The pain that penetrated his heart made Kingpin scream in agony. Ah, fake squid. Someone is coming. In an instant, countless men in black suits and leather shoes walked out of the cubicle. They all pointed their Glocks at Wang Kai. Duh. Chapter 3. Kill them. Kingpin gritted his teeth, covered his broken arm, and roared, bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was loud gunfire in the office. Countless bullets flew out of the barrel of the gun. It shot towards the two of them like a gust of wind. Upon seeing this, Daredevil immediately began to move around to avoid, a perfect demonstration of what it means to be a professional gymnastics prince. But Wang Kai never dodges. A tinkling sound suddenly rang in my ears. The duration of the immortal demonic body is still SIXS. Faced with these light fire attacks, for the immortal demonic body, it is completely like scraping. Court death. The magic blade drew dazzling blue sparks under its feet. Wang Kai was like an arrow leaving the string. Before he could see his figure clearly, he suddenly came to a man in black. The magic blade shone with cold blue light and was held in Wang Kai's hand and slashed with a knife. Few blood splashed for several meters in an instant, rushing up to the ceiling like a fountain. Dye the white ceiling with blood. The other men in black suddenly seemed to have seen a ghost. Pupils contracted and heart beat rapidly. A cold air rose from the tailbone to the back of the head. Pull the trigger faster. The bullets bounced off the magic armor. Wang Kai's feet used strength again to run towards the next victim. And this didn't even take a second. Kill one person in 10 steps. The office is like a bloody hell. Scarlet blood covered the floor, one after another. Mutilated corpses fell. Blood gradually dripped on the ceiling. It just makes people feel extremely terrible and terrifying. Devil. He is the devil. Run for your life. Jin Bin's men were frightened for a moment. They fled the office one after another. Upon seeing this, Wang Kai immediately waved the magic blade in his hand. Swirling blade. The blue rotating blade flew out from the magic blade. 2 more people were beheaded in a flash of lightning. Kingpin's men became even more frightened when they saw this. Like panicked rabbits fleeing the office, when Wang Kai saw this, he did not pursue him again. Because the duration of the immortal demon body has expired. The magic armor disappears, revealing Wang Kai's cold face. Even the magic blade in his hand became smaller. Wang Kai stepped in front of Jin Bin with blood on his feet. He took out a photo of his sister and said coldly, "Have you seen this girl?" Kingpin had a fierce look on his face and glanced at him with gritted teeth. His eyes suddenly changed, but he laughed viciously. "I've seen it. So that's it. You are the brother of this Asian girl. No wonder they look so similar. Where is she? Tell me quickly." Wang Kai's words immediately became urgent. As the underground emperor of the United States and the leader of the gang, Kingpin indeed knew some inside stories. "Quack, quack, do you think I will tell you now? It's been 3 days, and you'll never be able to find her for more than 72 hours. She might be sold to an Arab man in his 70s, or she might be sold to a pervert in Europe. After enough fun, she might even be turned into a specimen. They even sold it a second time, but it was her organs that were sold." Ga ga ga. Jin Bing laughed wildly. What is revealed in the eyes is the absolute madness after the instant failure. I won't feel better. Don't even think about it. Phew. Blood floated half a meter high. Wang Kai cut off Jin Bin's arm again. His face was already as cold as it could get any colder. The anger in his eyes is about to burst out and burn everything. The demon blade pressed against Jinji's eyes and roared, "Give you another chance. Tell me, where is she?" Ha-ha's cough. Kingpin just kept laughing in the face of severe pain and threats. He coughed up blood from his throat and showed no intention of stopping. "Your expression really makes me happy. The pain you suffer while alive is definitely greater than when you die. Kingpin looked up suddenly, taking the initiative to let the magic blade penetrate his head. The speed was so fast that even Wang Kai had no time to react. A ferocious expression and a mocking smile. This was the final answer Jinbin left for Wang Kai. Did he lose this battle? Hateful. Wang Kai slashed his knife and brought out many yellow and white things. My cold heart did not feel any discomfort. I just regret that Kingpin was so decisive. It would be great if Tai Jinren's resurrection skill was activated. Between countless lives and deaths, not afraid of gold does not tell the truth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the villain Jinbin and getting 100 check-in points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in at the Jinbin building. The sign-in time exceeded 3 minutes, and the sign-in task was successfully completed. Ding! The reward is 300 check-in points. Ding! The next sign-in location is the Osborne Group Laboratory, the birthplace of the Green Goblin. If you stay for more than 5 minutes, you will be deemed to have signed in successfully. If you get 400 check-in points, you can draw 4 times. But Wang Kai couldn't be happy no matter what. Jinbin would rather die than reveal the whereabouts of his sister. Top-down query planning fails. Now we have to start from the bottom up. Start looking for clues from the small gangs at the grassroots level. You could have become a superhero. Why did you use such extreme methods? Daredevil came from the side and said regretfully, in his opinion, it is a pity that super abilities like Wang Kai are not used to punish evil and promote good. Don't get me wrong, I'm super, but I'm not a hero. Say a Deadpool quote. Wang Kai left the bloody hell-like office with his feet covered in blood, not even looking at Daredevil. In the Marvel world, the Virgin never ends well. What's more, he still has things to shoulder. Brooklyn, Manhattan, Queens, gangs are the most rampant in these 3 places. Wang Kai wants to start searching block by block. Daredevil can only perceive, sighing and leaving helplessly. Just as he expected, he did almost nothing before Wang Kai took care of everything. Outside the Kingpin building, the two stood side by side. Daredevil hesitated and asked, "What should I call you? I don't know your name yet." "K. Also, if you want to report me to the NYPD, do whatever you want, Lawyer Matt." Wang Kai is still very indifferent. Stretch out your hands and silently recite the comprehensive hit. A cat-shaped bomb with ears and padded feet slowly emerged in his hand. It was the Cat EX hybrid bomb. "Weigh it in your hands." He turned around and left the door of Jinbin building. Daredevil could only give up his thoughts, perceiving the cat doll that suddenly appeared in Wang Kai's hand. He felt that it should be a very dangerous thing. After the two of them were tens of meters away from the Kingpin building, after Wang Kai charged up, he suddenly threw an EX-type hybrid bomb, very accurately thrown into the lobby on the first floor. Then there was only an earth-shattering roar. The cat bomb explodes instantly. The strong shock wave shattered the glass within a radius of 200 meters. The blazing red flames rose slowly. A fiery red cat head can be faintly seen. Wang Kai looked at all this with no expression on his face. "The bomb in my hand continues to accumulate power. Turn around and throw away violently backward." The second roar sounded again. Wang Kai turned his back to the explosion and left slowly and calmly. Chapter 4. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning when I returned home to Brooklyn. After changing all the blood-stained clothes, Wang Kai couldn't sleep. I had to get up and continue the lottery. System, conduct a lottery. For draws in a row. Ding, it consumes 400 check-in points, and the lottery is in progress. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, secret skill, stealth. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting the equipment, cloth armor. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining consumables, small medicine bottles, *3. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining special items and skill enhancement points. Secret skill, stealth, derived from the 4th skill of Shadow Blade Lonling King. It can enter the invisible state after a 1.5-second delay, lasts for 30s, and has a cooldown of 15s. It is a skill that can be infinitely invisible. Wang Kai gave it a try at that time. The result is that you scare yourself. I have to say that it was quite scary to look in the mirror after becoming invisible and see nothing. In addition, using it again before the duration is over will not interrupt the invisibility effect, allowing you to achieve unlimited invisibility. As for the cloth armor, as soon as I drew it, it transformed directly from the palm of my hand. The The system did not prompt the appearance of a space backpack or anything. Wang Kai couldn't penetrate it no matter how hard he stabbed it with various kitchen knives. You know, he now has Kai's hero template. His physical fitness is already 2 or 3 times that of ordinary people. This should serve as body armor. Wear the cloth armor like a vest directly on your body. This can provide a certain protective effect while his immortal demonic body cools down. As the name suggests, the small medicine bottle is used to restore health. It has a good effect when injured. Even without injury, it can restore physical strength and spirit after use, making people feel energetic. Skill strengthening points, simple and clear for upgrading skills. Wang Kai directly added the immortal demon body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the skill Immortal Demonic Body, which increases all attributes by 30%, has a cooldown time of 50 seconds, and a duration of 11 seconds. This is different from the game. Wang Kai thought to himself, not only does the damage and movement speed increase, after the upgrade, the cooldown time is also reduced by 10 seconds. Duration increased by 3 seconds. This is much more generous than being stingy in the game. The discount card in his backpack has been cleared 4 or 5 times. I haven't seen Kai Daddy strengthened even once. Thinking of this, Wang Kai suddenly asked in his mind, System, what is the maximum level that a single skill can be upgraded to? There is no limit to the skill level. The host can choose to strengthen the skills it needs. The voice of the system sounded in my mind. Wang Kai was also relieved. It's not just a level 3 restriction. Otherwise, it would be a bit of a headache to encounter more powerful Marvel villains in the future. It seems that there are level restrictions in the game, but not in reality. What if the immortal demon body is upgraded to level 100? How powerful that would be. Concentrate and reach the top. It's not impossible to cut off the moon with one knife. With such enjoyment, Wang Kai gradually fell into sleep. The next day, the New York News focused on the news of the Kingpin building fire. The whole building was burned down. Kingpin Wilson Fisk was reduced to ashes. This news spread like a magnitude 12 earthquake in the underground world. When people were shocked by the mysterious death of their leader, more attention is paid to how to earn more profits in the future. At one time, there were hundreds of undercurrents of gangs, big and small. One after another began plans to seize territory. But when night falls again, the whole New York gangster disaster begins. Wang Kai held a blue magic blade and broke into gang strongholds one after another. Find clues about your sister Luna and clean up these damn scum at the same time. Take out the photo of Luna in your arms. Ask everyone who has seen it. What I got was all kinds of dirty words. Then the magic armor came. The cold magic blades slashed across the necks of gang members trying to escape one after another. People shouted in horror at the Blue Devil, and the sound suddenly stopped. In a trance, the world in my eyes began to spin constantly. When I finally stopped, I saw a very familiar body. Then consciousness entered darkness. Let me ask one last time. Have you seen this girl? The magic blade was pressed against the chest of a gang member. The duration of the immortal demonic body has disappeared, and the gang members in this small gathering spot have been killed by Wang Kai until only one person is left. There are stumps holding pistols everywhere around you. A face of horror. There is blood everywhere, and the orange bullet casings floating in the blood. The scene was like the most horrific and brutal hell imaginable. Facing such a scene, the gang members were completely frightened. Their whole bodies were shaking, and their pants were wet, and their mouths were trembling and speechless. Seeing this, Wang Kai had no choice but to send him to see God to repent, then go to the next gang gathering point. Half an hour later, Wang Kai still asked about the last surviving gang member, a thin gang member. Do you know this girl? The man took one look at the photo, shook his head first, and then nodded sharply. Although my whole body is still shaking and my teeth are chattering, but his strong desire to survive still made him tremble and say, No, I don't know him, but I know there may be someone who knows him somewhere. There is a place dedicated to abducting women. Okay, take me there. 20 minutes later, the thin man drove Wang Kai to a place near the water. There are containers everywhere here. It is the terminal where the daily cargo volume is extremely large. This is the territory of one of the 5 major gangster families in New York. They will sell women to anywhere in the world through shipping containers. The thin man just finished speaking. Wang Kai's face instantly darkened. Take me to the gang leader here. The thin man naturally obeyed. The two came to the gate of a very large warehouse. The strong black man guarding the gate took out a submachine gun from behind and pointed it at them without saying a word. Who? The thin man immediately raised his hands. Don't shoot. Fear Scar, I know you. I have good business and I want to talk to Boss Crow. Look, I've brought all the customers. The strong black man had a ferocious expression. I took a second look at Wang Kai, probably feeling that such a thin guy was not a threat, so I put down my gun and turned my head to signal to go in. After entering the warehouse, bypassed the mountains of wooden boxes. The two soon found a dozen gang members who were dividing the loot in the center of the warehouse. Boss Crow, the thin man shouted to the man with the star and moon tattoo on his face. The latter immediately turned back. He glanced at it and continued to concentrate on dividing the money. Who are you? What are you doing here? Before the guide could answer, the blue magic blade instantly appeared in his hand. One knife stabbed him to the core. Thank you. This is my kindness to you. Kicked the intact body towards the gangsters. The immortal demonic body activates immediately. Chapter 5. What the hell? What is this? The body was slapped in front of them. The sudden change naturally alarmed these scumbags. No one has time to care about the dead guy. Everyone immediately took out their weapons. Almost subconsciously, he fired crazily at Wang Kai. Da-da-da-da. Several submachine guns sprayed out furious tongues of fire. Dozens of bullets were poured out in an instant, forming a dense rain of death. But the rain of bullets that can pulverize flesh and blood into sieves. But he couldn't leave even a single mark on the magic armor. Wang Kai is very fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of a gang member. The opponent's eyes were wide open as if he couldn't believe why the weapon in his hand couldn't do anything. And Wang Kai lifted the magic blade in his hand. It passes through the opponent's body easily. Even the submachine gun in his hand was cut into 2 pieces. And this is just a microcosm. For a few breaths, Wang Kai's figure turned past more than a dozen gangsters like a ghost. Everyone was as motionless as if they were under a immobilizing spell. Until the sound of gunfire disappears, Wang Kai slashed open the submachine gun of Crow, the last survivor, with one knife. A line of blood slowly appeared on everyone's body. Then the body fell into 2 pieces and fell to the ground. Devil! Crow looked at Wang Kai's ferocious mask with trembling eyes, especially the pair of eye sockets filled with blue light. It's as if it's heart-wrenching, leaves people with nothing but fear. Swirling blade. Throw a throwing knife to kill other gang members who come from outside to check the situation. Wang Kai then wiped his face. The mask turned into blue starlight and suddenly disappeared. Take out the photo of your sister from your arms. Do you know me? This is my sister. She disappeared during the gang fight 4 days ago. Did you kidnap her? Faced with Wang Kai's murderous inquiry, Crow was so scared that he almost cried. His feet softened and he fell to the ground. Where did this murderous demon king come from? I glanced at the photo tremblingly. It feels like I've seen it somewhere before. To save his life, he immediately said in fear. I've seen him, but he was definitely not kidnapped by us. A beautiful girl like your sister can be sold for a good price. According to industry regulations, we are not qualified to contact her. Wang Kai suddenly frowned. His expression is also colder. What a good price. Tell me who kidnapped my sister, and I can let you live. Crow suddenly felt happy and said hurriedly, It's Lucchese. Only the Lucchese family is qualified to kidnap and sell high-end goods. Their headquarters is at 99 Green Street. Very well, thank you for your honesty. As soon as Wang Kai finished speaking, Crow also breathed a sigh of relief. In the blink of an eye, a blue sword light suddenly struck. With a pop sound, the sharp blade penetrated the flesh and passed quickly. Crow was beheaded with a knife. I let you live, but the people you harmed are not willing to let you go. After getting the next clue, Wang Kai turned around and left. As for the dead bodies here, after dawn, the NYPD came out to clean the floor. The headquarters of the Lucchese family is different from Kingpin's hometown. It is located outside New York. It is a luxurious mansion with a large area. There are many guards inside, and they have all been professionally trained. You definitely won't get much advantage by forcing your way in. His immortal demonic body has a 40-second idle period. Facing the intensive firepower of countless guards will definitely suffer. The secret skill, concealment, comes in handy at this time. Wang Kai disappeared. He jumped over the iron gate and the guard at the door very easily, and walked towards the Lucchese family headquarters. The door on the first floor is open. When Wang Kai entered, he was shocked by the luxurious decoration inside. The ancient and solemn giant oil paintings, gorgeous European solid wood furniture, smooth marble floors, and huge and exquisite crystal chandeliers all reveal how dirty means were used to obtain wealth. The marble reflects dazzling light under the crystal chandelier, but it only made Wang Kai feel extremely disgusted. I was thinking about how to find the owner of the family here, but I heard the footsteps of several guards suddenly coming from far away. We finally caught this damn guy Frank Custer. He killed the nephew of the family leader and dozens of other people in the Lucchese family. Tonight will definitely be an unforgettable torture show. That's right, let's send these torture instruments over quickly. I can't wait to see his painful expression. The footsteps became more rapid. When Wang Kai saw this, he immediately followed. Frank Custer, also known as the Punisher, is a superhero not much different from what he encountered. Because his wife and daughter were shot dead by gangsters, and the law failed to help him punish the murderers, he was so sad and angry that he turned into the Punisher and massacred all related gang members alone. The creed he believes in is, if you are guilty, you must die. He was a superhero that Wang Kai liked very much in his previous life. It just so happened that I bumped into him today, and naturally I had to save him. Follow the two guards all the way to the basement. The lights here are as bright as day. Uncle Frank was tied to a stone pillar with iron chains. His face was already dripping with blood. The culprit is a thug in a suit and leather shoes. Wearing an iron finger tiger stained with blood on his hand, punch after punch struck Frank in the face. That's enough. Let him rest for a while so that he can play more time. A middle-aged man with gray hair, in a suit and leather shoes, holding a thick Cuban cigar in his hand, said coldly, "It was Claude Lucchese, the head of the Lucchese family." Claude lit his cigarette ashes. He stood up and blew out a puff of smoke at Frank. "I won't let you go see your wife and children so soon. The Lucchese family has an excellent medical team, which guarantees that you can live without dying." Puff, puff. Suddenly, two familiar voices came to my ears. Claude looked back, and his eyes widened instantly. The two guards fell to the ground with a thud. The various instruments of torture in his hands were scattered all over the place. An Asian man holds a blue blade with a cold face. Just like the ice in the cold winter, it brings endless chill. The speed is too fast to reflect. All the guards in the basement were eliminated in 2 breaths. Everyone is killed in 1 hit, pierced through the heart by a sharp blade. Faced with such a strange scene, Claude still forced himself to calm down and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" Wang Kai took out the photo again. The cold man walked slowly to Claude with an indifferent expression. "Do you know this girl? Tell her where she is, and I will spare your life." Claude glanced tremblingly. His pupils shrank instantly. He really knows this girl. But I can't say it. Otherwise, the entire Lucchese family will have no place in the United States. The change in Claude's face naturally did not escape Wang Kai's eyes. He immediately stepped forward angrily and grabbed the old guy by the collar and lifted him up. "Say, where is she?" Chapter 6. Facing Wang Kai's selective and devouring gaze, Claude, however, resolutely kept silent. When Wang Kai saw this, he slapped him in the face. Snapped. Wang Kai, whose physical fitness is far beyond that of a normal person, directly knocked out all the teeth in Crow's mouth, and a slap mark with blood oozing out was instantly revealed on his face. "Tell me the whereabouts of my sister. Otherwise, your life will be worse than death." Wang Kai was furious. Drag Claude until he falls in front of the torture instrument. "Do you want to try them all?" "Take Claude's hand." Wang Kai showed a cruel look on his face, and with a bang, he broke off one of Claude's fingers. The latter immediately grabbed his wrist and wailed, his whole body trembling in pain as he looked at the fingers that formed a reverse figure 7 shape, but still refused to say a word. So the second finger also broke quickly. Screams of agony filled the entire basement, but the excellent sound insulation makes the outside unaware. "Don't tell me yet." Wang Kai suddenly became even more angry. "Pick up a pair of pliers and pull out Claude's nails." But suddenly, I heard a weak voice. Don't waste your efforts. If he could speak, he would have spoken when the first finger was broken. Frank's face was bloody and bloody. Only one eye can be opened. Seeing Claude wailing and miserable on the ground, he actually laughed. I knew your retribution would come sooner or later. Even if it wasn't me, it would be someone else. Ha ha ha. Wang Kai's face softened slightly. The condensed magic blade in his hand stepped forward and cut off the iron chain. Then he took out a small medicine bottle, not much bigger than his thumb, from his arms and threw it to Frank. This is a magic potion that can heal any injury. Is there any way you can get this old guy to talk? Frank first glanced at the blue magic blade in Wang Kai's hand in surprise. Then he subconsciously took the small green bottle. After hearing what Wang Kai said, I was stunned for a few seconds. Is this a magician? After taking one look at the small green bottle, he opened the silver bottle cap and drank the potion in one gulp. Immediately, there was a warm feeling in my body. The wounds on the face healed quickly. 5 seconds later, Frank wiped away the blood on his face. I found that I felt as if I was not injured. It's amazing. If you want this guy to talk, the only way is to use Veritaserum, but I've already guessed why he doesn't dare to speak. Frank fought in the war. He has also done some unspeakable things for the U.S. government. Rich life experience. In the process of revenge, he learned a lot of dirty information about American politicians. Therefore, it is very easy to guess the truth behind the scenes. Your sister must have been handed over by this guy to those extremely disgusting politicians. Those powerful people are so tight-knit. Offending one of them is equivalent to offending the country, so he didn't dare to say a word. Wang Kai immediately turned around and looked at Claude. The latter's sudden change of expression really betrayed him. Prove that what Frank said is true. It's hard to get the truth serum, and it's too hard to take him away. Do you have any ideas? A magician from the East. It's very simple. Find her. Even if the United States is turned upside down, I will still find her. Wang Kai's words were firm and his voice was sonorous and powerful. He won't give up no matter what. Take another look at Claude lying on the ground. The anger in my chest seems to have found an outlet. He stepped forward and stomped on Claude. Countless bones were broken. The sound was extremely miserable. Then he kicked the opponent fiercely in the lower body. Claude's eyes are about to pop out. He was breathing heavily, and even his screams dropped sharply, even gradually becoming thinner and sharper, almost on the verge of death. Hey, your style doesn't match the Huxiao people who always treat others peacefully. Oomph. The rabbit bites people when it's anxious. Wang Kai replied angrily. After a few minutes of venting his anger and Claude dead, Wang Kai and Frank walked out of the basement together. The two people who suddenly appeared from the basement quickly alerted the guards of the house. A burst of chaotic footsteps quickly sounded in the distant corridor. Apparently, a lot of people had gathered. The Punisher, who lacks firearms, knows that his combat effectiveness is greatly reduced. So I immediately found a bunker to hide, waiting for the passing soldiers to snatch their weapons. Seeing Wang Kai walking out of the headquarters gate with an indifferent expression, he immediately shouted, "Danger! Hide quickly!" As soon as he said those words, he wanted to run out of the bunker and pull Wang Kai back. But suddenly he saw a blue light emitting from the other party's body, like mist rising slowly. I don't know when I had a pair of armor covering my whole body. The blue magic blade in his hand also doubled in size. Bang! A wave of air suddenly appeared when the magic armor was completed, causing a strong wind, blowing up the fallen leaves in the courtyard. Wang Kai counted the time in his mind. The magic blade drew blue sparks at the feet. It makes a sizzling sound. The speed is as fast as an arrow leaving the string. The scenery in my eyes turned into a blur, rushing forward like a galloping horse among the floating leaves in the sky. All guards have no single enemy. Wang Kai was chopped down to the ground one by one without even seeing his face clearly. The Punisher looked at Wang Kai's fighting style and his mouth grew wide. Why does a magician fight like this? He stabs people with a knife. The fireball skills in romantic movies are all lies. In just a moment, the guards were defeated and fled in panic. And 10 seconds have passed. Wang Kai immediately returned and signaled the Punisher to follow him. They must leave the Lucchese family headquarters immediately before the other party can react. Now the 36 strategy is the best. The two of them ran out through the gate. Wang Kai immediately took out the EX hybrid bomb. After 2 seconds of charging, he threw it directly behind him without looking. The cat bomb drew a beautiful arc. He accurately flew into the lobby on the first floor of the Lucchese family headquarters. Then there was a shocking roar. The sky is filled with flames. Then a flame in the shape of a cat's face gradually formed, wrapped the building they just escaped from. Frank's eyes twitched when he saw all this. This cat is too funny. Kai, are you a magician? Why is this fireball technique different from what I thought? Wang Kai's expression was calm. Yes and no. I am a user of swords and magic. Also, the one just now was not a fireball. It was just a bomb like TNT. Frank grinned in disbelief. But I didn't ask any more questions. After a few minutes, I found the car I came in. Then the two of them quickly disappeared into the night. As for the Lucchese family's losses, naturally, it's good for you, me, and everyone. It's best if everyone is dead. Half an hour later, Wang Kai stopped the car on the side of the road and took a look at the time. It was still only 3 o'clock in the morning. So he asked the Punisher on the side, "No matter what the outcome is, I will avenge my sister. Do you want to go together? I'm happy to accompany you. But first I need to go to my safe house to get some weapons." Tonight, many members of the New York gang were cured of the disease of being born in the wrong child. Chapter 7. If the death of the underground Emperor Jean Bin was a major earthquake, then the Lucchese family caught fire again and was burned to pieces, which would be a huge shock, like a meteorite hitting the earth. All the gangsters figured it out. This was a bloody massacre against them. Those who come are not here for money. No one will be left alive wherever he goes. The state of death is also extremely miserable. For a time, the entire gang in New York was in panic. No one wants their body and head to be separated next. Some people even sought shelter from the police in fear, or voluntarily admit the crime. I just hope I can hide in the police station for a while. Wait until the limelight has passed before hiring a lawyer to file a lawsuit. In addition to making the NYPD very anxious, all this had also attracted the attention of SHIELD, the most prestigious organization in the Marvel world. SHIELD Space Carrier. Nick Fury is checking the few surveillance videos in his office, since the areas where gangs are located are blind spots for surveillance. Therefore, the footage SHIELD obtained is not that much. At this time, Hill agents suddenly came and handed over 2 pieces of information. The photo shown above is of Wang Kai and Frank. It's a good thing they have found out. It is not uncommon for people to awaken their super abilities due to sudden encounters with huge amounts of sorrow and pain, and then seek revenge against all gangsters. As for Frank the Punisher, your old acquaintance, are we going to send out a special force to arrest him? After hearing what Agent Hill said, Nick Fury immediately denied it. If a few scum die, and SHIELD has to deal with it, 10 SHIELDs won't be able to handle it. Just pay attention. Wait until the scum are almost dead before sending personnel to contact them and find a way to recruit this young man to S.H.I.E.L.D. As long as you have great ability, you will be recruited for murder and arson. This is also a truth that remains unchanged in any world. In addition, we still don't know what kind of super ability this young man has. Let's pay attention to this aspect. Yes, sir. Nick Fury lowered his eyebrows and glanced at Wang Kai's information. He threw it aside and didn't take it to heart at all. Hill is right about one thing. SHIELD has experienced this type of super ability events quite frequently. Whether it's the countless 084 items in the warehouse, Dr. Banner who turns into the Hulk when he's angry, or the skeleton Ghost Rider who claims his power comes from hell and transforms into a flaming skeleton, they all declare that this world is extraordinary. And SHIELD is the wall that isolates ordinary people from this unusual world. It is a shield that protects the normal development of this world. As for the hundreds of gangsters who died, not at all within the scope of S.H.I.E.L.D. Night falls again. Wang Kai and Frank once again came to another gangster family, the Colombo family. Unlike the Lucchese family, which specializes in human trafficking, this family is mainly engaged in drug sales. The same luxurious house, the same iron fence gate. The only difference from last night was that there were many more guards at the door. Everyone looked nervous, and all automatic firearms in their hands had their safety switches turned on. If there was the slightest disturbance, they might open fire in fear. Who is it? Don't come over. By the lights on the roadside, the guards discovered the menacing Wang Kai and Frank. There was murderous intent in their eyes. Before he could get close, the 2 Desert Eagles in Frank's hands had already opened fire. Boom, boom, boom. Desert Eagle. Huge amounts of sound fill the night sky. The powerful recoil puts no pressure on the strong Frank. I saw sparks flashing from the muzzles of the two guns. The guards outside the iron gate fell down one by one. Immortal demonic body. Wang Kai directly activated his ultimate move. A majestic and ferocious magic armor covered his body, like an arrow from the string suddenly rushing towards the iron gate. Then he raised the knife and dropped it. There was a sting and sparks flew. The strong iron door was split open by Wang Kai with a knife. Then, carrying a huge amount of power, they flew into the courtyard. It hit the turf with a few clanging sounds. Wang Kai transformed into an afterimage and entered the headquarters of the Kolobo family. Behind him, Frank admired Wang Kai's terrifying strength and quickly followed in. In the courtyard, the deafening gunshots of the Desert Eagle had long since attracted the attention of more than 30 guards. Everyone stood on the steps in front of the door on the first floor, holding a variety of weapons in his hands. Frank couldn't help but worry about Wang Kai after seeing it. Submachine guns and rifles are just trivial. M79 grenade launchers, RPG-7 rocket launchers, and even Javelin anti-tank missiles were seen. Kill him. A guard standing at the front immediately shouted angrily. In an instant, countless bullets poured in. 7 or 8 grenade guns fired at the same time. For RPG rocket launchers, and an anti-tank missile sprayed out scorching flames behind them, leaving white smoke flying behind. Swirling blade. Facing the enemy's well-prepared ambush, Wang Kai was extremely calm and threw out the sharp blade in his hand. The wildly rotating blade drew an arc in the air, continuously hitting the rocket launchers and anti-tank missiles that posed the greatest threat. Just listen to a few roars. Several flames exploded between the guard and Wang Kai. The rocket launchers and anti-tank missiles were directly destroyed. At the same time, my feet kept moving. The whole person rushed straight towards all the guards like a bolt of lightning. There are still 7 seconds left for the immortal demon body. He has to kill all these enemies within 7 seconds. The bullet hitting the magic armor is like scratching an itch. The grenade exploded on the body, causing huge amounts of roar. But there is no way he can stop Wang Kai even for a second. Arriving at all the guards in an instant, Wang Kai immediately activated his skills. Extreme Blade Storm. The huge magic blade in his hand slashed twice in succession. A severed limb fell to the ground. With another strike, several guards were cut in half. It only took 2 swords to completely destroy the guards' formation. Victory seems completely destined. The gangster family, the Kolobos, are about to be destroyed, but at this moment, a red light suddenly shone under the wooden floor in front of the door. Breaking through the wooden floor and rising quickly, an earth-shattering explosion sounded instantly. Wang Kai and countless guards were swallowed up by the flames almost at the same time. Everyone and their houses were lifted to the sky by the shock wave. It is indeed the most vicious drug trafficking group. The Kolobo family actually placed more than 10 kilograms of high explosives at the feet of more than 30 guards. Plan to blow up Wang Kai directly. Frank was shocked. This guy still underestimated the enemy despite his great strength. This is an amount that can blow up a tank into parts. It won't just hang up like this. In the light of the sky, things keep falling from the sky. Building debris or metal fragments of firearms. And, if you are lucky enough, human body remains. You just can't see anything related to Wang Kai. Ha. If you dare to take action against our Kolobo family, this is what will happen. Chapter 8. Wild laughter suddenly sounded from a distance. An excited middle-aged man in a black suit, about 50 years old, walked slowly with a detonator in his hand. Surrounded by 10 fully armed bodyguards, everyone's expression is very relaxed, apparently thinking that the man the entire New York gang feared had been killed by them. As for those who were also killed in the bombing, we can only blame them for their bad luck. Now, you are the only one left. The middle-aged man smiled coldly. After he clapped his hands, a group of gangsters armed with weapons emerged from nowhere. Everyone surrounded Frank from all sides. Just pull the triggers together. The dense rain of bullets was enough to tear Frank into pieces. As an ordinary person, he has no chance of survival. Is that the end? Frank's expression was solemn, and he was preparing to fight to the death. He pulled up a few cushions. Suddenly, there was a whistling sound in the night sky. Looking up, an unknown object fell from the sky and flew toward the middle-aged man. The special appearance instantly made Frank's mood perk up. Immediately bend down and roll to avoid the muzzle aiming and the impending impact. Boom! The explosion that occurred instantly caught all the gangsters by surprise. And the flames rise up, looking faintly like a cat head, send the middle-aged man of the Colombo family and his guards directly to see God. Frank took advantage of the chaos and shot. Precise shooting skills hit one gang guard after another. Everyone fell down in response. Fear quickly spread. For a time, the guards were defeated. The situation reversed instantly. Bang! At this time, a dull crash sounded in the courtyard. Amidst the roaring gunshots and blazing fires, no attention was attracted, but it was Wang Kai who fell freely from an altitude of more than 100 meters. I was thrown so hard that all my bones were broken. He had no choice but to become invisible first. The defensive power of the immortal demonic body allowed him to survive the explosion unscathed, but he was only blown up into the sky by the shock wave. However, after the duration of the ultimate move expired, he was almost thrown to paralysis, which perfectly illustrates that with the ultimate move, you are a Kai-Dai, and without the ultimate move, you are a waste. Fortunately, because I have the hero template of armor, although his whole body was in pain due to his strong physical condition, he could still move his hands. He immediately took out the remaining small medicine bottles from his arms and drank them all. The injury quickly recovered. The cooldown time of the immortal demonic body is also decreasing by the second. 20 seconds, 15 seconds, 10 seconds, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The cooling time is over. The fearsome magic armor has arrived again. In an instant, blue sword lights were everywhere in the courtyard. Wang Kai turned into the demon with one man and one sword again, and slaughtered all the gangsters in the Colombo family headquarters. After a while, the headquarters of the Colombo family, one of the 5 major New York gang families and mainly engaged in drug trafficking, was razed to the ground in a fire and explosion. The bright firelight illuminated their faces. Frank looked at Wang Kai with a cold face and was amazed. It's all okay. It's really incredible. Want to move on to the next one? Of course, go now. 3 days later, all the headquarters of the 5 major New York gang families were seized, and the entire New York gang force was feared to be killed. From top to bottom, no matter whether it is a big family or a small gang, they have not been spared. There are hundreds of gangs that have been swept away. The number of dead gangsters exceeded 1,000. For a time, countless surviving scum fled here, and the security of the entire New York reached an unprecedented high point. Some people clapped their hands and applauded, thinking that these scum deserved their punishment. The way of heaven is good for reincarnation, and this is what the heaven will spare. These scumbags finally hit the wall. But some people expressed opposition and concern that huge profits cannot solve everything, let alone such indiscriminate killing. We should use more humane methods to eliminate this social phenomenon. The former immediately ridiculed the latter as ***ch, wishful thinking and being so naive. The latter angrily said that the former was cold-blooded and not one of God's people, and that everyone should have a chance to be forgiven by God. Suddenly, people with 2 opinions started a war of words on the internet, which was very lively. As for the NYPD, as always, they did nothing. They only announced a gang vendetta and hastily ended the matter. Anyway, it won't be long before the gangsters come back. After all, they can't kill them all. And this, how could Frank and Wang Kai not know this? Brooklyn, Wang Kai's home. There are endless scum to kill, and there are even more gangsters. Wang Kai watched the TV news and said coldly, "That's why we need to keep suppressing them. We can't relax for a moment. If you are guilty, you must die." Frank sneered. The gun in his hand made the sound of loading, and the skull vest on his chest was extremely eye-catching. "Do you want to join us tonight?" "No, the rest are just small fish and shrimps. Leave them to you. I have other things to do." After 3 days of fighting, Wang Kai realized that he could no longer continue his revenge. A group of gangsters blew him up into the sky. Next time he may not be so lucky, and let him wait to cool down. It's time to complete the next check-in task and become stronger. Well, I wish you find your sister soon. Well, I also hope you don't get caught again and don't be rescued by me next time. The 2 fists bumped and looked at each other, saying nothing, and then left. The Punisher continues his career in fighting criminals. Wang Kai then set off for the check-in location. At the same time, Norman Osborn is hosting guests from the military. General, this is the glider and control flight suit we developed. It can reach a top speed of 483 kilometers per hour. A glider that looked like a manta ray slowly took off under the demonstration of the operator wearing green armor, but several military personnel showed no interest in this aircraft. Mr. Osborn, we are here to see the human enhancement potion. Please tell us where the development progress is. General Slocum, who had white hair and a military uniform, said impatiently, the super soldier project run by his old friend Thunderbolt Ross has a big problem. Now is the time for him to catch up. This human enhancement potion can stimulate human beings' potential abilities and make ordinary people become infinitely powerful. As long as it is successfully produced, he can create super soldiers first and gain greater rights in the military. Norman looked embarrassed at this time. The assistant Dr. Stern on the side had no choice but to answer and said, Sorry, General. Although we have successfully developed this medicine, it has serious side effects. The mice used in the experiment suddenly became very violent and extremely aggressive after taking the drug. They cannot be used on humans. General Slocum was extremely angry after hearing this. No excuses. Give you 2 weeks. Get it done, or you'll lose everything. Chapter 9. The general suddenly became furious and shocked everyone. Then he continued to say angrily, R&D funds, aircraft contracts, and the position of president of the Osborn Group. If you don't get the human enhancement potion, you won't want any of it. Norman was shocked immediately after hearing this. Facing the threat from the military, he knew very well that this was no joke. Losing the first 2 of his hard work, the Osborn Group will go bankrupt. Losing the position of CEO is even more uncomfortable than killing him. I just wanted to ask for a few weeks of grace. But the general had already led his people away angrily. Only Norman Osborn and his assistant Dr. Stern were left. What should we do? Dr. Stern, wearing a white R&D jacket, asked. I know. Human experimentation. Norman's eyes showed madness. As long as the human enhancement potion takes effect on yourself, the general naturally has nothing to say. Norman immediately went to the laboratory resolutely. Assistant Dr. Stern still wanted to persuade him. You know the experiment has not been completed yet, and it is dangerous to do so. Yes, I know, but losing everything is even more dangerous. Sometimes you just have to rely on yourself. The visitor quickly came to the laboratory. Norman took out a bottle of green potion from the safe and muttered to himself. Humanity has evolved for 40,000 years, but its infinite potential has not yet been fully realized. Give me the catalyst. Immediately load the green human body strengthening agent into the atomizing equipment. Norman took off his shirt and came outside the transparent glass warehouse. Drink the catalyst used to make the medicine enter the blood faster. Then press the button to open the glass warehouse door and enter. I took a look at the spray equipment in the glass warehouse. Norman's eyes were firm, and he said to Dr. Stern outside, Let's get started. The latter hesitated for a moment, or pressed the computer's confirm button. Suddenly, thick green mist visible to the naked eye sprayed out from the soles of the feet and the top of the head. It quickly filled the sealed glass chamber. Norman only felt his heartbeat getting faster and faster. At the same time, muscles began to grow rapidly. My body began to tremble uncontrollably. I feel severe pain all over my body. He rolled his eyes and looked like he was having epilepsy. Oh my God! Dr. Stern looked at Norman in horror. He immediately stopped the experiment and emptied all the remaining thick fog. He opened the glass warehouse door anxiously and shouted, Norman, hold on. Xiao ran forward and wanted to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation on him. But suddenly Norman's big hand grabbed his neck. Take everything from me. Norman Osborn's face was ferocious. His mind was filled with overwhelming hatred, and he seemed to be crazy and extremely aggressive. His wrist was so strong that he directly broke Dr. Stern's neck. Then with a push from his big hand, Dr. Stern was thrown more than 10 meters away. It smashed through the wall of the glass warehouse with a bang and fell to the ground with blood on its face. No one can take everything away from me. Norman Osborn opened his arms and shouted, just wanted to leave, but suddenly I heard the voices of other people inside the experiment. Finally showed up. The invisible Wang Kai suddenly appeared with his mobile phone. Take pictures of everything that just happened. At this time, he was looking at Norman with a calm face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in at the Osborne Group Laboratory. The sign-in time exceeded 5 minutes, and the sign-in task was successfully completed. Ding! The reward is 500 check-in points. Ding! The next sign-in location is the cave where Iron Man was born. If you stay for more than 5 minutes, you will be deemed to have signed in successfully. The sound of the system sounds at the right time. Wang Kai didn't care at all, looking at the crazy-looking Norman Osborn, or should I call the Green Goblin. He shook the phone in his hand. Do you want the video of you killing your colleague? The Green Goblin looked at Wang Kai, who suddenly appeared and did not answer, but took action directly. With his arms spread wide and his feet stretched out, he jumped over from the glass warehouse. With a ferocious face and wide-open eyes, it was as if he wanted to eat Wang Kai alive. Facing the menacing Green Goblin, Wang Kai did not kill him with a knife just for 100 check-in points. Instead, wait until the Green Goblin gets close and then kick him out. Bang! The Green Goblin jumped over and crashed into the glass cabin again at an even faster speed. After rolling several times, it broke the glass on the other side. Suddenly, glass shards fell to the ground. The Green Goblin fell from the glass warehouse onto the broken glass. The exposed upper body was immediately covered with cuts. But for the Green Goblin, this is nothing more than painless. After standing up, he looked at Wang Kai with a look of hatred on his face. But at the same time, he became wary. Who are you? What do you want to do? Wang Kai walked up to the Green Goblin with an indifferent expression. Okay, you can call me Kai. I want to ask Norman Osborn for a little help, but it's not you. It's another personality. Otherwise, I can only use some less friendly methods. After hearing this, the Green Goblin laughed evilly, pointing his finger at Wang Kai while smiling and approaching. Gaga, you actually want to find that weak guy. What can he do? If you want to find him, defeat me first. Just finished speaking, the Green Goblin took out a piece of glass shard from behind his back. There is still a crazy smile on his face. It's like a dagger stuck straight into Wang Kai's throat. Bang! The glass shattered. Wang Kai used the sharp arm blade on his arm to block the Green Goblin's sneak attack. At the same time, he clenched his right fist and punched out. The whole body's strength pours out like a dam, releasing water. Along the arm, he hit the Green Goblin hard on the face. Boom! In an instant, the Green Goblin's face was almost deformed. Several teeth were missing in his mouth. The body spun and flew several meters, then hit the wall of the laboratory and passed out. Looking at the unconscious Green Goblin lying on the ground, Wang Kai took a glass of water from the laboratory, then sprinkled it directly on Norman's face. Then he kicked a few more times. Norman finally woke up slowly. He rubbed his head and looked around in confusion. After seeing Wang Kai, his expression changed, and he asked in a deep voice, Hey, it hurts. Who are you? Why do you appear in my laboratory? Where is Stern? It seems you have forgotten a lot of things. Take a look at this. Squatting down, he played the video recorded on his cell phone to Norman. Norman's eyes slowly changed from alert to painful, but maybe it was influenced by the second evil personality. After a moment of sadness, Norman calmed down from the pain and self-blame. Wang Kai put the phone away and asked in a deep voice, You have the evidence of my murder and defeated the evil me. Do you want money? Wang Kai shook his head and stood up. He walked to the safe and took out a bottle of human enhancement potion scattered inside. I have 3 things to ask you for. First, help me find someone. She is my most important person, and she was kidnapped by the powerful people in your country. Second, I know you have the largest tritium element in the world. Give it to me. Third, Wang Kai looked at the green vial in his hand with firm eyes. Repair laboratory. I also want to use human enhancement potion. Duh. Chapter 10. What? Norman Osborn looked at Wang Kai with an expression of disbelief. It's no problem to find someone to help you, and there's no problem in giving you tritium elements. But why do you still use the human enhancement medicine when you know the side effects? Obviously, you already have more power than after you unleash your potential. Wang Kai glanced at Norman with cold eyes. Don't ask if you shouldn't. Your son Harry Osborn probably doesn't want to lose his father, and you don't want to lose your son either. Norman was speechless. Wang Kai's threat pointed directly at his most vulnerable place, murder video and son's safety. Norman had no choice but to surrender. The Osborn group has more than one laboratory. I can take you there to use human enhancement potions now. Good, Wang Kai responded, and the two of them dumped Dr. Stern's body on the spot until someone would find it the next day, and then immediately set off for another laboratory. In Wang Kai's opinion, although body-enhancing drugs have seemingly terrible side effects, but it can be overcome. The most representative example is Norman Osborn's son Harry. In Spider-Man 3, he also used a human enhancement agent to become the second-generation Green Goblin, but his character did not undergo such huge amounts of changes as Norman's. He even blocked a fatal blow for his love rival Spider-Man in the final battle, making him the worst male lead in Marvel movie history. So let's talk about it. Why did Norman become the Green Goblin? Or is it because his evil intentions lead to the emergence of an evil personality? As long as we overcome this evil personality, then the side effect of the human body strengthening potion is quite like leveling up for oneself. The two quickly came to another laboratory. The same configuration as here. There is a transparent glass warehouse in the center with various instruments on both sides, used to monitor various data of the experimental subjects' bodies. Let's start. Norman immediately handed over a bottle of transparent catalyst. Wang Kai took one look and drank it all in one gulp. At the same time, he handed over the human enhancement potion in his hand. He's not afraid of Norman's tricks. The distance between the two of them is only more than 10 meters. It takes less than a second to send him to get his lunchbox in advance. The glass hatch opened to both sides, and Wang Kai stepped inside, taking off his shirt to reveal his tight muscles. Although he looked thin, the powerful power contained in it was explosive. Norman Osborn clicked a few times on the computer outside the glass warehouse. But within a breath, the familiar green mist began to pour into it. Wang Kai took a deep breath and felt like he had inhaled countless knives. The burning feeling goes from the nose to the lungs. At the same time, as the green mist becomes thicker and thicker, the skin it comes in contact with also feels extremely stinging. Oh my God, what a body this is! Norman looked at the remaining percentage of the mist displayed on the instrument, which was declining rapidly. It quickly dropped from 90% to 55%. The green mist in the glass cabin also became thinner at a speed visible to the naked eye. But Wang Kai only felt a burning itching all over his body. Norman did not appear to be in a state of epilepsy. Go. 2 more bottles. Wang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted. Norman immediately followed the instructions as soon as his heart moved. It would be best for Wang Kai to die suddenly after inhaling too much human body enhancement potion, so that he would not be threatened. Run all the way to retrieve the remaining potion. It doesn't matter whether Wang Kai can bear it or not. Directly pour all the remaining 8 bottles into the glass chamber. The green mist inside suddenly became as thick as green oil paint, and even Wang Kai's figure and voice were drowned in it. The heartbeat rate displayed on the monitoring instrument was astonishingly fast. It has reached 350 times per minute, and it's still rising rapidly. The faster the heartbeat, the faster the heart pumps blood, and the body-enhancing drugs can reach all parts of the body faster, but it is also more dangerous. 400 times per minute. Your body can handle it. Norman looked at the numbers displayed on the instrument and suddenly smiled strangely. Inadvertently, the Green Goblin's personality takes over. Wang Kai's eyes in the glass warehouse were red. I can only feel the deafening and continuous sound of my heartbeat. It's like a sledgehammer hitting my heart constantly. It's like an engine vibrating in your chest. The blood in the whole body seems to be boiling. My body temperature is so high that I can barely make tea. He seemed to hear the blood flowing in his body like a big river. In a trance, Wang Kai heard a voice. It seems to be telling a story about Dad Kai. Brother, can't you give up the magic armor? No. Why? If I give up the magic armor, then I can't be a father. If you really want to be a father, I can satisfy you. The sound gradually progresses. There seems to be a charming sound. A very gentlemanly image appeared in his eyes. Just when Wang Kai's eyes widened in shock, an extremely clear voice appears in your ear, as if someone is speaking into your ear. You see, this is what you like. Why are you pretending to be cold? Isn't it good to have a harem? Wang Kai suddenly woke up. When I opened my eyes, I saw that I was still in the thick green fog, and there is one more person in front of me. It's his crazy face. the evil personality that appeared due to the human body strengthening potion. Demon armor, Wang Kai. They both shouted at the same time. My sister is not my biological child. When you see a beautiful woman, you take in another beautiful woman and fill the harem with a reinforcement company. Don't you want this kind of life? The eyes of the magic armor reveal a look that you know. The words immediately reached the bottom of Wang Kai's heart. He has only dreamed of such a life and enjoys it every day. I think so, I really wanna. But you just made a mistake. Wang Kai sighed and said, the magic armor was stunned for a moment. What is wrong? Where's the follow-up to you treading the horse? Only half of the video was shown. Do you know how to be a human being? Wang Kai looked angry. It seems that I have seen this extremely evil behavior of leaving pictures, but not seeds. Instantly activate the immortal demonic body. He raised the big knife in his hand and struck directly at the evil personality. Bang! The evil personality has dull eyes and a body that explodes like a balloon. A sudden roar shook Wang Kai awake again. Open your eyes again. I found that the green mist had almost disappeared, and he was standing there. The immortal demonic body has been activated. He held the huge magic blade tightly in his hand and pointed it directly in front of nothing. This evil personality. Wang Kai shook his head and sighed. He touched the mask with his left hand. The magic armor disappeared directly. At the same time, a very speechless words came to my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the evil personality demon armor and getting 100 check-in points. Haha, you can also get check-in points by killing yourself. System, if I keep having evil personalities appear and then eliminate them, can I keep getting check-in points? This time there was no immediate reply as usual. Waited for a few seconds before hearing the system reply. What a shame. The system strictly prohibits cheating, and violators will have their accounts banned. Duh. Chapter 11. If you can't, you can't. Why are you so angry? Wang Kai shook his head secretly and put down his thoughts on checking in. The magic blade in his hand also turned into blue light and merged into his body. Get out of the glass warehouse. Norman, who looked stunned, stepped forward coldly and handed him a photo of his sister Luna. This is my sister. Her name is Luna. Use all your strength to find her. Otherwise you know the consequences. Norman Osborn's eyes wandered as he took the photo. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, Are you really okay? All 9 bottles of human body enhancement potion were absorbed. This is simply an unprecedented feat. Seeing that so many human enhancement potions were not enough to kill Wang Kai, the Green Goblin personality knows he is no match, so the normal scientist personality gained the upper hand again. I became infinitely curious about Wang Kai, who seemed to be fine. You must know that once excessive amounts of human enhancement agents are used in animal experiments, the animal's blood vessels will burst and die. So do you think I'm dead? Wang Kai glanced at Norman. The latter shook his head in embarrassment and didn't know what to say. By now Wang Kai had seen through his mind. I know you want my blood to be used for research. That's absolutely fine. Find my sister. Norman nodded, looked at the photo in his hand, and put it away solemnly. After leaving the Osborn Group building, Norman led Wang Kai to his home, where the world's largest tritium element was placed in the safe at his home. On the road, Norman was sensible and didn't ask what tritium was used for. However, he indirectly told Wang Kai about the bankruptcy problem his company was facing and wanted to seek help from Wang Kai, but was directly rejected. They have nothing to do with me. You'd better do it yourself. Although Wang Kai has sent many scumbags to see God to ask for forgiveness, but he is not a crazy and irrational person. This kind of thing has nothing to do with him. Just let the Green Goblin do it himself. Anyway, after killing the people in the military and the board of directors according to the original plot, all these problems will be eliminated. There was no conversation all the way, and 20 minutes later the two of them arrived at the Gold Coast on 5th Avenue. This is a wealthy area of New York. Norman Osborn's 3-story single-family mansion is here. 1 minute later, Wang Kai saw the file size of a table tennis ball in the safe at Norman's home, with a honeycomb-like dense hexagonal surface and tritium elements shining with pale golden light. It is one of the most expensive elements in the world, mainly used for nuclear fusion to produce hydrogen bombs. I hope I won't need you. Wang Kai looked at the tritium element in his hand and whispered, with the tritium element, he has the upper hand. As long as he obtains Dr. Octopus's equipment, he can create a special super bomb, artificial sun. Although it is not very powerful based on the effects in the movie, the first small artificial sun only blew up the laboratory on the riverbank when unplugged. Then there's the magnetism for all metals. And the most criticized thing is that nothing seems to happen if you throw it into the river. But as long as some improvements are made, Wang Kai believes that this can be his trump card. Thanks. Remember to look for my sister. Take the tritium element Wang Kai and leave directly. Norman's face gradually became gloomy. The eyes reflect madness. The Green Goblin personality is online again. He was thinking about how to kill Wang Kai, a guy who was far more powerful than himself. Physically, he is absolutely no match. He was almost hanged before he was injected with the human strengthening agent. So, you can only rely on equipment. Father, is that you? The sudden sound of his son Harry's voice brought Norman back to reality. Harry, a sleepy high school student, walked upstairs. The look on his father's face was very strange. Dad, your face. The bruises from Wang Kai's beating have not yet dissipated, and several of his teeth have been lost. It's just an accidental fall. It's not a big deal. Norman smiled kindly when facing his son. It's just that the way he talks is a little funny. Go to sleep. Oh, fine. After sending his son away, Norman returned to the bedroom, looked in the full-length mirror, and began to mutter to himself. System, I want to draw a lottery, 6 consecutive draws. It was already very late when he got home, but Wang Kai was completely sleepless. He looked at the tritium element in his hand and immediately drew the lottery again. Ding! It consumes 600 check-in points, and the lottery is in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill and sailing through the waves. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the equipment, the refreshing crystal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the consumables, vision potion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining consumables, small medicine bottles, *3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item, the system backpack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item and skill enhancement point *1. Long sail breaks the waves. It comes from the third skill of Sun Tzu in the Sea of Light. He charges with his boat, and his speed gradually increases. During this period, he dominates the body. The charge lasts for 7 seconds and has a cooldown time of 45 seconds. Wang Kai looked at this skill and then looked at the street outside. I still gave up on going out to test how fast the boat can be driven. In case the body is about the same size as a river sailing boat, then the traces of destruction on the streets will be too obvious. Save yourself trouble. Refreshing crystal slowly restores health. Looks like a piece of green plastic. Wang Kai felt his body warm as soon as he touched it, so he found a thin rope and tied it up and hung it around his neck. He could clearly feel that his physical strength and energy were slowly recovering, but the effect was much worse than that of the small medicine bottle. Vision potion, a red potion that allows you to observe the surrounding environment from a god's perspective after use. System backpack, the long-awaited gold finger essential space storage backpack finally appears. It's just that it's too small, only 1 cubic meter. System, can the system backpack be upgraded? Absolutely. The host only needs to obtain more precious backpack expansions in the intermediate lottery wheel. Intermediate level, let me tell you why you can't get even a single advanced piece of equipment. Wang Kai continued to ask, thinking in his mind, how can I upgrade to the intermediate lottery wheel? Please continue to complete the check-in tasks and accumulate a certain number of tasks. Wang Kai was a little dissatisfied when the system sound sounded. What is a certain quantity? Is it 10 or 20? Shaking his head to get rid of some resentment, continue to invest skill enhancement points in your natal Kai Daddy. System, upgrade the immortal demon body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the skill immortal demonic body, which increases the original attributes by 60%. The current level is level 3. The cooldown time is 40 seconds and the duration is 14 seconds. It takes 2 more levels to get unlimited duration. Wang Kai looked at the skill introduction of the immortal demon body. After sighing in his heart, he immediately put the valuable tritium element, small medicine bottle, and vision medicine into the system backpack. Very simple to use. Just touch the item and it will disappear. You can take it out again as soon as you think about it. If the volume exceeds, there will be no response. The next check-in location is the cave where Iron Man was born. Duh. Chapter 12. Playboy, billionaire, philanthropist, and future Iron Man Tony Stark has been kidnapped by terrorists in the Middle East for some time. Presumably at this time, spiritual salvation has been completed, are planning to escape from the clutches of terrorists, and the method is to build a steampunk-style Mark I suit out of a bunch of garbage. Now I have to go there to sign in, just in time to save Iron Man. It can also make Tonio a favor. Use Jarvis to help you find Luna. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The next day, after the sun rises as usual, Wang Kai then set off for Stark Tower to visit Tony's female assistants, Pepper Potts and Miss Pepper Potts. Pepper not only won Tony's trust, taking care of Tony's messy life, she will also be Tony's wife in the future. It's worth meeting each other now to leave a good impression on the other person. We took a taxi all the way to the downstairs of Stark Tower without saying anything. Just walked into the lobby on the first floor invisibly. I saw a haggard-looking little Pepper walking towards the elevator. Wang Kai followed directly, followed all the way to Pepper's office. I met another person by chance, the war machine of the future, Tony's best friend, Colonel James Lord. Rod, there's no news about Tony yet? Little Pepper asked Colonel Rhodes eagerly. The latter told the bad news with a serious face. I'm sorry, not yet. And because it's been almost 2 months, the top military officials have already planned to give up the search. Although I raised objections, they wouldn't listen. So I came to you and Abade today to ask him to put pressure on the military on behalf of Stark Industries, so that we can continue to launch a large-scale search for Tony. Little Pepper looked depressed, although I have no choice but to do this. But at this moment, the two of them suddenly heard an inexplicable sound coming from beside them. Wait a minute, I can help you find Stark. Rhodes looked around. Nothing was found. He immediately stood in front of Little Pepper and put his hands on his waist warily. Who's talking? I. Wang Kai canceled the secret skill and appeared invisibly. Pepper and Rhodes only saw the sound coming from the direction. A young man with an oriental face wearing blue casual clothes slowly appeared in an invisible state. The face is cold, like ice. His face is neither sad nor happy. She is on the thin side, about 1.8 meters tall. I don't know when I entered the office. Can you find Tony? Little Pepper immediately asked eagerly, but Colonel Rhodes remained vigilant. The Glock in hand has the safety turned on and is ready to shoot. Yes, just take me to the place where Stark was ambushed. Wang Kai said indifferently. Who are you? Why should we trust you? Colonel Rhodes still looked wary. Wang Kai holds one hand empty. The body emits blue light. Almost in the blink of an eye, a blue magic blade sword condensed in his hand. Then he turned his wrist and held the sword in his backhand. Let go directly in midair. The blue magic blade is free-falling and inserted directly into the bottom plate. Just a stabbing sound was heard. The blade of the sword is at least 30 centimeters into the ground. You can see how sharp it is. You can call me Kai. I am a descendant of the Eastern demonic family. Like you, I am also looking for someone. Little Pepper and Rhodes immediately looked at each other. Demonic family? Is it a magician family? I didn't expect that such a thing really existed. He actually transformed out of thin air into a blue sword that didn't look like an ordinary one. It seems possible to give it a try. You said you were also looking for someone? Yes, I'm looking for my sister. Taking out a photo of Luna from his pocket and placing it on the table, Wang Kai briefly explained his sister's situation. Both of them were elites in American society, so they naturally knew that such a thing existed. Ahem, are you so sure it was them? Rhodes asked awkwardly. I'm very sure that those gangsters can't lie. Pepper and Colonel Rhodes were immediately shocked. Gangsters, the disaster of those scum, cruel enough. But well done. How about I help you find Stark, and you help me find Luna? Wang Kai asked. Absolutely okay. Little Pepper immediately agreed. Walk up and pick up the photo and put it away, and immediately arrange for Tony's private jet to fly to the Middle East. Colonel Rhodes went with him. On the plane, curious Rhodes asked, K, is the Eastern demonic family a family similar to magicians? Wang Kai shook his head coldly. It's not. According to Western terms, more like vampires, werewolves and other creatures with powerful power in their bodies. We call it a demon seed. But if you look deeper, there is no difference between the two. They were all created after the gods descended countless years ago. Colonel Rhodes suddenly opened his mouth. I just feel like my 3 views are shattered into pieces. He didn't want to take a lesson on the truth about the world. Why do demons and gods sound like aliens? Rhodes asked. It's aliens. Wang Kai said categorically. The earth is much more than what you see, and it contains many secrets. How are you sure? It's the same as what you saw with your own eyes. Rhodes curled his lips and became even more curious for a moment. This is all information hidden deep in my demonic bloodline, believe it or not. Wang Kai glanced at Rhodes coldly and said nothing. The two of them were silent all the way. It took half a day to reach the sky above where Tony was attacked. There is no downtime here. We go to the nearest military base. Rhodes said to the pilot, but Wang Kai stood up from his seat and no, just open the hatch and I'll jump in. Rhodes' eyelids suddenly jumped. Seeing Wang Kai's serious look, he didn't stop him. Can you use a parachute? Won't. Then how do you get down? I have my own way, just open the hatch. Rhodes was speechless for a moment. I had to take out a square plastic box. It feels like something like a car lock. This is the locator. Press the first button after finding Tony. I will bring a helicopter to come to the rescue. Wang Kai nodded and accepted it. The pilot slowed down and opened the door. Suddenly, a strong wind poured directly into the cabin. It almost blew the two of them down. Wang Kai's heartbeat accelerated when he saw this. The memories in his 2 lifetimes combined have never been so exciting. But after calming down, he jumped resolutely. Leave the cabin. Below is the desert. Wang Kai spread his limbs and fell to the ground faster and faster. The strong wind howled by. As soon as you are about to reach the desert surface, activate your skills. Long sail breaks the waves. A triangular boat the size of a van file suddenly appeared at Wang Kai's feet, then landed with a bang on the sloping sand dunes. The boat slides down the sand without losing speed. There was actually water flowing under the boat. Wang Kai sailed the boat in the desert, speeding towards the distance. Chapter 13. The speed of sailing in the desert is unimaginable. Wang Kai knew that time was running out. Immediately take out the vision potion from the system backpack. Just drank half the bottle. Drink the red potion. Wang Kai only felt as if his soul had ascended to heaven. In a trance, I felt like there was an extra spiritual body in my body. Duplication rises higher and higher, hanging in the sky like a satellite, able to accurately zoom in and observe every place within the field of view. And duplication and the body observe the same desert from different angles. It brought a very surprising experience. He even saw his own body, and the body is also looking upward, but nothing was found. God's perspective, that's how it is. Whisper the distracting thoughts out of your mind. Wang Kai's duplication began to focus on finding the group of terrorists who kidnapped Tony. In the movie, the group of thieves were hiding in a valley, located next to a desert. It was also for this reason that Tony's Mark I did not fall to death after it ran out of flight fuel. Otherwise, there would be no Iron Man in the world. As a humanoid satellite accurate to every grain of sand, it took the spirit duplication about 10 minutes to find the location of the terrorists. And Wang Kai disappeared. I chose the infiltration method and entered the cave to sign in. There are too many terrorists in the valley and well armed. Once the duration of the immortal demon body ends, he won't get any good results from the cooldown CD. Inside the cave, Tony Stark was sweating profusely as he kept beat *******G on an iron plate. Try to make it into an iron mask. The steel suit is 80% complete. Just give him a little more time. You can escape this hellish place. But at this moment, the voice of the terrorist leader came from outside the door. Dr. Ethan, who saved Tony's life, immediately put down the welding equipment in his hand. Stand with your hands up and your head in your hands. The same goes for Tony. The two of them have long been accustomed to surprise inspections by this group of self-righteous bumpkins. With their walnut file-sized brains, there is absolutely no difference between the iron suit and the Jericho missile. Mr. Stark, where are my missiles? The terrorist leader, the little bald Zara, looked at the various parts filled in the cave and asked coldly, "It's been almost 2 months and I haven't seen anything." The subordinates understood immediately. The two men stepped forward and grabbed Dr. Ethan's arm and then pressed him on the iron felt. Zara picked up the red-hot iron pliers and kept making gestures on Ethan's face. Dr. Ethan felt the hot iron pliers and immediately shouted, "We are really serious about making Jericho missiles. It's just the lack of high-end equipment that makes it so slow. Tony immediately agreed. Yes, this is not a factory. Without professional machine tools, do you know how difficult it is to make missiles by hand? This is no excuse. Zara shouted angrily. He doesn't care how many difficulties there are. He only wants the Jericho missile to fulfill his dream of conquering the Middle East. You are right, but I need him. A good assistant can greatly slow down the manufacturing cycle. After hearing this, Zara put down the red-hot iron tongs. Then you should do something to protect your assistant. The little bald man smiled cruelly. Take a piece of red-hot coal from the brazier. Open your mouth. It's better for you two to talk less. Tony was immediately extremely nervous, but no matter what he says, Zara just refused to let Dr. Ethan go. It was obvious that they had planned to teach the two dishonest people a long lesson. The terrorists in the cave sneered fiercely. I am so happy to see all this. But at this moment, the iron door of the cave suddenly made a creaking sound. No wind automatic, no touch. It actually closed slowly. Little bald Zara suddenly felt bad. Before he could take out his pistol, I saw the weapons of the four men were all disconnected, and blood gushed out from their bodies. It broke into two pieces before his eyes, lying on the ground wailing miserably. What? Zara stepped back in horror, but suddenly I felt like the world was spinning. Something warm was sprayed on my face. Then consciousness sank into eternal darkness. My lord, Dr. Ethan immediately moved away from the dead terrorist. Although it is very dark inside the cave, but we can still see their frightened faces before they died. Tony's eyes widened even more when he saw this. I felt nauseated and immediately vomited it out. Then he touched his head. After discovering that he was still there, he asked in shock, "Is it a human or a ghost? Can you say something?" Dr. Ethan asked with a third degree of worry and fear. Yes, the terrorists outside will come in soon. And Wang Kai was silent for a moment. Wait until the system sounds. His true form was revealed only after signing in. I'm here to save you, Stark. You close the door and stand here and don't move around. I'll go and kill the terrorists and then come back. Without waiting for Tony and Dr. Ethan to ask, Wang Kai disappeared again, opened the iron door, and walked out. Dr. Ethan was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses. Not a ghost. Immediately close the iron door and pick up debris to block the door. After taking a long breath, he looked at Tony's changed face and asked, Stark, you don't seem happy. Tony immediately said angrily, Of course. Where did this transparent person come from? I can obviously escape by myself. Quick, let's assemble the suit now. Let this guy who only knows how to sneak attack and scare people see how powerful I am. Wang Kai sighed. A draw is taking place at this time. Terrorists in the cave, especially since all the terrorists in the control room have died. No one found the blood-stained magic blade in the dark cave. Kill all the terrorists quietly and silently with one knife. System, I want to draw a lottery, 5 draws in a row. You can assassinate people in the cave, but it's more difficult to deal with the outside. Wang Kai is in urgent need of a skill that can protect himself. Ding, it consumes 600 check-in points, and the lottery is in progress. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the hero template, Metal Storm, Mosey. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the skills and attending the meeting alone. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining consumables, small medicine bottles, *3. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item and skill enhancement point *1. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a special item. Thank you for your patronage. Metal Storm? It's actually a hero with a skin. This is really a huge profit. But what the hell is this thank you for patronizing? Do you have another bottle? Wang Kai's face suddenly darkened. This is absolutely impossible. How could he, a majestic European emperor, win such a thing? System, are you kidding me? Thank you for your patronage. It's a special item. Ding, this system is fair and impartial. If it's playing tricks on you, it's playing tricks on you according to the rules. You're cruel. Change the hero template for me. Ding, the host has changed the hero template and can now use all the skills of Metal Storm, Mosey. The history of Autobots is much longer than you think. Chapter 14. Genai Non-Attack. After charging, launch the palm particle cannon. The cooling time of each hand is 2 seconds. Peaceful walk. Impact in the designated direction, and the palm particle cannon will be ready immediately, with a cooling time of 10 seconds. Mechanical heavy cannon fires a crystal cannon, which is fired forward along the electromagnetic trajectory. After hitting an enemy in its trajectory, the crystal cannon will turn into a magnetic field centered on a sphere. Cooldown time, 7 seconds. Stick to the rules. Instantly form a huge amount of tetrahedral electromagnetic field, causing continuous damage to all objects inside. Cooling time, 50 seconds. All skills are almost the same as in the game. There is not much to say except that the non-attack mode of Jinai has been changed from basic attack to cooldown time, making it more convenient and more user-friendly. I remember that Mosey's mechanism giant was 5 meters high. Thinking of this, Wang Kai immediately walked out of the cave. As soon as my heart moved, golden light immediately appeared around my body. When the light disappears, Wang Kai only felt that his perspective was much higher. He is already riding inside the metal storm mecha. Looking down, I saw that my hands had transformed into metal arms. There are also blue crystal arm blades on the arms. The sharp edges flashed with electromagnetic sparks from time to time. And the whole body is extremely cool. The yellow metal mecha with straight lines and angled structures and strong lines. The joints, shoulders, and chest core are inlaid with blue crystals. The overall look is just 4 words: cool and cool. The mecha is very strong, but the body seems to be getting weaker. Wang Kai was confused, but it soon occurred to me why. After changing the hero template, it is equivalent to replacing it with Mosey's physical fitness. Some decline is also normal. After all, Mosey was engaged in scientific research. Naturally, his physical fitness is not as good as Kai's father, who killed demon species and piled up corpses like mountains. Wang Kai appeared driving a 5.12-meter yellow mecha. Almost instantly, it attracted the attention of all the terrorists. They were chattering words that Wang Kai couldn't understand, showing a very frightened look. Then he pulled the trigger directly. Bang, 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 boom. Rifles, heavy machine guns, grenade guns, and other weapons all emit hot tongues of fire. There was a continuous roar from the muzzle. Countless metal projectiles declare their missions. Then he bumped into the mecha. There was a clanking sound. Bullets are completely invulnerable to metal storm. Wang Kai made a mental evaluation. Then he stretched out his right palm, aiming at a heavy machine gun not far away. The blue electric light shines in the palm. After a short period of energy accumulation, a blue light ball suddenly shot out. It exploded at the heavy machine gun almost instantly. No dazzling sparks appeared, but the shock wave is extremely powerful. The heavy machine gun directly deforms. The terrorist controlled by him flew more than 10 meters away. It fell to the ground and stopped moving. At this time, the grenade attack has also arrived. Sparks and thick smoke instantly surrounded the metal storm. There were roars one after another. It seems very powerful, but on the 3-person mecha, it felt like it was scratching an itch. Wang Kai almost didn't feel any movement. Then he raised his arms and gathered them in front of his chest. At the same time, step back with your right foot and lower your body's center of gravity. A blue round energy ball suddenly appeared in front of the palm. The sphere continues to expand over time. It reaches the limit after 0.2 seconds. Then it was launched with a bang at the speed of light. Only a pillar of thunder light is left on the path. In people's field of vision, it is like a mecha firing a fleeting blue channel, with electric light surging inside, leaving traces of thunder shining in the air. And this is just the beginning. The energy ball hit the crowd of terrorists further away in the next moment. Boom! The energy ball hit the ground, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The airflow surged and raged, and shock waves emerged out of thin air, tearing apart all the surrounding terrorists. Only a man-deep hole was left at the impact site. Inside is a fist-file-sized energy ball. The surrounding ground is a circular magnetic field with a radius of about 2 meters. The blue electromagnetic fireworks are still shining. While Wang Kai was driving Metal Storm, his feet scratched a deep scratch on the ground, showing the powerful recoil of the heavy machine gun. Strong. Handsome. Wang Kai commented silently. Whether it's attack power or impressions, Wang Kai was very satisfied. All kinds of firearms are useless. Instead, the mecha giant suddenly appeared and killed many people casually. This group of terrorists suddenly felt deeply frightened. The rout began immediately. Want to escape? Blue flames shot out from the metal mecha's feet and flew into the sky. Move extremely swiftly, extremely fast, holding up the huge blue arm blade that is almost half a person's height on his right arm. Pass through one terrorist after another. Just listen to the popping sound again and again. They were cured of serious diseases caused by wrong births. On the battlefield where we have control of the air, fighting is like a dimensionality reduction strike. The enemy has no chance to fight back. For a while, the only sound left in the valley was the screams of the terrorists. And when Tony put on Mark I and walked out of the cave, all that was seen was the one-sided massacre by Metal Storm. Me. Tony pointed at the 5-meter-tall yellow mecha. His face turned red, and he couldn't say anything. I just feel like my creativity has been plagiarized. And the other party also built something dozens of times more powerful than his creativity. Dr. Ethan stared straight in the eyes, looking at the tall, mighty, and drop-dead handsome Metal Storm in admiration. Stark, your suit seems incomparable to this yellow mecha. Tony suddenly felt like he heard the sound of something breaking. Can this be compared? What condition do I have? It would be nice if I can move. After speaking, Tony immediately walked out of the cave. Want to see where there are still fish that have slipped through the net. In the end, he actually found a few terrorists hiding behind ammunition boxes. Then the angry Tony fired the missile on his arm. Boom. The flames shot into the sky dozens of meters high. The terrorists were blown directly into the sky. Tony felt extremely comfortable, but it also caused extremely serious consequences. There are too many ammunition and missiles in this valley. This group of terrorists were also placed randomly outside. As a result, the flames generated by the explosion detonated other ammunition and missiles. For a time, there was a continuous sound of explosions in the small valley. Tony could feel the ground shaking. Something doesn't seem right. Ethan, go back quickly. Tony yelled at Ethan. At the same time, he walked extremely cumbersomely into the cave. Boom. There was a sudden violent explosion behind him. The powerful shock wave rolled up the airflow and directly hit the Mark I. It shocked Tony to the point of being internally injured. It seems to have broken the conveyor belt. The right leg was scrapped at that time. Tony could only half kneel on the ground and couldn't even walk. Seeing that the fire was about to engulf Tony, Wang Kai immediately rushed back from a distance. He kicked Mark I suit hard on the butt. Chapter 15. Bang. Goal. Tony flew directly into the cave, while Wang Kai drove Metal Storm to catch up and half knelt at the entrance of the cave, blocking all the flames and shock waves. The ground was shaken by successive explosions. Dr. Ethan in the cave was so shocked that he broke into cold sweat. He didn't want to escape right away. As a result, he ended up being buried alive. Fortunately, the explosion did not last long. Within a minute, I no longer felt the strong vibrations. 5 minutes later, the aftermath of the explosion gradually dissipated. Wang Kai drove Metal Storm to stand up, exposing the intact cave entrance. The whole body shines with golden light. The Metal Storm mecha disappeared directly. And Wang Kai also changed the hero template back to Dad Kai, proved that his inference was correct. Physical fitness is indeed affected by the character of the hero template. We'll add the physical qualities of the original hero to his own body. But even if you still use the Mosey template, due to the use of human enhancement drugs, Wang Kai's physical fitness is also more than 6 times that of ordinary people. If you add Kai Dad, it should be 10 times more. That is to lift about 5 tons of weight. It seems like a lot, but you have to know that Spider-Man, the first brother of Marvel, can easily lift 20 tons of weight, so it doesn't matter if he looks like this. Go into the cave. Tony was lying on the ground cursing, trying to get out of the Mark I suit, and Dr. Ethan was helping. Wang Kai drove Metal Storm and kicked him up. The already messy parts of the suit became even more messy. The result was that Tony couldn't get rid of Mark I no matter how hard he tried. You look very energetic, Mr. Stark. Do you need help? Tony immediately said angrily. Of course. Come and help. Get me out of here. Dr. Ethan became more respectful when he saw Wang Kai. He was not treated lightly because of his young appearance. Thank you for saving us. Stark was hit by the shock wave of the explosion just now and needs emergency treatment. Otherwise his condition will only get worse. Wang Kai nodded after hearing this. He also didn't want Rhodes to see a half-dead Tony. He immediately stepped forward and lifted up Tony and his suit at the same time. The two people suddenly had a look on their faces. Then I saw Wang Kai grabbing the suit with one hand. Tear it hard again. Then the parts on the Mark I were ripped off directly. The eyes of the two people watching were twitching. How much strength does this have to tear off the iron sheet? Within a few moments, the Mark I suit was shattered into pieces of garbage. The situation was not much worse than in the movie. Even the iron sheets were broken into pieces. And Tony also got out of it as he wished. Looking at Wang Kai, he was amazed. Is your power the result of another super soldier experiment conducted by the military? Ever since there was a U.S. team, the United States has always wanted to replicate countless super soldiers. After the end of World War II, this program reached its peak during the Cold War, but all failed without exception. So Tony looked at Wang Kai and naturally remembered this matter. Not really. Wang Kai did not explain too much. Take out the locator directly from your pocket. Press the button to notify Rod to come pick him up. What about your mecha? Where did you put such a big thing? Tony was full of curiosity, asking Wang Kai over and over again. But he suddenly stopped. His face suddenly turned pale, and then he spurted out a large mouthful of blood. Dr. Ethan was shocked. Oh my gosh, your injuries seem to be more serious than I expected. It's okay, just a minor injury. Tony wiped his lips and sat on the ground unsteadily. A small injury? Stark, you really know how to joke. Dr. Ethan said helplessly and sarcastically. Wang Kai looked at Tony's pale face. I had no choice but to take out the refreshing crystal from my neck that could slowly restore blood. Put it on him. No, I don't like people handing me things. Tony waved his hand. Dr. Ethan can't control that much. Wang Kai doesn't look like a joking person. The refreshing crystal that took over the green plastic site was hung directly around Tony's neck. The effect is very significant. About 2 or 3 minutes. Tony, who looked like he was about to fall asleep, suddenly became energetic again. I was very surprised when I picked up the refreshing crystal tied with cheap string. What is this? As soon as I put it on, my body feels warm. I can clearly feel that the injury is gradually recovering. According to Western parlance, you can understand it as magic equipment. Wang Kai explained coldly. He also threw the locator to Tony. Then came the explanation about the demonic family, regardless of whether they believe it or not. After that, no matter how much Tony asked Wang Kai, he never said another word. Time flies. About 5 minutes later, the three of them heard the roar of supersonic fighter jets flying, proving that Rhodes did receive the message. Another half-hour later, Rhodes flew in with 4 armed helicopters, obviously planning to carry out a large-scale bombing against the terrorists. However, when he came to the valley, he was extremely confused when he saw the scorched earth everywhere. This was all done by you? Rhodes asked Wang Kai after getting off the helicopter. Wang Kai glanced at Tony and signaled that the real owner was over there. No. Actually, this is a good thing Stark did. Explode the valley like this. Wang Kai asked himself that he would never be able to do it without using the cat bomb more than a dozen times. Rhodes then looked at Tony. Although I didn't understand the situation, I still stepped forward and patted my good brother on the shoulder. It's great to see you're okay. Remember to take my car next time. Tony could only smile bitterly at this. Another half-day later, the group took the private plane back to New York. Colonel Rhodes told Pepper the news of Tony's rescue very early, but the latter did not contact him directly by phone, just waiting at the airport with excitement. It's good to see you back. Little Pepper tried her best to remain reserved and kindly said. Tony saw the tears holding back in Pepper's eyes. He also showed a rare smile. He stepped forward and hugged Little Pepper directly. Thank you for waiting. Rhodes had already told him that Pepper had made a lot of efforts during the days when he was missing. How could Tony not be touched by this? Now I need a press conference and a cheeseburger. Half an hour later, Tony was eating a burger at the press conference. At the same time, I also met Obadiah. Then he announced something that shocked everyone. I have decided to shut down the Stark Industries weapons manufacturing division and never reopen it. Now, effective immediately, countless reporters swarmed in. If you want to have first-hand information, the second-in-command of Stark Industries, Obadiah, was furious after hearing this. Immediately stepped forward to interrupt Tony's speech. Trying to keep a smile on his face, he told all reporters, "The most important thing now is that Tony is back. Don't take what you just said to heart. Duh. Chapter 16. Watching Obadiah, who was full of bad intentions, drag Tony away, Wang Kai came to Little Pepper and warned, "I have brought Stark back. Don't forget about my sister." Pepper nodded immediately in response. "Don't worry, I will notify you as soon as I find clues about Luna." The two left each other's contact information. Wang Kai left directly. "I don't even want refreshing crystals. That thing is just worthless to him. But it gives Tony more time. After all, Tony will find out sooner or later that the arc reactor was poisoned by palladium." Just walked out of the gate of Stark Industrial Zone. A dozen men in black wearing sunglasses suddenly walked out from both sides. Standing on the outside and faintly surrounding Wang Kai, then a middle-aged man with a worrying hairline appeared from among the many men in black. With a faint smile on his face, it was Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. Wang Kai remembered that he should have come to see Tony, who became Iron Man. But it seems a bit early now. "Hello, sir. We are the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, or S.H.I.E.L.D. Do you have time to chat?" Coulson's tone was very polite. Wang Kai understood in his heart. It turned out that he was specifically looking for himself. He killed so many gangsters, knowing that he had already entered SHIELD for observation, and now that he had rescued Tony, the one-eyed director must have had a plan in mind. So he sent Coulson to contact him. "Okay, but it's best to find a quiet place." 10 minutes later, in a deserted Huxiao restaurant, Coulson slowly introduced, "First of all, let me introduce that SHIELD is a special department of the International Security Council dedicated to dealing with various strange events. Its responsibility is to protect the world. We will supervise all personnel involved in super ability events. So can you explain the source of your powers?" Coulson took out a tablet. There are several videos playing on it. Most of them are scenes of Wang Kai using his immortal demonic body to mow grass in the gang's stronghold Wushuang. But there is also a photo taken by a satellite, although relatively vague. But it can also be seen that it was just a dozen hours ago. Pictures of metal storms appearing in the Middle East Valley to attack those terrorists. Without waiting for Wang Kai to ask, Coulson explained directly. "This is what we found after you rescued Stark and searched for all the satellites passing over the Middle East at that time. The mecha appeared out of thin air and disappeared out of thin air. Can you explain it?" Coulson looked curious. Compared with various powers and super abilities, Wang Kai's situation left them a little confused. Both armor and sword. Then the mecha appeared again. Let them not know what kind of super ability this is. Wang Kai pondered for a moment and explained, "My power is very strange to explain, so whether you believe it or not is up to you. First of all, I want to make it clear that humans are not alone, and alien civilizations do exist." Coulson's heart suddenly moved. Is it possible that Wang Kai's strange armors and mechas are alien technologies? But that seems to make sense. But before Coulson could continue to think about it, Wang Kai's next words left him shocked and speechless. Countless years ago, a certain super-intelligent life form came to the Earth in an ark and was worshipped as a god. Then it created human beings on the Earth and conducted some experimental transformations on some life forms. Those beings transformed by the experiment have since then possessed powers beyond ordinary people. Those transformed from humans were later called the demonic family, and those transformed from animals were called demonic species. This is also the origin of the so-called gods, demon hunters, monsters, and evil creatures in various civilizations on the Earth. After an unknown number of years, the gods were nowhere to be found. The increasingly powerful demonic family engaged in a desperate battle with the demonic species. The war led to drastic changes in the world and the collapse of the continent. All species became extinct. The two completely declined, and even traces of civilization were wiped out. Erased, only a few lucky ones are left, just like mankind is launching a nuclear war that will destroy the world. And I am a descendant of the remaining Eastern demonic family, and now I have awakened super ability due to an accident. Coulson's mouth opened wide after hearing this. I just feel like my 3 views have been impacted. The shock in my heart is beyond words, but it feels like they all correspond to myths and legends in human history. As long as we think of super-intelligent life forms as aliens, the Ark as a starship, and those transformed beings are nothing more than people with super abilities, it can be easily understood. Then how do you explain your armor and mecha? Coulson asked. They were all made by ancient civilizations that flourished when the gods were alive. I just summoned them from a certain space. So your ability is actually just teleportation across space? From a modern scientific perspective, you can say that. Coulson frowned for a moment. I can also understand the super ability of teleportation across space, but other things were truly appalling. Even if we know that there are alien civilizations, according to Wang Kai's narration, human beings are test subjects created by aliens. This kind of thing must not be made public in the United States, where religion is prevalent. Otherwise, it will only cause unprecedented social turmoil. I calmed down a little. Coulson put aside these distant and unknown truths for the time being. He continued to Wang Kai. Please don't make these things public. No problem. Wang Kai responded coldly. These things sounded like fairy tales. Even if they were told, how many people would care? One more thing, we want to invite you to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson said, this is the purpose of his visit this time. No problem, but I have a condition. Wang Kai agreed directly. Please say, first, help me find her. Second, I don't like to have too many restrictions, so don't bother me unless it's a big event. Wang Kai took out a photo of Luna. After taking it, Coulson agreed without thinking. Just looking for someone. These are small things for S.H.I.E.L.D., absolutely. We can arrange the status of S.H.I.E.L.D. consultant for you, so that although you don't have many rights, you will be very free most of the time. Okay, then let's be a consultant. As we all know, the more powerful and awesome people are usually consultants. Although it is on the edge of power, when this power encounters big trouble, it will turn the tide. Then on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D., I welcome you to join this big family, Mr. Wang Kai. Coulson stood up and stretched out his hand enthusiastically and said, Wang Kai still looked calm. After standing up and shaking hands, the matter was settled. He has no feelings for S.H.I.E.L.D. Joining is just to facilitate finding my sister. Now that Osborne Group, Stark Industries, and S.H.I.E.L.D. have joined forces to search for Luna, Wang Kai doesn't believe that there is not even a single clue. Chapter 17. S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters, Washington, USA. Coulson told director Nick Fury everything. The latter didn't react much after hearing this. As long as he agrees to join S.H.I.E.L.D. As for these historical events that are not true or false, they are not important. In addition, if you find information about his sister, don't send it to him immediately. Coulson was suddenly confused. Are you worried about him? That's right. Nick Fury's face remained calm, but his words showed concern. He can kill so many gangsters for his sister, and he will kill anyone in the world without hesitation. If things develop according to the worst-case scenario, and multiplayer sports abuse leads to death, you always know how serious the situation is. Coulson's face changed slightly. Immediately, the four words "killing on a large scale" came to mind. American dignitaries were assassinated in droves. The turmoil it will bring will never be less than that of the 9 demons. I know, but after he saves Stark, he will definitely ask to find his sister. That's right. So you need to find a chance to talk to Stark. Coulson could only smile bitterly at this. Stark doesn't seem like a guy who listens to other people's opinions. Then we can only have a moment of silence for those idiots. Nick Fury said coldly. As an agent, he knows better than anyone how disgusting some powerful people are. And he also knows that what Wang Kai can do is 10,000 times better than these people. Time flies. Wang Kai also ushered in the calmest period since time travel. There is still no news about my sister. The next check-in location is again on the rooftop of Stark Industrial Area, where Iron Man fights Iron Overlord. That place is an energy station, the roof of the large arc reactor. Wang Kai went there once invisibly. As a result, there was no sign-in sound. This means you cannot sign in advance. System, since it can't be advanced, can I make a supplementary sign? Wang Kai asked. He also just realized this. There are so many famous scenes in the Marvel world. There are many locations that may be set as check-in locations by the system. For example, the birthplace of Captain America, the birthplace of the Hulk, the birthplace of Captain Marvel, the place where Tony's parents were killed, etc. There is no reason why you can't sign in at these places. Yes, the host can go to the hidden check-in location to re-sign, but the reward at the check-in point is only half. The sound of the system sounded, and Wang Kai immediately became extremely excited. Even half the check-in points are enough. System, Why didn't you tell me about such a good thing earlier? Wang Kai asked dissatisfiedly. Because the host didn't ask. The system's straightforward answer made Wang Kai's eyelids jump. But there was nothing we could do. Immediately call Carlson, Pepper, and others. I asked them about the location of these events. Then the crazy re-signing started. The first stop is where Daredevil Matt Murdock was contaminated by radioactive materials and became blind, but at the same time his other senses were greatly enhanced and became like a humanoid radar. Ding! It has been detected that the host is in the hidden sign-in location of Daredevil's birthplace, and the re-signing process has begun. The countdown to check-in is 59 seconds. The system's sound sounded, and Wang Kai could only wait silently. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully re-signing. The reward is 50 sign-in points. 50 o'clock, even one draw is not enough. Wang Kai grinned, but no matter how small the mosquito was, it was still meat, so he had no choice but to accept it. Next stop, the birthplace of Captain America. That laboratory in Brooklyn, after 70 years of time passing. This is now an indoor gymnasium. Very easy to enter and visible. After searching for 3 minutes, I finally came across the place where bean sprouts transformed into giant sweet potatoes. Check-in time is 5 minutes. After the end, you will get 250 check-in points. I didn't care that the Huxiao people knew the special meaning of the number. Wang Kai went directly to the next check-in location. The highway where Tony's parents were killed has 150 check-in points. Hulk was born in the laboratory and received 250 check-in points. The beach where Captain Marvel was born received 250 check-in points. Then Wang Kai suddenly had an idea. In the name of tourism, we went to the ocean where Captain America crashed, and the cliff where Winter Soldier fell, World War II History Museum. Captain America saves his gay friend Bucky's base alone. We even went to the theater where Captain America performed. Some places are re-signing points, and some places are not. After spending a lot of time, I finally got a total of 1,500 sign-in points, which can be drawn 15 times in a row. Wang Kai was overjoyed and started the lottery immediately after returning to New York. System, I want to draw a lottery. 10 draws in a row. Ding, 1,000 check-in points have been consumed, and the lottery is in progress. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the summoner skill, teleportation. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the summoner skill, sprint. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, overlord slash. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting the equipment, the rechargeable glove. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting the equipment, the rapid combat boots. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining consumables, small medicine bottles, *3. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the special item, the system map. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item and skill enhancement points *3. The sound of the system flooded Wang Kai's mind for a moment. This reward made him very happy, especially the teleportation in the summoner skill that appears. This summoner skill, which was only available on the experience server, finally solved Wang Kai's difficulty in traveling. Teleport, summoner skill, chant for 3 seconds after use to teleport to the selected area. Cooling time is 150 seconds. Sprint, summoner skill, after use. The movement speed is increased by 30% for 10 seconds, and the cooling time is 90 seconds. Overlord slash comes from Overlord Xiangyu. After charging in the specified direction, he slashes a huge amount of sword energy horizontally. The cooldown time is 50 seconds. This skill is much better than Guan Yu's sword energy. Although the single sword I drew last time to go to the meeting was used to chop and release the sword energy, but there is a prerequisite. That means having a mount. Otherwise, it will not be released. Although Wang Kai tried to sail a boat instead of a mount, he was unable to use skills, which really put Wang Kai into a trap. The 2 pieces of equipment are quite satisfactory. The rechargeable glove is like a fist blade. Its attribute is that there is a 15% chance of a critical hit when attacking, causing twice the damage. The rapid boots increase the movement speed and attack speed. Wang Kai feels more agile after wearing them. And the system map, at present, it is found that it has no effect except for use with teleportation. Finally, there is the skill enhancement point. The system generously gave out 3 skill points this time. As usual, fill them all into the immortal demon body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the skill Immortal Demonic Body, which increases the original attributes by 140%. The current level is 7. There is no duration limit after it is turned on. At the same time, the skill Integrate has been turned on. Huh? Skill Integrate. Duh. Chapter 18. What does System Skill Integrate mean? Wang Kai asked. The skill Integrate is a newly awakened attribute of the Immortal Demonic Body after it is upgraded to level 7 and the cooling time and duration restrictions disappear. You can integrate other extracted skills with the Immortal Demon Body, extract their skill characteristics, and add them to the Immortal Demon Body, and enjoy the attack power bonus of the Immortal Demon Body. Wang Kai's heart moved after hearing this. Attack power bonus? In other words, under Kai Daddy's hero template, there is no bonus for using other skills. It feels a bit like the border breakout mode. The attack power of the picked-up skills is fixed, while the attack power of the hero's original skills will be enhanced according to the equipment and purchased attributes. Then what will happen if I integrate the solo meeting into the Immortal Demon Body? After integrating the skill, the mount restriction disappears, and each vertical slash can trigger a sword attack. What if we integrate Overlord slash? After integrating the skill, each horizontal slash can trigger a sword attack, and it can be charged and used to cause a wider range of attacks. How many skills can be integrated in total? 3. You can integrate one more for each level. Wang Kai nodded with satisfaction after hearing this. This is enough. Well, let's go to the meeting alone with Integrate first. My 40-meter sword is already thirsty. Ding! The skill Integrate has been completed. Congratulations to the host for integrating the skill solo. Go to the meeting into the Immortal Demonic Body. Open the system map immediately. Select the uninhabited Grand Canyon in the western United States. Use teleport to get there. Suddenly 7 layers of light blue light surrounded Wang Kai, and keeps moving upward as time continues to accelerate. When the time limit of 3 seconds was about to be reached, Wang Kai's figure was quickly covered and suddenly disappeared with a whoosh, leaving only a spot of light in place, which was extinguished in an instant. Colorado Grand Canyon, USA. There are ravines and peaks formed by red sandstone everywhere. The rock walls of the mountain peaks all present a strange scene like a 1,000-layer cake. It attracts many tourists to visit every year. And today, suddenly, an uninvited guest named Wang Kai came. F***K trough. Wang Kai shouted loudly. The place where he teleported and landed was in the sky. As a result, he suddenly lost his center of gravity and fell to the ground. Waving his limbs randomly and seeing that he was about to be slapped on the red rock, Wang Kai immediately activated his Immortal Demonic Body. Eat me with a knife. The blue magic blade in his hand instantly became extremely huge. Wang Kai raised it above his head. Clench your hands tightly, and then slash downward with all your strength. Boom! A huge light blue sword energy appeared instantly. The chop caused a shocking roar after hitting the ground. The clanking sound is extremely harsh. The blade cut straight into dozens of meters without any hindrance. The majestic mountain peaks are also like cakes. Huge amounts of cracks were cut out by Wang Kai's knife. Very good. Wang Kai struck out with the knife, then withdrew the reaction force and turned around in the air to spin and land. It's so exciting to see your own masterpiece. Such an attack. Even when Hulk comes, you have to weigh it carefully. He is now Nyefone with a 40-meter sword. Hit whoever you want to hit. Feeling happy, Wang Kai started practicing chopping in the canyon. One knife after another. It took only a moment to split a low red rock mountain into shape, venting the resentment in his heart wantonly. Huge amounts of roaring sound spread throughout the surrounding area, attracting several tourist enthusiasts. Oh my God, what's happening here? Several people were stunned, and some people reacted instantly. Holding a camera and mobile phone, he took a picture of Wang Kai, who was wearing blue armor. Just then the phone rang. Wang Kai had no choice but to put away the magic blade. The magic armor turns into light and merges into the body. Take out the phone in your jacket pocket. Only then did I realize it was Xiao Chili. At this point in time, Tony should have officially broken up with Obadiah. Could it be that he is looking for himself to save Tony? Wang Kai answered the phone with questions. Hello? What's the matter? Oops, Kai? Tony was kidnapped again. Wang Kai? What the hell? You can still be kidnapped in your own home. Can you come to Stark Industries? I want to talk to you in person. No problem. After hanging up the phone, Wang Kai started the transmission directly. Disappears in place after 3 seconds. The few travel enthusiasts only took pictures of their backs in casual clothes and their short blue hair. Quick, let's upload this video to the internet. It will definitely become a hit. But what should that person be called? Why don't we call him Swordman? Isn't that what he holds? No, what he is holding is a knife. The blue color all over his body should be called a blue knife. Fart. I think it should be called the Slasher. The group of people began to quarrel over Wang Kai's hero name. And Wang Kai has already arrived at Xiaojiao's office last time. What's going on? Didn't he make a steel suit? He's been fighting terrorists all over the world these days. Why was he kidnapped again? Little Pepper looked like she was crying. He said anxiously, I don't know. He disappeared after attending a party at night and driving home alone. The sports car was found completely burned on the coast, and there was no trace of the person. Did anyone send a ransom message? No. Now Obadiah has asked me not to tell this matter, because the company's stock can no longer accept the decline. Wang Kai understood instantly. Probably his arrival caused the butterfly effect, so Obadiah, the Marvel version of Ubuchuan, has become smarter. Another trick to kidnap Tony. Whether it is imprisoning Tony and forcing him to hand over the miniaturization technology of the arc reactor, or giving Tony a laboratory under house arrest to allow this great genius to create more advanced weapons. Obadiah always makes sure he makes money without losing money. As for the military and the board of directors, they don't care. One of them wanted weapons and the other wanted money. Tony cut off their way, and they were afraid of killing Tony. Where is Obadiah now? Not sure, but definitely not in Stark Tower. Well, you go to his office now and look for any clues from the secret disk in his computer. Little Pepper was stunned and opened his mouth wide. You are suspicious. That's right. Who else could be there besides him? The second in command wanted to be the boss. Stark Industries was changed to Staney Industries. The gangs fought. Tony died suddenly. How pleasant it sounds. Little Pepper was doubtful. I had no choice but to follow Wang Kai's instructions. As a result, he came back less than 10 minutes later with an angry look on his face. Okay, you're right. Obadiah not only colluded with terrorists to kidnap Tony, but also launched a secret project under Area 16 of the industrial area. He's developing Tony's iron suit. Little Pepper picked up the USB flash drive in her hand. All information has been copied inside. Just rely on this. You can kick Obadiah off the board of directors and put him in jail. Lose everything you have. Chapter 19. I suspect Tony is being held underneath Area 16. Little Pepper said worriedly. Wang Kai agreed. After all, Obadiah's Iron Overlord suit requires energy, and the thing on Tony's chest is the best source. After that, all we have to do is get another electromagnet and put it on to keep Tony alive. I'll go find Stark, and you go contact Coulson and ask him to bring an agent to protect you. If Obadiah discovers that you copied the information, he will come back and kill you. On Obadiah's side, at this time, he was trying to persuade Tony in the laboratory of Area 16. Tony, hand over the miniaturization technology of the arc reactor. Then you can continue to be your playboy. Otherwise, those missile fragments will only make your life worse than death. The small arc reactor has been taken down. It's in the palm of Obadiah's hand. Tony's hands and feet were tied up. A large electromagnet was also installed on his chest to extend his life. The most murderous thing is that the wire connecting the electromagnet is fixed to the power interface of the laboratory, just like a dog, locked here by Obadiah. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Tony gritted his teeth and looked at Obadiah fiercely. He couldn't believe it no matter what. The elder whom I have always trusted so much actually wants to kill myself. I know, so I will torture you and blackmail you. Obadiah sneered. I know you like pepper pots. So smart, Stark. Guess what means I will use on pepper pots to force you to hand over this technology. Tony's expression suddenly changed. With Obadiah's character, this is absolutely no joke. Shameless old thief. Ha ha, seeing how excited you are, I know you care about it. I'll give you an hour to think about it seriously. Obadiah walked out of the laboratory with a smile on his face. He said to the 4 heavily armed men who came in, protect him and don't let this goose that lays golden eggs commit suicide. Then he took his men and went straight to Stark Tower. Tony was left with a look of despair. If you hand over the miniaturization technology of the arc reactor, the world may fall into a quagmire of all-out war, but if you don't hand over the miniaturization technology of the arc reactor, Pepper will definitely be humiliated until death. These four burly men were definitely found deliberately by Obadiah. Is this the price of being a hero? Tony experienced the fiercest ideological struggle in his mind for a while and fell into a dilemma. Is it love or justice? Half an hour passed before I knew it. The sky outside fell into darkness. But Tony still hasn't thought about it. My whole body felt like it was about to burst. At this time, just hear a loud bang. The heavy alloy door of the sealed laboratory was kicked open. Who? The four sturdy men reacted quickly, without waiting for anyone to answer. He already pulled the trigger in his hand. For M4A1 assault rifles spit out tongues of fire crazily. Suddenly there was loud gunfire in the laboratory. Smoke spreads everywhere. Nearly 100 bullets were fired in just a few breaths. But without exception, it all seemed like hitting a metal iron plate, making a clanging sound. Word fuck. The four of them couldn't believe their eyes. The man in front of him, wearing ferocious blue armor, didn't even move. Their bullets are useless. I saved your life against Stark. How do you want to repay him? As he spoke, Wang Kai began to walk quickly, as fast as lightning. The tiger is underfoot and the wind is blowing. The four sturdy men only saw an afterimage in their field of vision. Before I could react, I suddenly felt my strength draining rapidly. Bloodlines slowly appeared on the neck. As soon as his eyes closed, his body fell uncontrollably. Quick, leave me alone and go save Potts. She is in danger now. Tony was not happy to see Wang Kai. On the contrary, I was extremely worried about little Pepper's safety. Rest assured, Wang Kai put a touch on the mask, revealing that extremely handsome young face. Coulson leads a team of SHIELD agents to protect her. As he spoke, he stepped forward and cut off the rope on Tony's body, and the latter finally relaxed. What should I do with this electromagnet? Wang Kai asked. Just go find a car battery. Tony looked helpless. The matter was urgent, and he couldn't care less. After going round and round, I returned to the car battery. The two quickly left Stark Industrial Area. Wang Kai did not chop the Iron Overlord into scrap metal. After all, the check-in mission of Iron Man vs. Iron Overlord still needs to continue. Tony drove back to his beach house. After removing the electromagnet and installing the old-fashioned small arc reactor for himself, Iron Man came to life again after putting on an extremely cool mechanical suit. Obadiah. Tony growled lowly. The pilot's suit sprayed out angry flames and flew towards Stark Tower with a whoosh. I'm anxious. Wang Kai was quite emotional when he saw Tony running to confront Obadiah without even having time to say a word. Look at the Mark II next to you that has not yet been painted. There is no fluctuation in my heart. Teleport directly to Stark Industrial Zone, silently waiting for the sign-in time to come. On Obadiah's side, first, I came to the company and accidentally found Xiaojiao leaving in a hurry. He looked anxious and was protected by bodyguards. This immediately aroused Obadiah's alarm. After arriving at his office, checking the history records, I found that all confidential files had been copied. Fake. All criminal records were taken away. As long as he is exposed, his life will be over. Go kill that woman. Get the USB flash drive back. Whoever can do it will get $5 million. Obadiah gave tips on how to deal with it. The mercenaries under him immediately went excitedly to find the trouble for Little Pepper, and he himself returned to Area 16, want to hide Tony in another place. As a result, when I returned to the laboratory, I only saw the death of 4 of my subordinates. He instantly realized that he had been tricked. Damn. Obadiah roared in his heart, seeing that he was about to reach the sky in one step. The steps under his feet were actually taken away. This time he would definitely fall to pieces. But Obadiah knows Tony very well, knowing that he will definitely come to take revenge in person. So now there is still some way to save it. Quickly arrived at a secret basement in District 16. Obadiah's Iron King uniform is here. This was what he immediately sent people to search for in the Terrorist Valley after he knew that Tony was back alive. He brought back all the design drawings and scrap parts, made after a few minor improvements of my own. It is huge in size and stronger than Mark III. On the right hand is a 20mm caliber rotary cannon. On the left arm is a 6-shot Sidewinder missile, On the shoulder is an anti-tank rocket, and on the foot is a rocket nozzle, which provides sufficient thrust for the suit to fly. The aesthetic style of Soviet heavy industry is everywhere reflected. Chapter 20. Putting on the battle suit, Obadiah broke through the wall and came out to the roof of the factory in District 16, silently waiting for Tony to come. Wang Kai watched indifferently, invisible. It's finally time to wrap up Iron Man 1 and complete this check-in. But suddenly, the phone rang. Wang Kai's position was immediately exposed. Upon hearing this, Obadiah immediately turned towards the direction of the sound. He raised his right-hand cannon and shouted, "Who is it? Come out." In desperation, Wang Kai could only show up. He took out his phone and checked it to find that it was Coulson. "Hello." Just press the answer button. Wang Kai made a phone call while minding his own business. When Obadiah saw this, he was furious and furious. It doesn't matter if the Iron Overlord is not surprised when he sees him. He actually dares to completely ignore himself. This is a steel mecha nearly 3 meters tall. A complete killing machine. The sense of oppression it brings is enough to be jaw-dropping. But Wang Kai didn't react at all. This seems like an insult to Obadiah. Go to hell. Obadiah ran over and raised huge amounts of steel palms and slapped Wang Kai hard. Wang Kai looked at the steel hand as if he was frightened and did not move. Seeing that the big slap is about to touch my forehead, Wang Kai finally ended the call and put down his phone. Kick your feet. Raise your hands. Just listen to a muffled bang. A ring of smoke spreads out from under your feet. Nothing happened to Wang Kai. He was able to withstand this blow using only his physical strength. What? Obadiah was immediately shocked and turned pale. This slap is enough to kill a buffalo with huge amounts of mechanical force. As a result, this young man who looked extremely immature actually blocked it very easily. This person must not be left here. Obadiah raised his right-hand cannon. The black muzzle of the gun was almost shoved into Wang Kai's nose. But without waiting for Obadiah to press the launch button, Wang Kai turned into an afterimage and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already downstairs, dozens of meters away from the two of them. Want to run? The aiming system immediately locked onto Wang Kai. The Sidewinder missile on his arm rotated and ejected, spraying out hot fireworks and flying straight towards Wang Kai. Swirling blade. The rotating blue blade suddenly flew out, collided with the Sidewinder missile in the air. The dazzling flames are extremely dazzling at night. Just hearing the roar of an explosion, Wang Kai disappeared without a trace. Only the lingering sound surrounds it. Don't die too quickly. Let your father spare your life in vain. It's not that I don't want to accept these 100 check-in points, but the sign-in time has not arrived, and Coulson is in urgent need of his help. Obadiah was gnashing his teeth in his uniform. After searching and finding that no one was found, they had to give up. At this time, Tony finally arrived, and the battle between the two was finally about to begin. Coulson sighed. He discovered that the situation was far more serious than he imagined. A group of unidentified militants suddenly appeared, armed with automatic weapons. They started shooting at them wildly in the car. A real-life GTA was staged on the streets for a while. The roar of car engines and the continuous sound of gunshots frightened passers-by. They hid in the shops along the street. He didn't dare to show his head until the sound of gunfire gradually faded away. Damn it! How dare Obadiah let his men commit such a blatant attack? Coulson hated this kind of racing gunfight. Looking at the fanatical mercenaries chasing after them, I knew that these guys had been blinded by money. They had no choice but to take out their Glocks and fight back. The group of people fought and fled, driving quickly towards the NYPD police station. At this time, Little Pepper bowed down and was safely protected by the agents. Listening to the continuous sound of gunfire, I felt like my heart was about to jump out of my chest. God knows if the next bullet will hit the fuel tank and cause an explosion, or hit the tire and make the car roll over, or even smash their heads directly through the glass. Kai isn't here yet. Come on. Logically speaking, his mecha can fly over in a few minutes. Coulson responded, looking back at the 3 cars chasing behind me, but in an instant, even his face turned green. What the hell? RPG. As soon as he finished speaking, the mercenary holding a rocket launcher in the vehicle behind him pulled the trigger, and the rocket flew with a long tail towards the vehicle where Coulson and others were riding. The driving agent instantly hit the steering wheel. The car swerved and barely dodged the rocket. Boom. There was a roar on the road ahead. The dazzling firelight flashed away. The agent's vision was temporarily affected. He almost hit the road pillar. As a result, he turned the steering wheel hard and made a screeching sound, and the car turned sideways and rolled on the street. Coulson saw the emergency situation and hugged Pepper. This resulted in him not being injured in the collision. The car rolled over 3 or 4 times, finally stopped. Several people were beaten to pieces. It was difficult to escape from the carriage for a while. Quick! Kill them! The pursuing Abade men were so happy that they fired another rocket. Seeing that several people were about to be blown up into the sky, suddenly there was the noise of a jet aircraft in the distance. Huge amounts of sound filled the streets. The airwaves it brought were like a Category 8 gale. Flying from the end of the street in the blink of an eye, Wang Kai piloted the Metal Storm mecha and finally appeared, arriving above the mercenaries in an instant. Then he suddenly changed direction and punched downwards. Boom! The vehicle exploded into pieces. The people inside died suddenly. The flames rose up along the mecha's arms, but he couldn't reach the angular face of the mecha. Wang Kai stood up and glanced at the other 2 cars at his feet. The people inside had fear written all over their faces. A 5-meter-tall mecha appeared. The speed is even faster than the speed of sound. This frightening sense of oppression, even giving them 10 times the RPG, is useless. We surrender. Surrender. Quickly throw down your weapons and raise your hands. The remaining 5 mercenaries very wisely walked out of the car and lay on the ground with their heads in their hands. Coulson also climbed out of the rolling car at this time. He looked up and was stunned to see this cool mecha. Oh my god, this is 1,000 times more handsome than in the photo. That's enough. Kai, leave the rest to us. Coulson said loudly. Together with Coulson, there are a total of 5 agents. They all only suffered minor injuries. There was no problem watching over this group of terrified mercenaries. Oh well. Wang Kai teleported on the spot again. 3 seconds after a blue aura appeared on his body, he returned to Stark Industrial Area 16. Ha ha ha, Tony. Obviously my mecha is stronger. An extremely wild voice sounded. Iron Overlord is currently torturing Iron Man. Since there is no help from Little Pepper in the original plot, coupled with the insufficient energy of the old reactor, so Tony played extremely hard. Ding! It is detected that the host has arrived at the check-in location where Iron Overlord fights Iron Man. The check-in time is 3 minutes. If the stay time is less than 3 minutes, the check-in will be deemed as failed. The countdown to check-in is 2 minutes and 59 seconds. The sound of the system sounded, and the metal storm was as fast as lightning. It came to Iron Overlord in an instant and kicked Iron Overlord away with 1 kick. Iron Overlord crashed through the wall and fell to the ground. Wang Kai immediately stepped forward and stepped on him. Charge up the palm particle cannon and aim it directly at Iron Overlord's head. Do you deserve to be called a mecha? Duh. Chapter 21. Metal Storm, who is 5.21 meters tall, can step on Iron Overlord who is less than 3 meters tall. 1 foot is almost as big as Iron Overlord's chest. The 2 are not on the same level in terms of body shape alone. It's like a father hitting his son. Go to hell. Obadiah was so angry that he burst into smoke and thunderous rage. Raise your left arm to launch all Sidewinder missiles at once. In an instant, the metal storm was covered in flames and roars, but Wang Kai only felt a little movement. Sidewinder missiles are like tickling metal storm. How can this be? Obadiah did not believe in evil, so he raised the 20mm caliber rotating cannon in his other hand, pointed it at the mecha, and poured out all the bullets. The dense rain of bullets even formed spears of bullets, but it still couldn't break through Metal Storm's defense. Then Abade sprayed flames from his feet, want to escape from the Metal Storm, but the rocket jet that can make Iron Overlord fly high into the sky seems to be nailed to the ground without moving at all. Your time has come, Wang Kai said coldly. The particle cannon suddenly fires from the palm of your hand. The blue electric light carried huge amounts of kinetic energy and instantly touched the Iron Overlord's head. Just a roar dented the Iron Overlord's mask. Then Wang Kai switched to his other hand, fired the palm particle cannon again. Boom, the oozing blood flows out. Wang Kai also received the message from the system. Ding, Congratulations to the host for killing the villain Iron Overlord and gaining 100 check-in points. Golden light shines around you. The mecha suddenly became transparent and then disappeared. Wang Kai fell from the sky. The Iron Overlord looked indifferent. Stark, I have saved you 3 times, and I saved Potts just now. Don't you have anything to say? Tony stood up staggeringly. Watching Wang Kai fill the cup, his eyelids jumped. What should he say? You've stolen all the limelight. I'm going to run with you and get beaten all the time? I can defeat him without you coming here. The arrogant Tony had a look of broken thoughts on his face, but then he changed the subject and said, Don't worry, I will let Jarvis hack into all the electronic devices connected to the internet when I go back. There will always be clues after sifting through the layers. Wang Kai then jumped off the Iron Overlord with satisfaction. Tony is willing to do such illegal and criminal things. It was hard for him to say anything more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in at the place where Iron Overlord fought Iron Man. The sign-in time exceeded 3 minutes, and the sign-in task was successfully completed. Ding! The reward is 300 check-in points. Ding! The next sign-in location is where Tony Stark announces his identity as Iron Man. If you stay for more than 1 minute, you will be deemed to have signed in successfully. This is very easy, and now he happens to be at check-in point 900. Add another 100 points to make up the next 10 draws in a row. There is no need to say more about what happens next. With all the evidence of Obadiah's crimes, Tony, who had been kicked out of the board of directors by Obadiah, came back and regained control of the board of directors after absorbing Obadiah's shares, appointing Pepper, the most trustworthy person, as CEO. Stark Industries' stock has finally begun to recover after plummeting. The board of directors won't say anything anymore when they have money. Then it was to block the way for the military to reach out and ask for weapons. Tony took the initiative to hand over the Mark II to his friend Colonel Rhodes. A good gay friend can tell what the other person means with just one look. The steel suit technology exceeds the current world technological level by at least 30 years. If you leave it to the military, they won't be able to figure out a way out for a while. So under the operation of the two people's connections, Stark Industries finally made it through the crisis safely. 3 days later, the press conference was held. Tony stood on the podium looking at the countless reporters below. With a thought in my heart, I threw the speech copy away very coolly. My friend Colonel Rhodes, who was watching, covered his head and was speechless for a while. Today I am here to announce a major event. But before Tony finished speaking, the reporters below asked a lot of questions. Mr. Stark, is the car chase on 5th Avenue last night related to Stark Industries? Especially the huge golden mecha with sharp edges that appeared at the end was so handsome. Mr. Stark, how do you explain the battle in the industrial area last night? Were the big black robots and the ordinary gold-red armor caused by Stark Industries? Do you know that golden mecha with sharp angles? Now he is the #1 topic on the internet. Tony was speechless for a moment. Something seems wrong. Why did his advanced armor become a golden-red ordinary armor? Everything is getting closer to that boy Wang Kai. This is not possible. We have to steal the limelight back. Ahem. Since you asked the question sincerely, I will tell you all the truth. All reporters settled down immediately. I want to hear what shocking words Tony, a prodigal son who never plays by the rules, will say. Rhodes' expression changed. Just wanted to step forward and stop Tony. The latter immediately gave me an "I understand" look. Rhodes had no choice but to believe Tony, step aside, and give him the stage. That big, silly robot was actually secretly built by Obadiah, the top executive of Stark Industries. The driving energy of the armor is a new technology one invented, the arc reactor miniaturization technology. Obadiah stole the finished product of this technology and installed it on his own armor. The battle scenes in Stark Industrial Zone will only occur after the whereabouts are revealed. After Tony finished speaking, the scene was not as crazy as imagined. The finished product of the arc reactor has already appeared. Tony's factory was advertised when it was built. However, this cost problem is difficult to solve. Therefore, it has not been taken seriously. 9 out of 10 reporters Tony met had no idea how big a shock this technology would bring. Just add another fire. In the future, the small arc reactor will serve as a pure new energy product, replacing weapons and becoming the pillar industry of Stark Industry. As soon as these words came out, The reporters finally became excited. New energy. It sounds noble. This is an invention that can change the world. As for the golden red armor, newspapers also called it Iron Man. Tony suddenly smiled playfully. In fact, I am Iron Man. The atmosphere at the scene finally reached the climax as expected. Countless reporters handed the microphone to Tony's mouth. I want to interview about new energy, Iron Man, and the last person, and even so, there are actually more people asking about the golden armor. Mr. Stark, who is the driver of the golden armor? I'm Iron Man. Iron Man, may I ask who the owner of that extremely cool golden armor is? I'm Iron Man. Tony stormed out of the door angrily. What is this? Is Iron Man so shameless? Duh. Chapter 22. Jarvis, the #1 topic on the internet right now is Wang Kai, and the #2 topic is always me. Tony asked angrily while holding a tablet in the car. Sorry, sir. Second place is still Kai. Jarvis's voice sounded. It also changed the content on the tablet to the current topic ranking at a very timely manner. The first one is naturally the Metal Storm mecha. The sharp-edged appearance and cool golden body have attracted countless attention. And most importantly, he is too big. He is called Goldman by countless netizens, and Tony is Iron Man. Which is higher or lower is self-evident. The second one is Dad Kai. The video of him using his immortal demonic body to slash at the Grand Canyon with a 40-meter sword and chopping up mountain peaks like vegetables also shocked countless netizens. Although only the blue back remains in the end, the heat is still ridiculously high. The title has not yet been unified. Nicknamed the Blue Man, the third one is Iron Man, who is becoming more and more famous. Known for fighting terrorists. These three are the three heroes with the hottest topics and the most discussions. P.S. The fourth one is the new Good Neighbor Spider-Man. Tony's eyelids jumped after reading this. Kaiku is so powerful, but he really has no cards. Jarvis, by this website. Pin all topics related to me to the top. Yes, sir. Satisfy your vanity a little. Tony returned to the Coast Villa and started writing a program to find Wang Kai's sister. Face recognition has been used. Couldn't find any useful information at all. Therefore, some illegal means can only be used. This requires Tony to write several programs, like a magnet. Look for clues from clues like looking for needles in a haystack of keywords. Wang Kai sighed. He himself didn't expect that being invisible throughout the entire process would disrupt Tony's press conference. I don't want to unknowingly. His strength is already higher than most people in the Avengers. I am Iron Man, and the sign-in has been completed. The next check-in location is the familiar place where Abomination, who was beaten at the beginning and beaten countless times, fights with Hulk. Please wait for 5 minutes to sign in. With Wang Kai's current strength, it should be a sure shot against Abomination and Hulk. System, I want to draw a lottery, 10 draws in a row. Ding, 1,000 check-in points have been consumed, and the lottery is in progress. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the summoner skill, Purification. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the summoner skill, Fury. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting the equipment, Foaming Ring. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting the equipment, Whisper of the Wind. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the equipment, the Wind Spirit Emblem. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the equipment, the Encouragement Shield. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining equipment and star accessories. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining consumables, small medicine bottles, *3. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item, Passionate Roses *10. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting special items, coupon cards, and gift packs of your choice. Wang Kai's mind is like this. All are question marks. What the hell? A wholesale sale of auxiliary equipment. He just wants a skill enhancement point. Wang Kai felt that he needed calm boots to calm down. The skills of the two summoners are not bad. Purification removes all negative and control effects on oneself and becomes immune to control for 1.5 seconds, with a cooldown of 120 seconds. Fury. After use, all attributes of the self are increased by 10%, lasting 7 seconds, and cooling down for 60 seconds. With Purification, you no longer have to worry about being mind-controlled, and Fury is a good helper that can be used in seconds. But look at the next 5 auxiliary equipment, 2 rings, one red and one green, a golden armband that can be worn on the arm, a golden shield, and an emerald necklace. In addition to the unified 5% increase in movement speed and life limit, there are other attributes. Red ring, Fengming ring, increases the attack speed of friendly forces within a certain range by 20%. The green ring, Whisper of the Wind, can release a shield for designated teammates, with a cooldown time of 60 seconds. Golden armband, Wind Spirit emblem, increases the movement speed of friendly forces within a certain range by 20%, lasting 5 seconds, and has a cooldown time of 60 seconds. Golden shield, Shield of Inspiration, improves the defense of friendly forces within a certain range. Emerald necklace, Star accessory, establishes a connection with a teammate and shares the damage received. Except for the golden shield, the encouragement shield and the vibranium shield are both difficult to obtain. All other equipment can be worn on the body, and there are no attribute conflicts in the game. Although it also improved his strength, but I always feel that it is not as straightforward and comfortable as slashing the king with a sword. System: how do these pieces of equipment distinguish friendly forces from enemies? In the game is automatically divided into two parties, red and blue. This is certainly not the case in the real world. This is controlled by the user's subconscious mind. The system's answer is quite satisfactory. Wang Kai then put on 4 pieces of auxiliary equipment. Throw the encouragement shield into the system backpack, moving on to the last 2 special items. Passionate Rose, a flower card composed of 15 pink roses. When given to others, it can increase their favorability towards you and is a powerful tool for making friends. Discount coupon card optional gift pack. After opening it, you can get 100 points coupon discount card. System: can I recharge coupons and purchase items? No, the King's sign-in system does not have a fill money module. Then what's going on with this discount card? Isn't this a thank you for your patronage? What you said makes sense. After drawing the prizes, I have nothing to do. Wang Kai thought for a while, and then took out his phone and dialed Coulson's number. Hi, I'm Kai, and I want to conduct a test on my overall physical fitness. Although the latter was surprised, he didn't think much about it. After all, they also wanted. It would be better if we could get Wang Kai's blood. A Quinjet was directly dispatched to respond. In less than half an hour, we arrived at the SHILD headquarters. Coulson came to receive him. In words, I am very grateful to Wang Kai for saving his life last time. You're welcome. Since I get paid by SHIELD, this matter doesn't mean anything. I was given a monthly salary card of $100,000. It was also appropriate to save Coulson. You want to start testing from one aspect? SHILD has ample underground weapons testing sites. Coulson asked, let's start with weightlifting. So a much-anticipated test began. In addition to the SHILD agents who train daily, viewers, there are also senior executives such as Nick Fury behind the screen. Too light. Wang Kai looked at the 500-kilogram barbell at his feet and shook his head. Lift it up with a hook on the instep, hold it with one hand, and swing it twice. But the heavy metal barbell is like a children's toy. My strength is at least 5 tons. Is there such a counterweight? Coulson's eyelids jumped after hearing this. 5 tons, several levels higher than his idol Captain America. It turns out that your power is already level 4, so you have to go to other places to test it. This place is only for ordinary people. Chapter 23. Level 4. Coulson nodded and told Wang Kai about SHILD's strength test classification. 1 represents a weak object that cannot bear the same weight as itself. 2 represents normal and can bear objects of the same weight as itself. 3 represents the limit of ordinary people, an object that can bear twice its own weight. 4 represents beyond the limit of ordinary people and can bear a weight of 800 kilograms to 25 tons. 5 means far beyond the limit of ordinary people and can bear a weight of 25 tons to 75 tons. Then there is level 6, from 75 tons to 100 tons. Level 7, more than 100 tons, cannot be calculated. In addition, there are test values such as speed, endurance, intelligence, and combat skills, which basically follow the comic settings. Wang Kai has strength level 4, Captain America is power 3. Class: the upcoming Hulk. Hulk has strength level 7. The two of them were chatting and walking. Soon he left the place where ordinary agents were trained, much to the regret of many people. This is it. These devices are specially prepared for level 3 and above. Coulson pointed to the vast underground testing site. There are not all kinds of advanced instruments in it as imagined. There were only cement blocks, cars, and even a road roller with weights marked on them. You really know how to save money. Wang Kai complained. There must not be many people here all year round. Therefore, no high-tech testing equipment was purchased. Coulson smiled slightly and said nothing. I understand everything. Came to a 5-ton small roller. Wang Kai moved his body and started the test. The muscles all over the body are tense. Bend your knees down and reach out to grab the rail. Hold your breath and start jerking upward. As the strength continues to increase, he seemed to be able to hear the creaking sounds of the bones all over his body. When your legs are straightened, Wang Kai is also used to the feeling of heavy objects. The knees bend again, but not to let it go, but test your explosive power. Gritting his teeth, he poured out all the strength in his body in an instant. While others flipped the table, he flipped the road roller. He raised his hand and threw the road killer into the air. After spinning 3 times, he landed with a thud. A hole was made in the ground. Immortal demonic body. Blue armor surged onto his body. Wang Kai walked to a 10-ton road roller again and lifted it up again. This time it even flew up to the ceiling. After falling, the violent impact made a deafening sound, almost like an earthquake. Then came 15 tons, 20 tons, 30 tons. Wang Kai overturned all the rollers in the testing site. It didn't stop until it reached 50 tons. The constant roar and earthquake-like feeling left Coulson speechless and dumbfounded. The shock in his heart was all written on his face. Is the ground below this hollow or solid? Wang Kai suddenly asked, bring the shocked Coulson back to reality. Think about that video on the internet. He immediately shook his head like a rattle. No, no, no. Please collect your magical powers. Let's go test the others. The 100-meter run took less than 1 second. You can also run 3,000 meters in 40 seconds. Throw a shot put directly through the wall. After image appears in whack-a-mole, one-punch KO boxing machine. More than half of the test machines in the entire venue were damaged after turning on the immortal demon body. Wang Kai deeply engraved his unparalleled power in Coulson's memory. It was not easy to send Wang Kai away without any satisfaction. Coulson could only smile bitterly. Nick Fury is determined to bring Wang Kai closer to the Avengers. And in the darkness, Hydra, which actually controls S.H.I.E.L.D., sees things differently. This man is too strong. He will be an obstacle to Hydra's unification of the world. Alexander Pierce, the Minister of the World Security Council and actually the leader of the S.H.I.E.L.D. branch of Hydra, said this after watching Wang Kai's test. There's no way he and Nick Fury are on the same page. Just a moment to connect all the clues. A conspiracy has already taken shape in Pierce's mind. Use S.H.I.E.L.D. to eliminate Wang Kai. It only takes one very simple step. Let's go all out to find the girl named Luna. No matter what her situation is, she will definitely be related to several powerful families in the United States today. Pearson gave the order with a sinister smile. At this time, even Wang Kai did not expect that actually. Even Hydra started to help him find his sister. Compared to the hacking methods Tony used to find clues, Hydra's agents are even more unscrupulous. They have prepared enough truth serum that can make people tell the truth, as well as potions that can make people forget the memory of that night. People who take it will only remember that they drank too much and have no idea of everything they have revealed. So after kidnapping and releasing countless powerful people, finally, they found relevant clues. The result was unexpected. It can even be said that it is better than expected. The little girl committed suicide, which is related to many people. Pierce was instantly overjoyed after reading the relevant list. These idiots really asked for this. They did themselves a big favor by risking their own lives. New York, Grayburn College. Just a few hours ago, when Wang Kai went to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in Washington, a battle broke out here. Thunderbolt General Ross led the Hulk pursuit team to capture his son-in-law Bruce Banner. The result was a complete failure. Not only did his daughter Betty and son-in-law run away, but due to the huge damage and student casualties caused, General Ross was destined to be demoted under this influence. If you can no longer come up with something to gain support from Congress, then his future career will end here. And at this time, Wang Kai came to Grayburn College invisibly. This is actually not a hidden sign-in location. I feel a little disappointed. After all, this is also one of the venues for the Invincible Hulk battle. The famous scene Blonsky in human form was kicked away by Hulk happened here, and it was so unplayable. Night falls. Professor Samuel Stern, also known as Mr. Lawn, is explaining his research results to Dr. Banner in the laboratory. The antidote to cure you is not safe, and even if the correct dose is injected, there is no certainty it will be a temporary suppression or a complete cure, and it might kill you outright. But I'm very curious. Whether I do it or not is entirely up to you. After Mr. Lawn finished talking about the possible dangers, Dr. Banner thought for less than 3 seconds. I decided to take a gamble. Cured the disease that has tortured me for 5 years. Even though Hulk saved him countless times, Banner still thinks it's just a disease. A disease that has tortured me for 5 years. Bruce, this is too dangerous. My girlfriend Betty still wants to persuade her, but Banner is extremely determined. 5 years. 5 whole years. Do you know how I lived these 5 years? I can transform in a heartbeat. The last time I was in bed with you, I really... But damn Hulk. He definitely did it on purpose. Duh. Chapter 24. Hulk is dead and Jesus can't keep him. I said so. Dr. Banner was furious. He has had enough of 5 years of living like a monk. He wants everything back on track. Seeing her boyfriend being so determined, Betty stopped trying to stop him. This is for the lifelong happiness of the two of them. Come to the laboratory. Banner was fixed on the operating table in the center, and the injection needle was inserted. A device like a hemodialysis machine will draw out Banner's blood, mix it with the inhibitory antidote, and then inject it into the transformed Hulk so that the antidote can work. Betty picked up the anti-bite stick and put it into Banner's mouth. Prevent him from biting off his tongue, Mr. Lawn picked up the high-voltage electric shock device and looked excited. Come out, big guy. After speaking, Mr. Lawn pressed the electric shock device hard on Banner's forehead. There was a tingling sound. The latter immediately became extremely painful and began to struggle violently. The high-voltage electric shock caused blood vessels throughout Banner's body to bulge. Green lines appear on the body. The bones in some parts of the body expand uncontrollably. There was a cracking sound of bones breaking, and the muscles expand rapidly like balloons. The pain is comparable to being cut into pieces by 1,000 cuts. Bruce, hold on. Betty climbed directly onto Banner, who was undergoing a painful transformation. Then he grabbed the stunned Mr. Lawn next to him by his collar. Inject the antidote quickly. Only then did Mr. Lawn react and press the button. The green blood in the infusion tube quickly turns into blue and is injected into the body. The transformed Hulk's green eyes instantly lost focus. He shook his head wildly to resist, but could only helplessly shout, "No," and began to transform back into Banner. The green skin quickly receded and the body began to shrink. Even though Banner was extremely sleepy, still burst out with extremely hearty laughter. "Hey, I think we can finish what we regretted last time tonight." But unfortunately, without waiting for Betty to answer, a large number of soldiers suddenly broke into the door. The leader is none other than Blonsky, who has gone crazy. "Get out of my way." Blonsky threw Betty away. He grabbed Banner's neck and roared, "Where is he? Let him come out and fight me." The heartbeat counter on Banner's wrist kept ringing, clearly exceeding the warning line. But Banner, who used to transform at this time, didn't react at all, which made Blonsky extremely annoyed. Fake. A gun but knocked Banner unconscious. The soldiers immediately took him away, and Betty could only follow helplessly. "What a good thing you did." Blonsky watched Mr. Lawn grit his teeth. When the people were almost gone, he first killed the remaining female officer with a knife, then grabbed Mr. Land's collar with one hand and lifted him up directly. "You must have his blood when you study Hulk. Inject all of it into me." Then the painful roar sounded. Blonsky's elbows and heels grew sharp bone spurs. Even the back has an apex protruding from it. Blonsky transformed into a 3-meter-tall abomination. Mr. Lawn was knocked over with a slap, and the latter hit the instrument and injured his head. At this time, a ball of Hulk serum took the opportunity to drip in, and Mr. Land's head mutated, revealing a weird smile. And the hatred roared through the walls. "Run into the street and start killing." Ding! It has been detected that the host is in the hidden sign-in location of the birthplace of hatred, and the sign-in process has begun. Ding! It is detected that the host is in the hidden sign-in location where the big boss is born, and the sign-in process will begin. The countdown to check-in is 2 minutes and 59 seconds. The system's sound sounded. Wang Kai, who came here with General Ross's motorcade, showed a satisfied smile, and finally asked him to find a hidden sign-in location, and it was not a replacement sign. If I kill the big boss now, is there any extra reward? Wang Kai suddenly asked. Mr. Lon Professor Samuel Stern. He is also the later villain and boss. He has unlimited intelligence and mind control abilities that far exceed those of ordinary people. This caused his head to become extremely large, so he was called the Big Boss. In the comics, there was a plan to spread gamma rays all over the world, turn all life into a Hulk like Hulk, and it worked. But now he has done nothing. Wang Kai wants to know if there are additional check-in points to prevent such a disaster in advance. Extra rewards are impossible. Host, please don't daydream. The unpretentious voice of the system echoed in my mind. Wang Kai's eyelids twitched, and he didn't know what to say. Professor Stern, who wanted to escape here to carry out his evil plan, was killed with one knife. The future king of the Gamma world died at the place where the dream began. I waited another 2 minutes to complete the check-in. After getting 700 check-in points, we moved to the next check-in location. On the street, the ugly abomination is slaughtering the Hulk hunting party. I don't care at all that this is my former comrade in arms. The rifle bullets of the soldiers had no effect on it. All the warheads in contact were easily bounced away. So I immediately replaced it with a Javelin anti-tank missile. Aim at the target and pull the trigger. A dazzling flame burst out from behind the launch tube with a whooshing sound, flying towards hatred with the strong hatred of the soldiers. But when he was about to hit the abomination, he was caught in his hand. Then he slapped himself on the forehead fiercely. Boom! The flames instantly surrounded half of Abomination's body, but it didn't cause him any harm. A vicious smile appeared on the ugly face. The soldiers watched with despair in their hearts. Let me have a good beating. He casually lifted a car and threw it out like a toy, then flattened the soldier who had just fired an anti-tank missile at him. Hatred roared to the sky and continued to ravage the street. And all this was seen by Wang Kai, Nick Fury, and General Ross. Where's Tony? Doesn't he love to be in the limelight? Nick Fury asked Coulson. He is still fighting terrorists on the other side of the world. There is no way he can come back. Waterfa, what about Kai? I can't get through. Nick Fury was furious when he heard this. Why did everything fall apart at the critical moment? At this time, a figure quickly fell from the sky. When it fell on the ground, it made a deep hole. Then a huge amount of green palms stretched out from inside and let out a shocking roar. Hulk, Dr. Banner's dream, came to an end in less than an hour. Hulk appears again. Hate the overwhelming excitement. Needless to say, the two of them ran towards each other with all their strength. The fists collided with each other in an instant, carrying hundreds of tons of force. Boom! Broken bones and flesh. The powerful force collided together, and even the air seemed to have no time to escape. It exploded instantly, shattering countless glass on the street. Then the fist wind roared hundreds of meters, shot on the face of every viewer. It even made them feel a sting. Even the wind of fists can hurt people. These are two complete monsters. Countless excited crooked nuts ignore the danger. He raised his phone and started recording the fierce fight between the two. Chapter 25. It finally appeared. Wang Kai stood invisible on the roof, watching the two green-skinned monsters fighting each other with fists and fists. Their expressions were indifferent. Such a battle. He can finish it with one strike. Ding! It is detected that the host has arrived at the sign-in location, the place where the Hulk fights. The sign-in time is 5 minutes. If the stay time is less than 5 minutes, the sign-in will be considered failed. The countdown to check-in is 4 minutes and 59 seconds. The system prompt sounds as usual. Wang Kai continued to wait. The battle has just begun. Hulk was injected with a suppressing antidote, so he was unable to exert his full strength. But even so, he was able to fight back and forth with Abomination. The two of them punched each other and kicked each other, until the flesh and blood splashed out. You don't deserve such power at all. Hatred grinned and struck an uppercut. The Hulk was so dizzy that he took off on the spot. Then he crushed the concrete floor with his foot and hit Hulk hard like a discharged cannonball. The Hulk flew out with a loud bang and smashed several cars before stopping. At this time, the countdown is 3 minutes. Hulk stood up, looking at the ugly hatred. The teeth are almost broken. Punch the police car next to you. The terrifying force tore the police car in half. Hulk grabbed the car wreckage and ran towards the abomination like an iron-fingered tiger. He flew forward and struck fiercely. There was just a loud noise and Abomination was embedded into the concrete floor. Then Hulk directly rode on Abomination and pointed at Abomination's big bald head and greeted him crazily. Bang, bang, bang. Hulk's set of extremely ferocious hui piao piao punches can deform even pig iron. But the result was that the wreckage of the police car was smashed into pieces. The hatred was still extremely ugly. Is this all you have? Hatred spat out the teeth in his mouth and smiled evilly. Pull out the big leg and aim it at Hulk's face. It's like a rabbit kicking an eagle. Bang, Hulk flew straight out like a cannonball. It actually hit the concrete street and floated on it. In the end, it rolled countless times and crashed through several walls before stopping in front of a 6-story apartment. The distance between the two is more than 200 meters. This shows how powerful this kick is. This will count down to 1 minute. Hatred ran towards Hulk with a ferocious smile on his face. Wang Kai also took out his mobile phone, turn off airplane mode. As a result, Coulson's call came within 10 seconds. Kai, there's a big event. Coulson's extremely anxious voice came out, while Wang Kai was very calm. I've already seen it, but it's just a chicken and a dog's ears. Coulson was speechless for a moment. You have to look at the person before filling the cup, right? That's Hulk, the invulnerable Hulk. General Ross used various advanced Stark weapons to catch him for 5 years, but failed to catch him. And Hatred looks like he is a ruthless person, definitely not much weaker than Hulk. Kai, don't be careless. Wang Kai just smiled coldly and said, have you ever heard of the sword technique that falls from the sky with one move? Hang up the phone. Wang Kai switches to Metal Storm. Blue particle beams were ejected from under the feet and flew straight into the sky. Boom, the metal storm exceeded the speed of sound, and a shocking roar sounded in the sky. It immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Even the fighting Hulk and Abomination looked up into the sky. There seems to be a blue meteor in the deep dark night sky. It was speeding down towards them. This is none other than Wang Kai, driving the metal storm mecha to fly 400 to 500 meters in the air. Then he aimed at the Abomination and rushed straight down. Switch hero template. The immortal demonic body activates instantly. The violence begins. Huge amounts of blue magic blades appear in hands. The blade cuts through the air. It makes an extremely loud sound. It's as if even the air has been cut open. Wang Kai held the magic blade tightly. In the blink of an eye, Hatred is getting closer and closer. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 m. The expression of hatred and shock is already reflected in his eyes. Time seems to become extremely slow. Wang Kai exploded with all his strength and wielded the knife with both hands. Strike down the ugly hatred. The huge light blue sword energy appeared instantly and fell like a mountain. It encountered some obstacles in the abominable body, but it still penetrated unstoppably. Boom! The sword energy touched the ground and caused a shocking roar. A huge inverted triangular ravine was carved into the ground. Hatred's eyes were confused. The crazy look on his face disappeared, and he actually revealed a sense of clarity. With a soft squeaking sound, his body separated to both sides, and his consciousness gradually fell into the abyss. The 6-story small high-rise apartment behind him looks huge, but it is no different from a hollow cake, split into 2 parts from the roof to the basement. There is also a large gap as wide as one person in the middle. It has completely become a ruined building. The scene was extremely silent for a moment. The passerby who was photographed was so open that he was about to dislocate his jaw. Coulson was so shocked that he tore off his precious hair and beat it back. Nick Fury almost popped out his only intact eyeball. Shocking, powerful, terrifying. This is how everyone feels at this time. It was indeed the right thing not to let him test this move at the headquarters. Coulson muttered, "Speed is power." Wang Kai's sword was indeed extremely vicious. With his strength and such speed, even a brick can knock Abomination unconscious, let alone a move that can chop up the Red Rock Peak like a vegetable. Bang! In front of the hateful corpse that was cut in half with a knife, Wang Kai walked out of the deep pit he made. This knife is too powerful. Even he can't buffer it. He was forcefully taken underground by inertia. With the protection of the immortal demon body, he was not injured, but he frowned when he looked at the 6-story apartment in front of him that was split open by his knife. TSK, the 6th floor is too low. It would be better if it were higher. It's a pity that there is no building for him to experiment. Otherwise, he would also know how many floors he could split with one knife. In ancient times, there was a tradition of splitting armor, splitting bamboo tubes, and splitting bamboo slips to test the sharpness of swords, but in Wang Kai's case, it became splitting buildings. The check-in task has been completed. The villain has also been killed. Just as Wang Kai was about to leave, he suddenly felt a gust of wind whistling behind him, and he reacted extremely quickly to avoid it immediately. He found that the Hulk turned around and stared at him fiercely with his teeth gritted. It turns out that Hulk was so stunned by the hateful beating just now. As a result, hatred was split into two as soon as he woke up. Without an opponent to vent his anger, the Hulk becomes even angrier. So after seeing Wang Kai wearing strange armor again, he directly launched an attack. You really don't know what fear is, Wang Kai said coldly. Raging, sprinting, and wind spirit emblem are activated at the same time. Huge amounts of the magic blade clenched in hand. As fast as thunder, the Hulk had no time to react. I saw an extremely cold blue light passing over Hulk's shoulder. Phew, like a sharp knife piercing the flesh. Then a squeaking sound passed by. The magic blade instantly brought out a large amount of green blood. Hulk was stunned for a moment before his expression changed drastically. He lay on the ground wailing in great pain, covering his right arm and letting out a miserable scream. This is a lesson. I originally wanted to cut off your arm, but your bones are really hard. Duh. Chapter 26. Wang Kai cut off half of Hulk's shoulder with a knife. Bring at least 5 or 6 kilograms of green leather with you. Hulk was rolling on the ground in pain. But the Hulk is Marvel's #1 tank after all, possessing extremely powerful self-healing power and regeneration ability. Even if the defense is broken and cannot be killed with one hit, the Hulk still cannot be affected. Sure enough, it only lasted 3 or 4 seconds. Hulk's shaved shoulders grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just looking at Wang Kai, there was nothing but anger in his eyes, more of a fear. No one could ever hurt him like this. Even if it is hit head-on by an armor-piercing round from a main battle tank, it's just a little bit of skin, but Wang Kai almost took off his arm. Although his intelligence was low after his transformation, but the strong biological instinct made Hulk retreat quickly. He didn't yell and ran away without looking back. Kick your feet hard and jump to the roof. Then he jumped away quickly. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. A powerful voice approached from a distance. It turned out that General Ross and the remaining soldiers surrounded him. Looking at Hulk's anatomy and the abomination split in half, there is also a gully that is 40 meters long and the building that seemed ready to collapse at any moment. General Pili couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He didn't expect that the super soldier he had been pursuing would be so vulnerable. If that knife fell from the sky and hit Hulk, Hulk would probably be in trouble. Hero, you just saved the city. Can you tell us who you are? General Ross asked eagerly. Wang Kai took a deep look at the initiator of all this. Didn't pay attention to him at all. Activate the secret skill, stealth on the spot, and leave invisibly. When General Ross saw Wang Kai suddenly disappear, he got angry and immediately came up. No one dares to ignore themselves like this. After cursing a few words in the air, he ordered the soldiers to recover the abomination's corpse and Hulk's body tissue, which were extremely important experimental materials. But before they could take action, Nick Fury brought Coulson and a large group of agents over and surrounded General Ross. No nonsense. General Ross was extremely angry as soon as the bald director opened his mouth. General, we are the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. We are taking over this place now. Please leave. Do you think you are the president? General Ross was so angry that he laughed. I have never seen such a shameless person come out to lick Nick Fury's face. Point at Nick Fury's face and laugh angrily. Not only are you ugly, you also want to be beautiful. This is an item belonging to the military. Load it up for me. General Ross did not give any face to the department that he had never heard of. But his ridicule did not make the one-eyed director angry. The latter just said quietly, "Our people killed Abomination. Why did you take him away?" "Really? I also said that man is my son-in-law. Call him out again." General Ross was sarcastic, and neither of them would give in. In the end, they adopted the most primitive method. Rub. After all, it's exactly half the number per person. As for Hulk's body tissue, it is the focus of competition. As a result, all this was photographed by onlookers and posted on the internet. The American people vividly call this dog eat dog. He thought that these men in black and the soldiers didn't care about their lives at all, but went to fight for the dead bodies, just like wild dogs. Before daybreak, the news about the blue man suddenly appearing and slashing to death, causing countless casualties and damaging many buildings, and slashing the tall and muscular Hulk to death, had already spread throughout the world. Tony's position as the #1 topic has not yet been secured. He was squeezed down again. When people were shocked by Wang Kai's terrifying strength, the famous saying, "times have changed," is being widely used on the internet. Discussing how powerful Wang Kai's sword is. Can it kill Iron Man or Metal Storm? Tony was shot for no apparent reason. Jarvis could only ask Jarvis to delete all related posts with a sad face. There was a heated debate on the internet for a while. The protagonist of the incident, Wang Kai, was conducting daily lottery draws at his home. Complete the sign-in mission and kill the villain Abomination, earn 600 check-in points. Together with the previous 700 points, a total of 1,300 check-in points were obtained. System, I want to draw a lottery, 3 draws in a row. Ding, it consumes 300 check-in points and the lottery is in progress. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining consumables, small medicine bottles, *3. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item, passionate roses, *10. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item and skill enhancement point, *1. Seeing the skill enhancement points that I missed day and night, Wang Kai breathed a long sigh of relief, added directly to the immortal demon body, raised it to level 8. Ding, congratulations to the host for upgrading the skill Immortal Demonic Body, which increases the original attributes by 160%. The current level is 8. There is no duration limit after being turned on. The current skill integrate. 1 ride can equal 1,000. System, integrate Overlord / Ding, the skill integrate has been completed. Congratulations to the host for integrating the skill Overlord / into the Immortal Demon Body. 1 horizontally and 1 vertically, Dad Kai's cross-cut. Wang Kai smiled with satisfaction. This is considered a self-created skill of his, right? A blue aura appeared on his body, and he was immediately transported to the Grand Canyon to experiment with the horizontal slashing power of the integrated skill. At this time, the SHIELD headquarters, Coulson was running to Nick Fury's office with an anxious look on his face. He finally investigated clues about Wang Kai's sister Luna. It's just that the number of people involved and the identities of each powerful person made him a little at a loss. "Sir, you'd better take a look at this." Coulson walked in without even having time to knock on the door. With a worried look on his face, Nick Fury knew that something big had happened. After reading all the information with a solemn expression, Nick Fury showed rare anger. He threw the information in his hand directly on the floor. The 3 giant families that control Wall Street all have important personnel on the list. In addition, there are several high-ranking officials and dignitaries, and the person with the highest superficial status in the United States. Don't he know about the zipper door incident? Nick Fury was almost furious. The incident really turned out according to the worst-case scenario he imagined. Once Wang Kai knows all the lists and the information, no one can escape. There will be a big earthquake in the United States. When the time comes, there will be a battle between SHIELD and him. No matter what the result is, this is not something Nick Fury can accept. "Sir, what do you think we should do?" Coulson had a wry smile on his face. If he wanted to take sides, he would definitely side with S.H.I.E.L.D. But once a fight breaks out, with Wang Kai's elusive invisibility, the SHIELD headquarters and himself may be bombed that day. Nick Fury had a straight face and wanted to say that he didn't know either. But after thinking about it, it seems that there is really no way to have the best of both worlds. The best solution currently seems to be, that is to eliminate Wang Kai preemptively. This way the impact can be minimized. Chapter 27. To kill the person who might save the world in the future? And can he kill the other party? Nick Fury is completely unsure. And once it is done, SHIELD's reputation will be completely ruined. No one will trust SHIELD anymore. No one will join the Avengers again. This is almost an unsolvable problem. Don't tell Kai yet. Keep it secret for as long as you can. Nick Fury said in a deep voice. Also, go dig up the girl's body. Maybe SHIELD can give Kai an explanation. Coulson suddenly froze on the spot. Is this to destroy the corpse and eliminate all traces? But in an instant, another possibility came to mind. You want to clone a replacement? That's right, cloning plus implanting memory. If you are lucky enough, you can completely fake it. Nick Fury sighed in his heart. Since the problem has no solution, we have to create an answer that can be solved by ourselves. But unfortunately, sometimes no matter how well planned, there is nothing you can do if you are already in the trap. Before Coulson could take action, Wang Kai suddenly received a secret document. The content is exactly the same as what Coulson has in his hand. It was all leaked out intentionally by Hydra. Rothschild, Morgan, Rockefeller. Wang Kai looked at a name on the list. Just check it out on your computer. Then we know the huge energy represented by these surnames. Although the combined forces behind these people are enough to control most of the United States, the wealth is comparable to that of a second-rate country. But unfortunately, no amount of money can buy your own life. Teleport. Wang Kai's face was as cold as frost. Although there is endless anger, at this moment, all the flames are buried under the ice, hidden and restrained, just waiting for it to explode. It's all earth-shaking. In Tony's coast villa, at this time, looking at the information given by Wang Kai, his expression was ugly. The motive for committing the crime, the process of committing the crime, and the final disposal of the body were clearly stated on it, just like a confession. The whole process is not complicated. The rich and powerful like underage beautiful girls, so there is demand from above. Someone will do it below. Jean Bin is the liaison between the top and the bottom. The New York gang is the enforcer. This time, they plan to kidnap 13 girls. One of the targets is Wang Kai's sister Luna. Then came the tortured to death. The body will be buried in the woods outside the family castle and disposed of. No one can find any clues, because anyone who dares to inquire will only get burned. Can you confirm the authenticity of this information? Wang Kai asked coldly. He wouldn't just go to the door and start killing people. The origin of this information is strange. He knew that not many people were looking for him, and the only ones who could obtain such detailed information were Osborn, Stark, and S.H.I.E.L.D. After using the elimination method, you can easily find out what Hydra did. These guys have no good intentions. Wang Kai didn't want to work for them. Jarvis is checking it. The authenticity will be determined in half an hour. Tony put the information aside, looking at Wang Kai. I just feel like he is like an active volcano under the iceberg, which may erupt at any time. If this were true, would you kill them all? You know there's a president inside. That will ruin your life. Wang Kai turned back coldly, glanced at Tony, and then showed a frightening smile. Ruin my life? Hasn't it already been destroyed? Since I died and stood up again, nothing in the world can stop me. Tony was speechless for a moment. Don't tell others to be kind without having suffered others' suffering. If you don't feel the same way, what qualifications do you have to persuade others? Aren't you afraid of death? No matter how powerful you are, you can't defeat all kinds of missiles. Tony whispered. People are always born toward death. After the indifferent reply, the two of them stopped talking. Time flies. Half an hour passed quickly. Sir, after systematic and repeated comparison verification, the accuracy of the scan data is as high as 99%. Jarvis's electronic sound sounded. Wang Kai picked up the information and turned around to leave. Not another word was said. After Tony was silent for a moment, he informed Coulson of the situation. Water fake. Coulson was immediately confused. Was he going to collect the bodies of the powerful before he could take action? Do you have any good ideas? Coulson asked. It's very simple. If all the senior officials on the list are removed, the impact will not be that big. Tony's suggestion made Coulson's eyes light up. In this way, as long as they are arranged to encounter a plane crash, there will be no splash in society. Good idea. I'll go discuss it with Director Fury immediately. Inside Nick Fury's office, listening to Coulson's story, The bald man really wanted to curse. What kind of plan is this? Treat the World Security Council as a decoration? Will they turn a blind eye to such an obvious attempt to get someone to step down? Tony's plan is really his style. He didn't even consider that SHIELD is also under surveillance. If we do this, we will all be implicated. And it's not easy to get these high-ranking officials to step down. The Watergate incident took 2 years and 2 months, but Kai can kill all these scum in 2 days. How could Coulson not know? It's just that it's better than doing nothing. So in desperation, SHIELD joins forces with Tony. Expose all the scandals of senior officials on the list in the shortest possible time. For a time, all countries around the world raised their shoulders and watched the show. The American people said they have long been used to it. What is this? A couple of their presidents have died, and scandals are common. They don't pay as much attention to these things as the NBA. Child Castle. It is a luxurious castle located on top of Lucia Mountain in Central California. The scenery here is beautiful and luxurious. The furniture, tapestries, paintings, sculptures, fireplaces, ceilings, stairs, and even entire rooms in the castle are all art treasures. Therefore, it is also a good place for celebrities and powerful people to gather and have fun. Wang Kai's first stop for revenge, it starts here. It was teleported directly. It was still noon here at this time. Wang Kai disappeared and entered without anyone noticing. The man he is looking for is named Guy. He is a white-haired, perverted old man in his 60s. It's the first person in the data. Very lucky, the guy Wang Kai was looking for didn't go out. It only took more than 10 minutes to see the old guy who was studying English with the maid on the bed. Upon seeing this, Wang Kai stepped forward and knocked the woman unconscious with a knife. Then he grabbed the old guy by the neck, dragged him off the bed, and threw him directly to the floor. Do you know this girl? Take out the picture of Luna and put it in front of the old guy. Guy immediately became extremely frightened and nodded repeatedly. This girl was their only regret that day. Before she could do anything, she jumped from the building and fell to her death. It left a deep impression on everyone. Chapter 28. Tell her whereabouts. You have no choice. Wang Kai spoke coldly. The strength in his hands gradually increased. The old guy gradually experienced the feeling of suffocation, and it feels like my neck is about to break. She's not here. Guy struggled to come up with a few words from his throat. His voice was as hoarse as a broken bellows. We didn't touch her, and we didn't kill her. She committed suicide. Wang Kai frowned and released his palm. This is the only good news among the bad news. The old guy fell to the carpet with a thud, make a violent coughing sound. Upon seeing this, Wang Kai immediately gathered a magic blade and pressed it against his chest. If you want the guards to die, I don't care who you kill. The coughing stopped suddenly. The old guy looked at the blue magic blade in horror. Thinking of the videos that have gone viral these days, he immediately stammered and said, I really didn't touch the girl in the photo. There is no grudge between us. If you want money, I can compensate you, 50 million or 100 million, as long as you don't kill me. Wang Kai was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he put away the magic blade and said coldly, Okay, tell me where her body is buried. The old guy breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't speak directly but changed the topic. How can I guarantee my life's safety after telling the location? Wang Kai snorted coldly, staring at Guy with both eyes. Because I won't go against $100 million. Is this guarantee enough? The old guy hesitated for a moment. I struggled fiercely in my heart and still chose to believe that no one would give up $100 million because of a corpse. In the woods on the west side of the castle, there is a place marked with white marble. Wang Kai nodded. My feet are as fast as lightning. Suddenly, he kicked the old guy in the crotch. There was just a click and the bones shattered instantly. The old guy's eyes were almost bleeding. The miserable howl has not escaped my throat. It was cut off directly by the demon blade. Dark red blood splashed out, stained with gorgeous carpets. Wang Kai looked at the old guy with a dead look on his face, and his face was as cold as ice. You said we have no grudges? Now there is. Turn around and walk out of the bedroom coolly. Wang Kai disappeared and walked toward the woods on the west side. The west side of the castle is a regular artificial forest. All maple trees planted. The castle is only 5 minutes away. Marble, white marble. Wang Kai lowered his head and searched carefully. After a while, I found two diagonally opposite pieces of white marble. It looks very shabby. The traces of time are very conspicuous on it. This is it. I tried it on a hard ground, but I don't have any better digging tools at hand. I had no choice but to take out the encouragement shield, which had never had a chance to appear, from the space backpack. The roughly diamond-shaped shape turned out to be relatively easy to dig out. So Wang Kai started digging silently, but a minute later, Wang Kai did not see the rotting and decomposing bodies. But it's all white bones. Even if he knows nothing about identification, I also know that these are at least the bones of corpses that have been dead for a very long time. Damn it, no matter how stupid you are in this situation, you will know what it means. Child Castle was built in the 1920s. Over the course of nearly 90 years of history, I don't know how many people were buried here. The bones have calcified over time, and layer upon layer, although only within this narrow range. But it is enough to witness the history of sin. Do you also want revenge? Wang Kai asked in a low voice. A breeze suddenly appeared in the maple forest, let many tree trunks sway back and forth. He seemed to be nodding in agreement. Is this a coincidence? Or is it something mysterious? It doesn't matter anymore. The history of Child Castle ends here. The wind blew under my feet, and I took a few breaths before returning to the gate of the castle. At this time, the situation inside was in chaos because the old guy was found dead. Wang Kai activates the immortal demon body, holding huge amounts of the magic blade across his chest. The body twists to the left, eyes shining with anger. Then the whole body's strength was like a volcano erupting, causing an earth-shattering noise. Boom! An astonishing blue sword energy, nearly 100 meters wide, was instantly released from the blade. Like a crescent moon flying towards the castle at the speed of light. There was no pause after hitting the castle. All I saw was a flash of blue light. Child Castle was cut into two pieces with a knife. Huge amounts of kinetic energy threw the upper part directly into the air, and the blue crescent moon penetrates. He actually flew to the hill 100 meters behind. Then he hit it directly. The sound penetrates the clouds and cracks the rocks. The hilltop suddenly exploded, throwing countless amounts of dirt and gravel into the air. The scene is just like a real volcano erupting. Bang, 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 rubbles and soil rained down from the sky. The old castle that was split open by a knife was no exception. Flying back dozens of meters, after landing, it fell into thousands of pieces like a Lego toy. Gray smoke rises into the sky. Everyone on the third floor and above of the castle was buried under the debris. And those who stay where they are, only 1.5 floors of ruins of the castle remain. The fracture is extremely smooth, as if only a magic weapon could cause such damage. It is unimaginable that this was done by an 18-year-old boy. Take out the cat bomb. Wang Kai listened to the panic of crying father and mother in the ruins, as if the end of the world was coming. After thinking for 2 seconds, I decided not to blow up the remaining parts. Not for those lucky ones on the first floor, but I want to show this to Snake's shield. My strength is far beyond your imagination. Don't come to hinder me. Turn around and leave the ruins of the castle. No one found the invisible Wang Kai. It's as if all this is God's opening of eyes. Retribution is coming. After returning to the maple forest, continued digging to find Luna's body. A breeze blew past my face. It actually brought a warm feeling. Wang Kai reached out to grab it, but it only felt like quicksand passing in the palm of my hand, elusive. After 2 seconds of silence, he continued digging. Soon I found a jacket buried in the soil. Wang Kai could tell at a glance that these were Luna's clothes. But no body similar to Luna's size was seen. Less than a month has passed. No matter what, it will never turn into bones. Did that old guy lie to me? Impossible. There was no reason for him to seek death under the circumstances at that time. Wang Kai frowned and simply continued digging. But I searched for a while, still nothing. Just then the phone rang. I opened it and found that it was Coulson's phone. Directly pressing the connect button, Wang Kai wanted to hear what SHILD had to say. "Kay, we won't stop you about your sister, but can you slow down before killing her and give us some time to let SHILD oust the president and the powerful people from power and minimize the social image?" Wang Kai was silent for a moment. He said coldly, "It's too late. This is my revenge. Take a photo of the current castle and send it to Coulson." The latter could only smile bitterly when he saw this. "Your knife is so fast. Chapter 29. Coulson almost reached an agreement with Director Fury. Wang Kai's sword had already been swung down. You can kill an acquaintance. You can't kill an acquaintance. Those culprits deserve what they deserve, but who knows if there are innocent people in the castle. Cut it down like this. The impact is not as simple as the death of a financial tycoon. Really? Then you'd better take another look at these. Wang Kai sent another picture in a cold voice. It is the white bones in the maple forest. When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. Just hang up the phone. He has nothing to say to S.H.I.E.L.D. The advisory role ends here. But Luna's body was not found after searching the mass graves. Wang Kai kept thinking about coming up with a list. Turn around and leave directly for the next powerful man's castle. The local police will come here to dispose of these bones. Of course, they will also expose the whole matter. The speed of the media is always unbelievable. Childish Castle has just had most of its structure cut off with a knife. In less than an hour, media people gathered around like sharks smelling blood. Even though the Rothschild family is extremely powerful, but there was no way to block such a big movement. For a time, news about the pit of bones outside the manor and the god's sanction they had suffered inexplicably spread throughout the internet. No witnesses, no terrorist organization has claimed responsibility for the incident. Therefore, people can easily connect the bones with their families. All of a sudden, various arguments emerged one after another on the internet. But almost everyone thinks that this is a good thing done by the Rothschild family. And now it is just retribution. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Nick Fury looked solemnly at the various reports in the news. Although 60% of the reports here are just guesswork, but they all guessed pretty well. As a large family that began to rise in the early 19th century, standing on top of the world for nearly 200 years has made them too arrogant. The corpse was buried nearby outside the castle. I don't know whether he was unafraid or overbearing. I had no clue before. No one dared to investigate. Now a ruthless man comes out who is not afraid of anything. The fig leaf was lifted with a knife, revealing the dirty and smelly mud underneath, revealing a corner of corruption and depravity. Sir, Secretary Pierce of the World Security Council would like to speak with you. Agent Hill walked into the office and said. Nick Fury sighed in his heart. Finally came. Half an hour later, Nick Fury left the World Security Council on the top floor, issued an order to arrest Wang Kai, sent an agent team to arrest, and allowed the use of any weapons. Among them are SHIELD's super abilities. Goliath, Bill Foster, appeared in Ant-Man 2. As a former assistant to Dr. Pym, due to contact with Pym particles, he has the ability to freely change his own file size, up to 21 feet, which is 6.4 meters. Ghost, Ava Starr, Bill's adopted daughter, appeared in Ant-Man 2. Due to the explosion of the quantum field experiment, she mutated herself and was between contactable and incontactable. Simply put, she is the Marvel version of Abito. Hawkeye, Clinton Barton, Marvel Lucky, the legendary family all have no effect on him. And the archery master marksman, who grew up in the circus and later entered SHIELD to become a top agent. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, a psychological master, a member of the former Soviet agent organization Red Room, and later joined SHIELD under the recruitment of Hawkeye. On the Quinjet, Coulson led the team to Morgan Manor. Everyone criticized this action. What the hell is Nick Fury thinking? Let's go die. Goliath was furious when he saw Wang Kai's information. Once he transforms, he becomes like a living target. I'm afraid I can't even survive a single blow. There is no way. He is also in trouble, so our task is not to fight, but to pretend to be fighting so that the director can give an explanation. Coulson looked helpless with a bitter look on his face. Now we can only wait and see if we can find a turning point. Maybe I can kill him. The ghost, whose body was completely wrapped in a white uniform, stretched out his right hand and shook it. An afterimage appeared on his palm and then became translucent. Just put your hand into his brain and squeeze it. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at each other. Then I felt a chill in my heart. It's that simple? Is it possible? But it can also put you in extremely dangerous situations. Goliath said seriously. He regarded the ghost as his daughter, and there is that father who is willing to put his daughter in danger. The ghost fell silent for a moment. At this time, Natasha Romanoff said, "You can also let me try to convince him, so that you don't have to do anything." He killed more than 1,000 gangsters for his sister. Eagle Eye persuaded him with good words, thinking that this was too difficult. You really want to try it? Are you not confident in my charm? Natasha Romanoff smiled charmingly, and her stunning appearance made the men in the Quinjet extremely embarrassed. Sir, we're here. The driver's voice came. They have arrived at the Morgan family estate. Coulson looked at the safe castle below and breathed a sigh of relief. It hasn't been split in half yet. It looks like we are ahead of him. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue crescent suddenly appeared in front of the castle. The castle was split into two instantly, like cutting tofu. Then the blue light flashed and flew into the distance, let out a high-pitched whistle. The upper part of the castle fell into pieces without any surprise, causing a loud rumbling noise. Everyone in the Quinjet suddenly turned their attention to Coulson. The latter is extremely embarrassing. They had to arrange for everyone to go find Wang Kai immediately. After a while, a few people found the boy who had hacked the castle open with a knife in the garden on the east side of the castle. Wang Kai's face was calm, neither happy nor sad. All the blooming flowers are being pulled out. Kay, what are you doing? Coulson asked softly, looking for my sister's body. Wang Kai replied coldly, compared to burying people in the maple forest at Child Castle, this Morgan Castle handles people under the flower beds in the manor. Every red petal blooms. They are all so evil and dazzling. Several people did not dare to act rashly. Let Wang Kai dig. Sure enough, within a minute bones began to appear under the soil. And as the scope of excavation expands, several slightly decomposed bodies were also found. But it has nothing to do with Luna. Strange. Could it be that I was wrong as Morgan said? Wang Kai was confused. The second person on the list, John Morgan, said they were having a carnival that day at Child's Castle. The body was definitely there, but why hadn't he found it? Although I saw the clothes, but no one was seen. Is it a more disgusting hobby? Wang Kai felt a chill in his heart. Chapter 29. Coulson almost reached an agreement with Director Fury. Wang Kai's sword had already been swung down. You can kill an acquaintance. You can't kill an acquaintance. Those culprits deserve what they deserve, but who knows if there are innocent people in the castle. Cut it down like this. The impact is not as simple as the death of a financial tycoon. Really? Then you'd better take another look at these. Wang Kai sent another picture in a cold voice. It is the white bones in the maple forest. When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. Just hang up the phone. He has nothing to say to S.H.I.E.L.D. The advisory role ends here. But Luna's body was not found after searching the mass graves. Wang Kai kept thinking about coming up with a list. Turn around and leave directly for the next powerful man's castle. The local police will come here to dispose of these bones. Of course, they will also expose the whole matter. The speed of the media is always unbelievable. Childish Castle has just had most of its structure cut off with a knife. In less than an hour, media people gathered around like sharks smelling blood. Even though the Rothschild family is extremely powerful, but there was no way to block such a big movement. For a time, news about the pit of bones outside the manor and the god's sanction they had suffered inexplicably spread throughout the internet. No witnesses, no terrorist organization has claimed responsibility for the incident. Therefore, people can easily connect the bones with their families. All of a sudden, various arguments emerged one after another on the internet. But almost everyone thinks that this is a good thing done by the Rothschild family, and now it is just retribution. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Nick Fury looked solemnly at the various reports in the news. Although 60% of the reports here are just guesswork, but they all guessed pretty well. As a large family that began to rise in the early 19th century, standing on top of the world for nearly 200 years has made them too arrogant. The corpse was buried nearby outside the castle. I don't know whether he was unafraid or overbearing. I had no clue before. No one dared to investigate. Now a ruthless man comes out who is not afraid of anything. The fig leaf was lifted with a knife, revealing the dirty and smelly mud underneath, revealing a corner of corruption and depravity. Sir, Secretary Pierce of the World Security Council would like to speak with you. Agent Hill walked into the office and said. Nick Fury sighed in his heart. Finally came. Half an hour later, Nick Fury left the World Security Council on the top floor, issued an order to arrest Wang Kai, sent an agent team to arrest, and allowed the use of any weapons. Among them are SHIELD's super abilities. Goliath, Bill Foster, appeared in Ant-Man 2. As a former assistant to Dr. Pym, due to contact with Pym particles, he has the ability to freely change his own file size, up to 21 feet, which is 6.4 meters. Ghost, Ava Starr, Bill's adopted daughter, appeared in Ant-Man 2. Due to the explosion of the quantum field experiment, she mutated herself and was between contactable and incontactable. Simply put, she is the Marvel version of Abito. Hawkeye, Clinton Barton, Marvel Lucky, the legendary family all have no effect on him. And the archery master marksman, who grew up in the circus and later entered SHIELD to become a top agent. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, a psychological master, a member of the former Soviet agent organization Red Room, and later joined SHIELD under the recruitment of Hawkeye. On the Quinjet, Coulson led the team to Morgan Manor. Everyone criticized this action. What the hell is Nick Fury thinking? Let's go die. Goliath was furious when he saw Wang Kai's information. Once he transforms, he becomes like a living target. I'm afraid I can't even survive a single blow. There is no way. He is also in trouble, so our task is not to fight, but to pretend to be fighting so that the director can give an explanation. Coulson looked helpless with a bitter look on his face. Now we can only wait and see if we can find a turning point. Maybe I can kill him. The ghost, whose body was completely wrapped in a white uniform, stretched out his right hand and shook it. An afterimage appeared on his palm and then became translucent. Just put your hand into his brain and squeeze it. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at each other. Then I felt a chill in my heart. It's that simple? Is it possible? But it can also put you in extremely dangerous situations. Goliath said seriously. He regarded the ghost as his daughter, and there is that father who is willing to put his daughter in danger. The ghost fell silent for a moment. At this time, Natasha Romanoff said, "You can also let me try to convince him, so that you don't have to do anything. He killed more than 1,000 gangsters for his sister." Eagle Eye persuaded him with good words, thinking that this was too difficult. "You really want to try it? Are you not confident in my charm?" Natasha Romanoff smiled charmingly, and her stunning appearance made the men in the Quinjet extremely embarrassed. "Sir, we're here." The driver's voice came. "They have arrived at the Morgan family estate." Coulson looked at the safe castle below and breathed a sigh of relief. It hasn't been split in half yet. It looks like we are ahead of him. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue crescent suddenly appeared in front of the castle. The castle was split into two instantly, like cutting tofu. Then the blue light flashed and flew into the distance, let out a high-pitched whistle. The upper part of the castle fell into pieces without any surprise, causing a loud rumbling noise. Everyone in the Quinjet suddenly turned their attention to Coulson. The latter is extremely embarrassing. They had to arrange for everyone to go find Wang Kai immediately. After a while, a few people found the boy who had hacked the castle open with a knife in the garden on the east side of the castle. Wang Kai's face was calm, neither happy nor sad. "All the blooming flowers are being pulled out." "Kay, what are you doing?" Coulson asked softly, "Looking for my sister's body." Wang Kai replied coldly, "Compared to burying people in the maple forest at Child Castle, this Morgan Castle handles people under the flower beds in the manor. Every red petal blooms. They are all so evil and dazzling." Several people did not dare to act rashly. Let Wang Kai dig. Sure enough, within a minute bones began to appear under the soil. And as the scope of excavation expands, several slightly decomposed bodies were also found. But it has nothing to do with Luna. Strange. Could it be that I was wrong, as Morgan said? Wang Kai was confused. The second person on the list, John Morgan, said they were having a carnival that day at Child's Castle. The body was definitely there, but why hadn't he found it? Although I saw the clothes, but no one was seen. Is it a more disgusting hobby? Wang Kai felt a chill in his heart. Duh, duh. Chapter 31. What now, sir? Everyone focused their attention on Coulson, waiting for his orders. Coulson sighed in his heart. "That's what I said, but I asked Director Fury." After a little bit of rant, Coulson led all the agents back to the Quinjet, which only lasted 10 minutes. Half an hour later, the police and media people arrived one after another. I saw half of the castle and the white bones on the ground repeatedly broadcast on the news. I understand everything. This is another God's sanction, under the crazy rendering of the media. In addition to losing important elders and family castles, The two major families also even the stocks of their companies have fallen sharply. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's financial path is like killing one's parents. This makes the two-century family extremely hostile to the unknown enemy. Hatred breeds anger, and anger breeds madness. Rockefeller Estate. This is the final place where madness burns out. There are so many people here. Wang Kai looked at the gorgeous six-story low castle in the manor. The area outside was surrounded by heavily armed soldiers. There are also armored vehicles, and 100 meters away there was a dense crowd of media people. They have set up a camera and are filming the live broadcast. It was as if he knew Wang Kai would definitely come here. Several armed helicopters were hovering in the sky. All are loaded with missiles. It's a fight to the death. Faced with such a huge battle, Wang Kai thought about it and decided to use the 10 consecutive draws. He piled the immortal demon body higher to ensure safety. It would be better if he could draw more powerful skills. System, I want to draw a lottery, 10 draws in a row. Ding, 1,000 check-in points have been consumed, and the lottery is in progress. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting Kai Daddy's skin, Guardian of Dawn. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the summoner skill, Flash. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill of time travel. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Sweet Love Wind. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining consumables, small medicine bottles, *3. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the consumables, small speaker, *1. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item, passionate roses, *10. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item and skill enhancement points, *3. F***K. Wang Kai was so excited looking at all the rewards that he didn't know what to say. I can only express my feelings and say the two words that best express my feelings. Guardian of Dawn, armor of holy light and an energy body beyond human understanding. Energy crystals shaped like angels' feathers, the hem of the robe with a white cross, holding a cross blade to summon angels' weapon to protect peace. It sounds awesome, but this is just a skin, not a hero template, so there is no need to think about the blessing of the energy body. Flash a certain distance in the specified direction. Cooling time is 120 seconds. Time travel, quickly flash a certain distance in the specified direction. One time travel can be prepared every 10 seconds, and up to 3 time travels can be reserved. Comparing the two, or time travel is better. Sweet Love Wind summons a whirlwind of pink petals in the designated area to attack and knock away objects in the area. Cooling time 10 seconds. This skill? Wang Kai finally thought of an extremely pretentious way to use it. Small speaker. Amplify your voice to within a radius of 10 kilometers so that everyone can hear it clearly. Check out all the rewards. Although there are no powerful skills, but by combining these, a more shocking power can be unleashed. This time he not only wanted to appear openly and honestly, and it will shock everyone's jaws. Inside Roche Castle, the last member of the big family on Wang Kai's list is waiting with a murderous look on his face. The death of 2 old friends made him vaguely feel that the other party might be coming for them. Therefore, the strongest force was mobilized in the shortest time. The armed forces outside are just a cover. The real killer move is the countless medium-sized missiles aimed at this place. As long as that person dares to appear, even if it costs your own life, even if Luo's castle is razed to the ground, he will never come back. While the old man with a murderous look on his face was waiting quietly, but suddenly I heard an extremely noisy cheer coming from outside. My lord, this is really God's sanction. Angel has arrived. The old man suddenly felt bad, immediately looked out the window, but his pupils shrank instantly. The shocked heart seemed to be about to stop. The cross depression on the chest, solemn and holy white gold-rimmed armor, feather-like shoulder armor, cyan energy body. What is it if it's not Angel? I saw Angel landing from the sky. A pink whirlwind suddenly appeared under my feet, rapidly reduced the speed of his descent. When we arrived at the castle, we no longer felt the slightest impact. Pink petals surround Angel. It is simply what countless believers are most looking forward to. At this moment, it is silent here. Regardless of the 3 major families, or the soldiers who were ordered to come to protect, as well as media people who live broadcast on the periphery, Even viewers watching the live broadcast in front of the TV, they all opened their eyes and mouths wide. For a while, I even forgot to breathe. Countless pairs of shocked eyes stared motionlessly at Angel falling from the sky. Their minds went blank, and they had no idea what to do next. That's the good thing about religion. Wang Kai looked around. The nearest soldiers suddenly didn't even know that their weapons had fallen to the ground. He even threw away his weapon and knelt down towards Angel. And the helicopters in the sky almost collided. Slay evil, eliminate evil. Go back underground. Angel's voice is deafening. You can hear clearly even from hundreds of meters away. Countless people were shocked, as if they had foreseen what would happen next. Wang Kai turned around and faced the castle, stretching out his right hand. A dazzling golden light instantly lit up in the palm of his hand. Then it slowly condensed into a cyan sword with a golden cross handle. Weigh it on your chest, a light wave. In an instant, golden light suddenly appeared, and countless people either squinted their eyes or stretched out their hands to cover it. A golden crescent moon rises into the sky. Luo's castle was suddenly split in half with a roar. Exactly the same as the first two castles. It fell to the ground and shattered into a pile of construction debris. Only half of the ruins of the castle remain in place. And at this time, no soldiers, helicopters, or missiles dared to fire the first shot. They just looked at it with blank minds, just watching Wang Kai put away the knife. A blue halo that keeps moving upward appears all over the body. A pink whirlwind appears again at your feet. The petals are flying in the wind. Angel rides on the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a point of light and disappeared on the spot. And at the place where he disappeared, a shower of roses fell gracefully. And until 10 seconds later, everyone at the scene reacted. A cry echoed through the sky. Angel is coming. Kill evil and eliminate evil. The three major families are the evil in the world. Yes, they are evil. 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 The evil cry reaches to the sky. Cold sweat instantly appeared on the faces of everyone in the three major families. Chapter 32. The 200 years of foundation of the three major families will be destroyed by a miracle. Nick Fury smiled meaningfully while watching the live news broadcast. Even if SHIELD knew this was 100% false, I will never take the initiative to expose a scam. After all, there are too many people who believe it, and even what is false is true. What's more, now the corpses under the castles of the three major families have been hammered with rocks. The momentum has been built. 2/3 of the people in the United States believe in religion. This includes all social classes. When the president is sworn in, he has to press a Bible. You can know how big an impact this matter will have. Wang Kai kills people with one move and kills people. The living soil of the three flourishing families has been destroyed, and their destruction is only a matter of time. Sir, what should we do now? Coulson's scalp felt numb when he saw the enthusiastic media people in the news. Now as long as Wang Kai shows up, it's basically like opening your mouth and telling someone to die. Even if you are a perfectly good person, it's completely useless. One sentence can describe you as socially dead. If you stay at home, there will be fanatical idiots coming to look for trouble. On the street, you will be shot within a minute. It is simply a fatal curse. You tell me what to do. Nick Fury showed a smile like an old fox. Just continue to release scandals about senior officials and wait quietly for God's sanction. Now things have formed a closed loop. Social influence will also be reduced to a minimum. Even if SHIELD does nothing, there will be no social unrest as expected. After all, the murderer was Angel, sent by God to punish the evil in the world. How can the laws of the world restrain God? There will be no demonstrations, only cheers for justice being done. Probably the happiest person right now is the vice president. Nick Fury quipped. Coulson nodded in agreement and smiled meaningfully. And Pierce, who wants SHIELD to compete with Wang Kai, watching Angel's arrival, his face turned ugly. There was no real fire between the two sides. His conspiracy was completely ineffective. Washington, a crowd of crazy protesters gathered outside a certain white building. There are also parades surrounding this place. People hold up billboards and banners, holding a loudspeaker and demanding that the president step down and thoroughly investigate all senior officials related to the scandal. The loudest voice in the crowd, just one sentence. God will send Angel to punish you. And the voice is getting louder and louder. It can be heard clearly even in offices with white buildings. Mr. President, the approval rating of Congress has dropped by nearly 20 points, and the Democratic Party has voted to hope that you will take the blame and resign. Waterfa, why so fast? There is nothing we can do about it. Otherwise, everyone will be laid off. The Vice President is already popping champagne to celebrate. The Vice President then announced his inauguration. The previous unlucky guy was thoroughly investigated. Within a few days, people were killed in accidental car accidents. And coincidentally, almost within a week, such misfortunes kept happening to the same group of people. Although Angel's arrival was not photographed, but everyone believes that this is God's sanction, countless people clapped their hands and applauded. Of course, this is all a story for later. It happened after Wang Kai found his sister. At this time, two uninvited guests came to Brooklyn's home, the Punisher and Daredevil. You're finally back. I can't get through to you on the phone. The Punisher sat carelessly on the sofa. Daredevil on the side is very upright. I'm sorry to come in without permission, but we have important clues to tell you about your sister. Daredevil just finished speaking. A bright light suddenly flashed in Wang Kai's eyes, and he asked anxiously, "What clue?" "It is this." The Punisher took out a document bag from his pocket. There are a lot of candid photos inside. There are men and women among them. Most of them are young people. There are also children. Among them is Wang Kai's sister Luna and Daredevil's girlfriend Elektra. Seeing Wang Kai's confusion, the Punisher immediately explained, "I found this by accident when Matt and I were acting together. These photos did not attract our attention at first, but just the day before yesterday, Matt discovered that Erica's body had been exhumed long ago, and the people in these photos also disappeared without a trace. So we guess that your sister is probably related to this case." Wang Kai was suddenly shocked. "Did you get the photos from a ninja killer organization called the Handwakai? How do you know?" *2 Punisher and Daredevil asked in surprise. Wang Kai remained silent. My mind quickly connects all the clues, coupled with the plot of the meeting between Daredevil and the hand in the memory. Soon I had a rough guess. The body. They were the ones who took the body away. Wang Kai's eyes narrowed, revealing his eyes that were selective and devouring. The history of Handhahue is hundreds of years old. Japan was born at the end of the 16th century, more than 400 years ago. Kajinobu Yoshioka, who was born as a samurai, began to lead the Hand Association and developed it into an international organization. Begin to believe in the original demon, the beast. The Hand has since become a notorious group of ninja killers. And their current 5 leaders are called the Five Fingers. They are all traitors who escaped from Kunlun, Dacia. They use dragon bones to extend their lives and have lived for 400 to 500 years. In Daredevil and its spin-offs, Hand and can use the dragon bone to have the ability to resurrect others. The dead Erica was resurrected, and let Hand and Hui believe in the original demon beast possession, become the most powerful weapon of the Hand and the society, Black Sky. Before possession, the original demon beast needs a container. Obviously, this group of desperate ninja killers are selecting containers possessed by beasts. Erica and Luna are both one of their targets. It is exactly this. Why did Wang Kai not find Luna's body? Because the body was dug up by the Shohei people. This blasphemous act of deceit. Damn it. Daredevil, do you know where the headquarters of the Hand in Society is in Japan? Wang Kai clenched his fists and asked coldly. Daredevil shook his head. I don't know, but my teacher Gunso should know a lot about it. Any organization will have objections. They also distinguish between good and bad people. Those who could not accept Kajinobu Yoshioka's approach left the Hand. The Innocent Society was established, dedicated to fighting against the ninjas of the Hand. Gunso is now the leader of the Innocent Society. Okay, take me to find him. After a while, the 3 of them came to a dilapidated apartment and saw Gunso practicing martial arts on the roof of the building. Gunso is also a blind man. His hair and beard are gray. As an ordinary person at such an old age, it is really difficult for him to fight against the group of ninja maniacs who kill people in Shohei. Master, I brought 2 friends here. Daredevil walked forward with Wang Kai and the Punisher. Everything was told quickly. Chapter 33. What a poor child. After hearing this, Gunso sighed. At the same time, he was also full of curiosity about Wang Kai's power. Where did the teenager who killed Kingpin and the New York gang come from? I do know the headquarters of the Hand, but I can't watch you die in vain. There are so many dangers there that even you won't be able to escape unscathed. Wang Kai glanced at Gunso indifferently. Activate the immortal demonic body immediately. An impact exploded. He almost knocked down the two blind men, Stickman and Daredevil. The sacred and solemn angel comes again. The Punisher looked dumbfounded. What Stickman and Daredevil felt was a suffocating sense of oppression. I don't have that much time to talk nonsense with you. Tell you where the headquarters of the Hand Association is, otherwise I will die. Wang Kai roared in a low voice. The cyan magic blade pointed directly at the two of them. Upon seeing this, the Punisher immediately stepped forward to act as a peacemaker and tried to persuade him. Don't be so stubborn, old man. He is very strong. He can cut the building you live in into rubble with one knife. Kai, please put down the sword and say what you have to say. Daredevil felt Wang Kai's current tyrannical strength, so he also persuaded. Master, Kai is not a reckless person. He must be confident if he dares to go. Just tell him. Yeah, how powerful this hand can be. I don't think anyone can survive Kai's blow. Gunsu's heart is beating and his hands are shaking. I have never seen such a strong force. It feels like even facing the black sky is nothing more than this. Force yourself to calm down. The old man knocked on the rooftop with his guide stick. Young people don't respect martial ethics and attacked my 69-year-old comrades secretly. But since you care so much about your family, I will tell you the address of the Hand's Japanese headquarters. After telling the location, Gunso cleared his throat. I can take you there. You'll need our innocent society's help. No, you guys are too slow. They are just rubbish. Just stop there. Wang Kai said coldly. Directly start the teleport to Japan. After 3 seconds, he disappeared on the spot. Only the Punisher and the blind duo were left looking confused. Why did he disappear suddenly? Daredevil asked. It must have been teleported to the other side of the earth. The Punisher sighed in his heart. Not seeing you for a few days. The boy who was frantically looking for his sister was actually so powerful. 3 o'clock in the morning Japanese time. A solemn angel wearing white gold-rimmed armor suddenly appeared outside the Hand's headquarters. Wang Kai looked at the Japanese-style ancient buildings in front of him. The cyan magic blade condenses in the hand. With one hand, he slashed straight down. Boom. The 40-meter sword reappears. The golden light split the gate of the building complex into pieces, exposing the Japanese-style courtyard inside. Sliding paper doors can be seen everywhere. The little lights in the courtyard reflect the dry landscape of white sand and stones. There are also cherry blossom trees and red maples planted. I'll show the freehand style here. Wang Kai put away the magic blade and walked into the courtyard. Within 5 seconds, many ninjas wearing red robes and holding chainsaws appeared. These are the crazy ninjas of the Hand who kill people like crazy. They are not afraid of death. It is the most commonly used cannon fodder of the Hand. Many robed ninjas lowered their bodies and gathered towards Wang Kai. It only took a moment to surround Wang Kai. Then he threw out the chain sickle in his hand. In an instant, an iron net was woven in the sky and covered with Wang Kai. Faced with such a village-like attack, Wang Kai didn't even look at it. Directly use time travel to escape from the iron grid. Then activate Sprint and Wind Spirit Emblem. In the eyes of the dozens of ninjas surrounding him, he instantly turned into an afterimage. The golden sword shines. Draw a circle in the dark courtyard. All the ninjas' heads suddenly flew up and then turned into ashes and disappeared. No trace left on the ground. The people in charge come out. Wang Kai stood in the courtyard and roared at the buildings behind him. He didn't have the patience to search slowly. To capture the thief, capture the king first. Just grab the 5 old immortals and ask them. Being beaten to the headquarters, the most fiery-tempered master among the 5 fingers appeared immediately, and he also called his men, a group of mercenaries wearing modern equipment. Yes, they are mercenaries. In addition to being one of the 5 fingers of the Hand, Botu is also the leader of a mercenary group in Europe. No matter who you are, if you dare to come here to cause trouble, you will pay the price. Fire! With the roar of the disciples, the strongest white man in the mercenary team immediately pulled the trigger. The 6-barrel Vulcan cannon in his hand roared fiercely, spitting out tongues of blazing fire. 6,000 bullets per minute almost form a dense spear of death. They all shot towards Wang Kai like a gust of wind. Even an iron wall can screen the range. But facing the magic armor, there was only a continuous sound of dang 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 that was almost continuous. The immortal demon body is never afraid of multiple attacks. The death spear of the Vulcan cannon is just a scratch to the demon armor. Time travel. Wang Kai's body flashed and disappeared suddenly. The next moment he appeared in front of Bo Tu, grabbing Bo Tu by the neck. Throw it quickly like a sandbag towards the Vulcan cannon that is still shooting in place. The death spear tore it into pieces with almost no hindrance. The scene was extremely bloody for a while. Before the mercenary team had time to react, the blue sword light flashed. The mercenaries just tried to cover their necks and knocked their heads off. There are only 4 fingers left out of 5. Keep walking inside. The ninja who appeared again finally looked like a ninja, throw various styles of darts, kunai, and throwing knives. But when the Vulcan cannon is useless, what role can these traditional ninja tools play? Wang Kai steps on the void. Activate time travel 3 times in a row. The golden sword light almost lit up in the yard at the same time. Then he turned many ninjas into ashes one by one. Stop! Who is your excellency? Why are we here without any grievances? An old and slightly anxious voice appeared. One of the 5 fingers, Murakami, wearing a kimono, hurried over with katana. He knew that he was no match for Wang Kai, so he just wanted to delay a little time so that others could come over as soon as possible. If you are seeking wealth, I still have a Japanese financial group, and I can serve you as a tribute. Murakami wanted to use money to find something to talk about. Wang Kai didn't want to talk to him. Flashing forward to the white-haired Murakami, like a ghost, Murakami was so scared that he took 2 steps back. Then he took out Luna's photo from the system backpack. Hand over this man, life or death. Wang Kai's cold voice reached Murakami's ears. The latter's pupils shrank when he looked at the photo. Isn't this their leader Heiko? Why does it have anything to do with this person dressed as Angel? May I ask what this person's relationship is to you? He is my family, my sister Luna. Chapter 34. Your sister? Murakami was shocked. Immediately, I was reminded of the recent rumors in the New York underworld. There was a madman who massacred the entire New York gang in search of his sister. Could it be this guy? With a thought in his heart, Murakami immediately came up with a good idea. Please let me take you there. Your sister is still alive. Wang Kai's body trembled. Still alive? Does that mean he was resurrected? Okay, take me there. The trembling voice attracted Murakami's attention, but he walked ahead quietly and led the way. The wooden clogs on my feet made a clicking sound when stepping on the wooden corridor. Crisp and loud, especially loud under the silent night sky. Are you texting Morse code? Wang Kai suddenly asked in a cold voice. He doesn't understand Morse code, but we also know that a person cannot walk lightly or heavy. There is no pattern at all. This communication method is too inferior. No, absolutely not. Murakami quickly denied. Wang Kai ignored it. No matter what you send, who else was called? I'll cut it off with a knife. Keep leading the way. After a while, Murakami took Wang Kai to a 3-story courtyard at the back. The modernly decorated hall was already brightly lit. 3 people were looking at Wang Kai warily. Mrs. Gao, with a wrinkled face and a cane. I woke up in the middle of the night without forgetting Alexandra in a suit. And the African warlord Soanda. The remaining 4 of the 5 fingers of the hand are gathered together. Where's my sister? Wang Kai asked indifferently. At the same time, the cyan magic blade is already in the palm of his hand. The 4 of them are facing a formidable enemy. They all took a few steps back. Please wait a moment. Our leader will be here soon. Alexandra said hurriedly. She is the weakest among the 5 fingers. An ordinary person could stab her to death with 1 knife. Not to mention the guy who killed Hakuto and dozens of ninjas. Better hurry up. My patience is very limited. Wang Kai put away the magic blade and waited silently. The 4 old guys who had lived for hundreds of years began to make eye contact. I don't know what they are plotting. 2 minutes later, just when Wang Kai was getting impatient, one is wearing a red shirt. A long-haired woman wearing a black vest walked slowly, with fresh eyebrows and bright eyes, red lips and pink face. She is refined, like a fish and a goose. It was Luna who Wang Kai had been looking for almost a month. Luna. Wang Kai was extremely surprised. Involuntarily, he shouted. However, Luna's eyes were cold and her face was gloomy. After taking one look at Wang Kai, murderous intent suddenly appeared on his face. Then his feet were extremely fast. Compared with the 100-meter flying man, it is nowhere near as good. In the blink of an eye, he ran to Wang Kai and punched him. When Wang Kai saw this, he naturally ducked away. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Luna, can't you hear my voice? I'm your brother, boom." What returned to Wang Kai's words was a fist comparable to steel. Luna punched the magic armor. The powerful power surprised Wang Kai himself. Being possessed by that beast and turning into black sky can actually make him so powerful. That punch just now had at least 2 tons of power. Even the granite was shattered. Luna, Wang Kai was anxious. Then I wanted to kill the remaining hand leaders first. Then they took off their masks and recognized each other in a cliché plot. As a result, when I turned around, all 4 people disappeared. I don't know when I left here. Damn it. Luna, look at me. In desperation, Wang Kai could only cancel the immortal demon body. Reach out and wipe it on your face. Angel's armor turns into little streams of light and blends into the body, revealing that handsome young face. At this time, the shadow under Wang Kai's feet seemed to come alive. After twisting a few times, 3 darts were shot out from it. Then a big living person actually came out of it. At the same time, a silver sword light lit up. He slashed directly at Wang Kai's neck. Daydreaming. Whispering wind. The green ring on his left hand suddenly lit up. A translucent white shield appeared on Wang Kai's body. He blocked all the darts and sword lights. Damn it. You still can't do it. Murakami emerged from Wang Kai's shadow and suddenly shouted. Immediately afterwards, Wang Kai felt his head suddenly become confused. I feel like my mind is blank. Psychic attack. Purify. Almost at the same time, the shield was broken by Sawanda and Mrs. Gao. The distance between the 2 men's daggers and Wang Kai was only 10 centimeters. But it is as untouchable as heaven and earth. I saw Wang Kai disappear without a trace in a flash. The next moment, he appeared behind Murakami. The magic blade in his hand slashed horizontally. Murakami seemed to feel it. Try your best to twist and resist. Put the katana in your hand in front of you. Just listen to a bang sound. Murakami and his men were cut into 2 pieces by Wang Kai. Madame Gao's pupils suddenly shrank, but he saw that Wang Kai had disappeared in his eyes. Then it felt like my blood was going to run cold. Behind me again. Phew. Almost instantly, I lost all feeling in my lower body. All the strength in my body was lost even more quickly. One last look at Soanda, who was trying to escape. What is in my heart is that no one can escape. Yes, none of them can escape. Use your last strength, Mrs. Gao shouted desperately to Luna. Beast. Roar. An inhuman roar came from Luna's body, like awakening the devil from hell. Luna's eyes were red and her face was ferocious. The speed is nearly twice as fast as before. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Wang Kai. Then he even ignored the happiness of his brother's lower body, aimed at the crotch, and kicked him hard. F***K. Wang Kai was instantly shocked. All 3 stages of time and space travel are used. He was just a hair away from being kicked. Fortunately, he still had a life-saving flash. An embarrassing fate was avoided by disappearing instantly. This is the toughest move for girls to fight. Wang Kai's eyelids twitched. Looking at Luna, one could tell that the possessed beast had invaded her consciousness, but it would probably not be easy to drive the beast out of her body. The immortal demon body activates again. The solemn angel descends. Wang Kai thought for a while and came up with a line. Lightblade, please protect her again. To no avail, Luna stepped forward and kicked her again, but it was as if she had hit an iron plate. She hugged her feet and lay on the ground rolling in pain. Mischief can be corrected, but evil needs to be resisted. You are kinder than you think, and you can resist the will of that beast. I talked a few words, but it was still of no use. Wang Kai has no talent for mouth escape. Also proves that this is just a skin. There is no divine angel power. Feeling helpless, he directly carried Luna on his shoulders. You can't break his defense anyway. He just let her scratch his shoulders. Carrying my sister Wang Kai, the wind still blows under my feet at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they found Alexandra running away with a look of fear. and many ninjas surrounding her to protect her. Garbage should stay in the trash can. Killed him with one knife and threw the body back to the hand headquarters. Wang Kai stood outside the door and started throwing cat bombs inside. I threw a dozen of them while waiting for the cooling time. After completely turning this place into ruins, he strode away. Chapter 35. Leave hand and meet. Wang Kai immediately called Xiaojiao, asked her to help arrange a private jet to fly him back to New York. After all, Wang Kai can teleport back by himself, but Luna can't, and Luna seems to have endless energy on her shoulders, struggling and biting all the time, like a newly raised kitten. It's like letting go. I'm afraid that Wang Kai will run away as soon as he lets go. You can't board a plane like this. Wang Kai watched Luna open her big mouth and reveal her tiger fangs, with a ferocious expression on her face, filled with helplessness. At this time, the bamboo on the roadside gave Wang Kai an inspiration. Immediately cut out a bamboo tube and tie it with rope. Come on, Kosnezuko. Click. The bamboo tube was chewed directly to pieces. Hiss, Wang Kai took a breath of air. Sure enough, everything in anime is a lie. How about I replace it with an iron one for you? Luna's eyes suddenly widened. Then his face became more ferocious. The small fists kept hitting Wang Kai's chest, making a dull sound of dong dong dong. It shows how powerful this punch is, but still can't break through the defense. It's difficult. How can we get rid of this beast? Wang Kai thought in his mind. Then I decided to let Tony go and have a look first. What if he, a genius like him, doesn't have any good ideas? Then we had to set off to find the Midgardian talker. After dawn, Wang Kai discovered that the person who came to pick him up was Tony's driver, friend, and bodyguard Happy. Oh my God, I can actually see the sacred and majestic angel up close. It's just like that. I know, but now everyone on the internet thinks you are a real angel descended to Earth. Can I take a photo with you? Let's go back to New York first. Okay, no problem. Get in the car first. Question: what does it feel like to ride in a car with a crazy era in your arms? Answer: you have to get off after 100 meters, because the car is almost torn into pieces. Happy looked at the nearly scrapped car and was dumbfounded. The leather seats were torn. There are signs of being hit hard with a sledgehammer everywhere. There are actually several punch marks on the roof of the car. If they were causing trouble like this on the plane, they would have to think about how to write a suicide note. Mr. Kai, are you sure she can fly? Ahem, don't worry. It's just that the space in the carriage is too small for her to reach. Wang Kai looked at Luna, who was not honest at all, and scratched his head. This trip certainly won't be easy. When the three finally arrived in New York, Happy cried so hard. Wang Kai was also extremely tired. Luna made a fuss all the way, although the aircraft was not dismantled, but the car was dismantled a lot. Happy was even more unlucky and almost got kicked out. The whole face was photographed on the front windshield. My nose still feels a little sore now. Finally, I had no choice but to find a freight truck. The place was very big, and we could only stop when Wang Kai was there. I'm sorry for that kick, Luna. I'll give this to you. Wang Kai took out the charging gloves. This thing takes up a lot of space in a space backpack. He remembered that Happy was still an amateur boxer. Practiced it in Iron Man 2. This is magic equipment, giving you a chance to cause greater damage. Happy immediately followed with joy. I can't put it down for the rechargeable gloves. Taking Luna with her teeth and claws to Tony's laboratory. When she passed the glass door, Luna shattered all the glass with one punch. Tony, who was making armor inside, was startled. Wang Kai had no choice but to explain awkwardly. Tony suddenly became interested. A demon from another dimension? It seems quite interesting. Jarvis, check Luna's physical condition immediately. A blue light curtain suddenly appeared, skinned Luna and Wang Kai from top to bottom. Jarvis's data came out a moment later. Everything is normal, and it's a great kind of normal. Wang Kai was speechless immediately. Is it normal to be so crazy? Strange. If according to you Luna is possessed by a demon from another world, why can't I detect any abnormal energy? Tony looked at Jarvis' various data reports and was puzzled. If you could give me more time to test. In the evening, at most, I will take her to another place for treatment, which is much more reliable than you. Wang Kai doesn't have that much time to waste. Who knows if this beast will become more difficult to eradicate as time goes by. I can't even cure anyone else who is stronger than me. Tony thought quietly. Then we started to seize the time to detect, but even if Wang Kai comes to cooperate, still no progress. When night fell, Tony, who had been busy all day, still refused to admit failure, and just thought about the lack of time. Wang Kai shrugged and didn't care. He took Luna with him to the rooftop. Then he threw his sister into the air. Screams suddenly sounded, and Wang Kai thought silently in his heart, "System, switch hero template." The immortal demonic body disappears. Metal Storm appears. The large mecha caught Luna with one hand. The other hand shielded her from the wind. The body turned and flew straight to the New York Temple. He's going to find the Ancient One, Supreme Mage. As the leader of Midgard, the Eye of Agamotto, the owner of the Time Stone, the Ancient One must have had 10,000 ways to expel this beast from Luna's body. So just look for her. New York Temple Gate. Golden light spots suddenly flashed under the dark night sky and quickly expanded into a circle. The portal formed almost instantly. A cool bald man wearing a gray robe walked out from the other side, holding a white paper fan. None other than the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme. Almost at this moment, Wang Kai drove Metal Storm to the sky above the New York Temple. I saw the person I was looking for at the first glance. This friend from afar, would you like to have a cup of tea? With great pleasure. Wang Kai piloted Metal Storm to land slowly. The mecha disappeared in a flash of golden light. Luna seemed to have seen a natural enemy, shivering in place, not daring to run away. Wang Kai was very surprised when he saw it. He was indeed in the right place. Please come in. Ancient One personally opened the door to the New York Temple for Wang Kai. Wang Kai felt a little flattered. How powerful will he be in the future? To have the Ancient One receive him like this. The moment Wang Kai opened the door and entered, he felt as if the space was changing. They are already on the second floor. In front of you is a square table. There are teapots and cups on it. On the right is the iconic skylight of the New York Temple. Luna continued to tremble. He didn't even dare to look at the Supreme Mage. I already know what you want from me. Ancient One poured a cup of tea for each of the three people and said, but I can only suppress the beast, not drive it away or kill it. Why? Wang Kai was shocked. Could it be that even the Supreme Mage couldn't deal with this beast? Impossible. Whether it's Luna's performance in the drama or now, all wild beasts can be called weak chickens. Not even Dome's hair is worthy of it. How could it not be possible? Chapter 36. Is it because the beast is too strong? Wang Kai asked. Ancient One smiled slightly. No. On the contrary, it's because it's too weak. The kids from next door came to your house to play and broke a few cups. As an elder, you can't just kick them out. This will cause the next door neighbor to come and ask for an explanation. Next door? Is it another dimension? Wang Kai thought a lot in his mind at that moment. But without waiting for him to ask questions, Ancient One began to explain. When I say next door, I mean hell. This beast is actually just a large dog from hell, created by Mephisto, the king of hell, Satan. It was originally Mephisto's food. There are many demons like this. But this beast developed self-awareness due to accidental contact with the greedy Japanese people back then. In order to avoid the fate of becoming food, it tried every means to stay in the world. But this is actually because Mephisto thought it was fun and ignored it. After all, the meat bun in your mouth suddenly doesn't want to be eaten by you and wants to run away. This kind of thing is also very interesting. Wang Kai was stunned after hearing this. It turned out to be just that. But instantly there were more questions. Isn't Satan Lucifer? No, Satan is just a title. Just like the Supreme Mage, he is the supreme devil in the dimension of hell. Although many people are called Satan, only Mephisto can bear this title. He is the Emperor of Hell, the supreme ruler. Even I can only compete with him on Earth. To be evaluated like this by the Supreme Mage, it's enough to show how powerful Mephisto is. You must know that all Hell Lords have a common problem. That means that you cannot display your true strength in other planes. So in the case of away games, Mephisto tied with Ancient One. From another aspect, it shows that Mephisto's strength is definitely greater than Ancient One. Wang Kai frowned and remained silent for a moment before continuing to ask questions. What kind of place is hell? There is a recycling bin for the souls of ordinary people after death. It is another dimension. It is so vast that it has no boundaries, and there are many demon kings living in it. In addition, Depending on different beliefs, it is also possible to go to other places, such as the underworld, the Hall of Heroes, the underworld, etc. After the death of unbelievers, their souls will be dispersed between heaven and earth, and they will not be manipulated by others like believers after death. It's just that there are very few such people, and you and Daxia have the most. Probably because of his belief in Redwell. Wang Kai scratched his head. There is definitely no such thing as a devil behind this one. Supreme Mage, you can't take action, so I'll do it. Why don't you teach me how to drive the beast out of Luna's body? You can, but it will take you 1,000 years to do it. Sorry, kid, you don't have the talent to learn magic. Click. Wang Kai seemed to hear the sound of heartbreak. But then Ancient One changed the topic and continued. However, there are other ways to drive away the beast. Please ask the Supreme Mage to teach me. Wang Kai bowed respectfully. Ancient One immediately explained the method without any pretense. First, you go and beat up Mephisto and ask him to take his dog away. Okay, but how far do I have to go before I can beat him? In Penga's form, if you beat Yang Jian and Hou Yi in one hand, or you can cut the moon in half with one strike, that's enough to fight him, because he can't kill you at that time. Oh, Wang Kai understood instantly. Ancient One must have seen it in advance. I also looked at several possibilities, otherwise it would be impossible to say so accurately. Pengu was a god, Yang Jian and Hou Yi were priests. Isn't it easy to fight the devil of hell? I understand. Since there is a first, what about the second? Second, let Luna drive the beast away by herself. Deport yourself? That's right. Although you don't have the talent to become a mage, she does. Ancient One reached out to Luna. What? Could it be? Wang Kai's eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed. Looking at the smiling face of Ancient One, you will know that you are right. I want to take Luna as my apprentice and teach her magic. Are you willing? Of course I do. A brother is like a father, so I will make the decision for her. Can the Ancient One accept disciples in person? Luna's magic talent must be much higher than him, maybe even higher than Doctor Strange. It's still unclear who will become the Supreme Mage in the future. Ancient One nodded when he saw Wang Kai's excited look. Okay, I will suppress the demon seal in Luna's body now. The Supreme Mage draws a circle with his hands. Suddenly, a shield with golden sparks appeared in front of him. There are extremely mysterious runes on it. Wang Kai couldn't understand any of them. I saw Ancient One's arms turning. The shield suddenly copied one side again, move forward a certain distance, and then rotate and copy again. The four corners are connected, and the edges of the golden square appear, then spin again. A cube composed of a golden rune shield appeared. Ancient One pushed the golden cube with both hands and flew straight into Luna's body. The latter was still trembling and did not dare to look. Bang! The golden cube flew into Luna's body, then suddenly expanded, took up the whole room. Wang Kai felt as if he heard the beast's choking scream. Then I saw a black shadow on Luna. Then the golden cube suddenly shrank. He actually locked the black shadow in, like locking a wild beast in an iron cage. Suddenly no more cries were heard. The golden cube rotates in the air. Although he got into Luna's body with a swish, the latter's eyes immediately became blurred, no longer as crazy as before. It's done. I put the beast in a cage. You can try to wake her up now. Ancient One smiled and said, there was no sign of fatigue at all. Wang Kai immediately stepped forward and touched Luna's cheek, called softly. Luna, wake up, called several times. But Luna's eyes were still dull and motionless, as if she was in a vegetative state. Wang Kai immediately looked anxiously at Ancient One. Mage Ancient One, my sister doesn't seem to be responding. Ancient One smiled and said not to panic. She has experienced death and been suppressed by the will of the beast for too long. Now she needs you to awaken her sleeping will. What to do? Say something that impressed her most. What's the most impressive thing? Countless words appeared in Wang Kai's mind instantly. A second later, he immediately shouted to Luna, Luna, let's go eat spicy rabbit heads. Maybe we can find your Dubai. The voice is in one place. Luna seemed to remember some very bad memory. His body trembled, and he shouted in fear. Why does the smelly brother say this? Chapter 37. Luna, Wang Kai shouted in surprise. Luna's confused eyes finally returned to Qing Ming. Turning to look at Wang Kai, he softly uttered two words. but it made Wang Kai happy like the sound of nature. Elder brother? Wang Kai immediately stepped forward excitedly and took him into his arms. After spending so much time, killed so many people, finally found my sister. Brother, parents, they. Luna remembered many things in an instant. Car accidents, shootings, kidnappings, suicides. My eyes were soon filled with mist. Tears flowed down uncontrollably. He buried his head in Wang Kai's arms and cried loudly. Cry, cry, let these bad emotions vent out. Wang Kai consoled him, gently stroked Luna's long hair. Then he continued, Don't worry, I will definitely resurrect my parents. Wipe away Luna's tears. Wang Kai turned to look at Ancient One. The Supreme Mage shook his head calmly. The words he said also shocked Wang Kai's heart. Your parents have been dead for too long, and their souls have dissipated. If you want to resurrect them, the Time Stone alone is no longer enough. You must gather 6 Infinity Stones. Power, time, space, soul, reality, and mind. Each of the 6 Infinity Stones can give the user omnipotent control in some aspect. And when the 6 are gathered together, in addition to making a stone that cannot be lifted by oneself, can do absolutely anything. Nothing is impossible. Just like a wish-making artifact, resurrecting 2 ordinary people is no problem. The Time Gem and the Space Gem are both on Earth. The Power Stone is on a deserted planet. Later, he was taken away by Star-Lord, but Wang Kai couldn't remember which planet that thing was on. The Mind Stone is in the hands of Thanos. You have to wait until Thor 2 is opened to get the Reality Stone. The Soul Gem can be difficult to obtain. It is absolutely impossible for him to sacrifice the people he loves. While Wang Kai was thinking, the Ancient One pointed the way directly. Actually, you don't have to grab it yourself. You can just borrow it. Like an enlightenment, Wang Kai suddenly woke up. Yes, the Avengers all know how to use a time machine to borrow gems from other parallel universes. Why can't he? As for the more imaginative idea of taking over parents from another universe, this doesn't work. After all, another world also has itself, so this would be too heartless. Besides, the gems can be returned, but people will still grow old. Thank you, Master Supreme, for the tip. Wang Kai expressed his thanks to Ancient One. Then he immediately said to his confused sister, Luna, although my parents are gone, we can resurrect them. Real? Luna's watery eyes suddenly widened. Wang Kai showed a smile as bright as the wind in choo-choo foam. Of course, don't you think you are fine now? As long as we work hard to become stronger, we will definitely be able to resurrect our parents. Look, this is the teacher I found for you, the Ancient One Mage. She is the most powerful magician on Earth. With her professor, you can become stronger, more powerful than my brother. Wang Kai pointed to Ancient One. But Luna was a little hesitant after hearing this. He lowered his voice and said, Then if I study with this magician, I have to leave you again. I don't want to be separated from you. You are the only family I have. Luna hugged Wang Kai tightly and was very reluctant to let go. Wang Kai was a little helpless. Be good, brother. It's not like I only see you once every few months. Don't worry, I will go see you as soon as I'm free. Although Wang Kai said this, but tears still welled up in Luna's eyes. Every time she would use this trick to make Wang Kai agree to do anything for her. Wang Kai was also embarrassed when he saw this. You can't go back on your promise to an Ancient One. At this time, the Ancient One looked at Luna, who was in tears, and spoke. Actually, with her qualifications, it's enough to come to Karmatage for 2 hours every day. She doesn't have to live there all the time. So I can continue to live with you. As soon as this sentence came out, Luna's tears instantly retracted. Full of surprise, he knelt down and saluted Ancient One. Master, please bow to me as a disciple. Wang Kai. He has watched too many costume dramas. By the way, is this how Karmatage became his apprentice? Ancient One is not restrained about this. There is no apprenticeship process at all. Get up, kid. Magicians don't pay attention to formalities. Just treat me as a teacher in your heart. Informal? Can I call you teacher, sister? Ancient One suddenly showed an inexplicable smile. It's totally fine in private. The two started chatting immediately. He left Wang Kai aside, and it feels like I have become like my best friend in just a few minutes. Sure enough, women care about their age, even if the Ancient One Mage is over 1,000 years old. Wang Kai complained silently in his heart, But this is because Luna is smart enough to talk. The Ancient One was very amused. You have such a sweet mouth. Since you have become a disciple according to Eastern rituals, I will also give you a gift according to Eastern rules. As he spoke, Ancient One waved in the air a few times like magic. Dots of golden light are flying in the air. Then suddenly it condensed and exploded. A small round bead like a transparent crystal slowly fell into Ancient One's hand. According to the Eastern name, these are called dust-proof beads. They can isolate dust and haze, which are harmful to the skin. Luna immediately accepted it with joy. Wang Kai's eyelids jumped when he saw it. The Baiken Pearl is really an image. Sister, when will you teach me magic? Luna narrowed her eyes and asked, since there is no need to separate from my brother, then naturally we must quickly learn to become stronger. This way it cannot become a burden. You can do it now, come with me. The Ancient One spins with one hand to create a portal. It's still bright on the other side. It is the square where Kamal Taj practices her magic. The three of them passed through the portal. Wang Kai looked at it with envy. This portal is much easier to use than his teleportation. Not only comparable to any door, and it can also be used as a weapon. If Karmataj's mage had been smarter, he wouldn't have been beaten by Thanos until Iron Man snapped his fingers. Open a portal directly on your neck, or let the gauntlet-less Thanos plummet until he falls to pieces. This saves a lot of trouble. This is Karmataj, the place where you will come to learn magic every day from now on. Ancient One briefly introduced the history of Karmataj. Then he started to get serious. Magic is actually about absorbing energy from other dimensions to build our weapons and cast spells. And this requires a talent that can communicate with other dimensions. This kind of talent is very rare, and you happen to have it. Now I will teach you the Ring of Ragador. Please listen to these tips. Ancient One said a few words. Then he raised his palms one behind the other to form two yellow rings. Wang Kai complained in his heart when he saw it. It's really both fancy and very middle of the road. Just call it Magic Shield. Chapter 37 The Problem of Resurrecting Parents, Luna. Wang Kai shouted in surprise. Luna's confused eyes finally returned to Qing Ming. Turning to look at Wang Kai, he softly uttered two words. But it made Wang Kai happy like the sound of nature. Elder brother? Wang Kai immediately stepped forward excitedly and took him into his arms. After spending so much time, killed so many people, finally found my sister. Brother, parents, they. Luna remembered many things in an instant. Car accidents, shootings, kidnappings, suicides. My eyes were soon filled with mist. Tears flowed down uncontrollably. He buried his head in Wang Kai's arms and cried loudly. Cry, cry, let these bad emotions vent out. Wang Kai consoled him, gently stroked Luna's long hair. Then he continued, don't worry, I will definitely resurrect my parents. Wipe away Luna's tears. Wang Kai turned to look at Ancient One. The Supreme Mage shook his head calmly. The words he said also shocked Wang Kai's heart. Your parents have been dead for too long, and their souls have dissipated. If you want to resurrect them, the Time Stone alone is no longer enough. You must gather 6 Infinity Stones. Power, time, space, soul, reality, and mind. Each of the 6 Infinity Stones can give the user omnipotent control in some aspect. And when the 6 are gathered together, in addition to making a stone that cannot be lifted by oneself, can do absolutely anything. Nothing is impossible. Just like a wish-making artifact, resurrecting 2 ordinary people is no problem. The Time Gem and the Space Gem are both on Earth. The Power Stone is on a deserted planet. Later, he was taken away by Star-Lord. But Wang Kai couldn't remember which planet that thing was on. The Mind Stone is in the hands of Thanos. You have to wait until Thor 2 is opened to get the Reality Stone. The Soul Gem can be difficult to obtain. It is absolutely impossible for him to sacrifice the people he loves. While Wang Kai was thinking, the Ancient One pointed the way directly. Actually, you don't have to grab it yourself. You can just borrow it. Like an enlightenment. Wang Kai suddenly woke up. Yes, the Avengers all know how to use a time machine to borrow gems from other parallel universes. Why can't he? As for the more imaginative idea of taking over parents from another universe, this doesn't work. After all, another world also has itself, so this would be too heartless. Besides, the gems can be returned, but people will still grow old. Thank you, Master Supreme, for the tip. Wang Kai expressed his thanks to Ancient One. Then he immediately said to his confused sister, Luna, although my parents are gone, we can resurrect them. Real? Luna's watery eyes suddenly widened. Wang Kai showed a smile as bright as the wind in choo-choo foam. Of course, don't you think you are fine now? As long as we work hard to become stronger, we will definitely be able to resurrect our parents. Look, this is the teacher I found for you, the Ancient One Mage. She is the most powerful magician on earth. With her professor, you can become stronger, more powerful than my brother. Wang Kai pointed to Ancient One, but Luna was a little hesitant after hearing this. He lowered his voice and said, Then if I study with this magician, I have to leave you again. I don't want to be separated from you. You are the only family I have. Luna hugged Wang Kai tightly and was very reluctant to let go. Wang Kai was a little helpless. Be good, brother. It's not like I only see you once every few months. Don't worry, I will go see you as soon as I'm free. Although Wang Kai said this, but tears still welled up in Luna's eyes. Every time she would use this trick to make Wang Kai agree to do anything for her. Wang Kai was also embarrassed when he saw this. You can't go back on your promise to an Ancient One. At this time, the Ancient One looked at Luna, who was in tears, and spoke. Actually, with her qualifications, it's enough to come to Karmatage for 2 hours every day. She doesn't have to live there all the time. So I can continue to live with you. As soon as this sentence came out, Luna's tears instantly retracted. Full of surprise, he knelt down and saluted Ancient One. Master, please bow to me as a disciple. Wang Kai. He has watched too many costume dramas. By the way, is this how Karmatage became his apprentice? Ancient One is not restrained about this. There is no apprenticeship process at all. Get up, kid. Magicians don't pay attention to formalities. Just treat me as a teacher in your heart. Informal? Can I call you teacher, sister? Ancient One suddenly showed an inexplicable smile. It's totally fine in private. The two started chatting immediately. He left Wang Kai aside, and it feels like I have become like my best friend in just a few minutes. Sure enough, women care about their age, even if the Ancient One Mage is over 1,000 years old. Wang Kai complained silently in his heart, but this is because Luna is smart enough to talk. The Ancient One was very amused. You have such a sweet mouth. Since you have become a disciple according to Eastern rituals, I will also give you a gift according to Eastern rules. As he spoke, Ancient One waved in the air a few times like magic. Dots of golden light are flying in the air. Then suddenly it condensed and exploded. A small round bead like a transparent crystal slowly fell into Ancient One's hand. According to the Eastern name, these are called dust-proof beads. They can isolate dust and haze, which are harmful to the skin. Luna immediately accepted it with joy. Wang Kai's eyelids jumped when he saw it. The Baiken Pearl is really an image. Sister, when will you teach me magic? Luna narrowed her eyes and asked, Since there is no need to separate from my brother, then naturally we must quickly learn to become stronger. This way it cannot become a burden. You can do it now, come with me. The Ancient One spins with one hand to create a portal. It's still bright on the other side. It is the square where Kamal Taj practices her magic. The three of them passed through the portal. Wang Kai looked at it with envy. This portal is much easier to use than his teleportation. Not only comparable to any door, and it can also be used as a weapon. If Karmatage's mage had been smarter, he wouldn't have been beaten by Thanos until Iron Man snapped his fingers. Open a portal directly on your neck, or let the gauntletless Thanos plummet until he falls to pieces. This saves a lot of trouble. This is Karmatage, the place where you will come to learn magic every day from now on. Ancient One briefly introduced the history of Karmatage. Then he started to get serious. Magic is actually about absorbing energy from other dimensions to build our weapons and cast spells. And this requires a talent that can communicate with other dimensions. This kind of talent is very rare, and you happen to have it. Now I will teach you the Ring of Ragador. Please listen to these tips. Ancient One said a few words. Then he raised his palms one behind the other to form 2 yellow rings. Wang Kai complained in his heart when he saw it. It's really both fancy and very middle of the road. Just call it Magic Shield. Chapter 38. Ancient One demonstrated the Magic Shield, and again tell the key points of using magic. Then he handed Luna a hanging ring. This is the standard configuration of Kamatage Master. It feels like a receiving antenna to Wang Kai. It allows mages to better absorb the power of other dimensions. Let's try it, Luna. With your talent, you should be able to learn it in 2 hours. Ancient One showed an encouraging smile. She liked Luna very much. Good teacher. Luna nodded and put on the hanging ring. Push your hands forward. 2 magic shields appeared in an instant, twice as large as when Ancient One cast it. Careful. When Ancient One saw this, he was surprised and quickly reminded. The edge of the magic shield is extremely sharp. You can attack, retreat, or defend when you are close. Therefore, it is the most widely spread magic of Kamatage. Generally, the file size of this magic is fixed, only the basin file size. But I don't know why, the magic shield Luna cast for the first time actually had more than twice the range. As a result, the extremely sharp edge instantly came into contact with Luna's wrist. Bang! At the critical moment, Wang Kai was still faster. Immediately use Whisper of Wind to release a shield to Luna to protect her safety. At the same time, activate Sprint, Rage, Immortal Demon Body, and Wind Spirit Emblem. Under the quadruple acceleration, it was almost like the words of Ancient One just came out. The translucent shield shattered, and Wang Kai had turned into a golden light and instantly grabbed Luna's wrist. She held her arms out wide to avoid being hurt by the sharp edges of the magic shield. Luna was startled by Wang Kai. The magic shield did not last for a few flashes and then disappeared. But then when he looked at the solemn angel's magic armored eyes, twinkling little stars suddenly appeared. Only 3 words popped into my mind. So hot. Brother? Is that you? Who else but me? The armor turns into light particles and blends into the body. Wang Kai showed a very concerned face. How about it? You're not injured. Luna shook her head and walked around Wang Kai's body with a puzzled look on her face. Where's your armor? Why is it missing? Wang Kai smiled slightly and touched Luna's hair. This is the power awakened by my brother. Thanks to him, I was able to find you. Take a step back and activate the immortal demon body again. Wang Kai pointed to his white, gold-rimmed angel armor. This is called the Dawn Guardian, and it only exists to protect you. Luna's face turned red after hearing this. With a peach-like face and a smile, she said, I don't want you to protect me. One day, I will be the one to protect you. Ha ha ha. No problem. I'm waiting for this day. Wang Kai is all smiles. It seems like I haven't felt this happy feeling for a long, long time. As for showing his immortal demonic body in front of the Ancient One, Wang Kai did not shy away from it at all. After all, Ancient One even knows Panga mode. I have watched his battles countless times. Probably I don't know except for the system. Wang Kai knows other things better than himself. Cancel the magic armor again. Wang Kai turned to look at Ancient One, found the Sorcerer Supreme staring at Luna. He showed a complicated smile. Mage Ancient One, is there anything wrong with what Luna did just now? Wang Kai asked nervously. Ancient One let out a long sigh. Not only is there no problem, on the contrary, the situation is extremely good. If I had Luna's talent, it would be the turn of Dark Lord Dorum and Mephisto to be arrogant. I have treated them as sons and beaten them up long ago. Does this smell like jealousy? Wang Kai was shocked that Luna's talent was so high. Doesn't that mean that the position of the Supreme Mage is already secure? No, no, no. It's all taught well by the teacher. Luna is very humble. Ancient One was very satisfied when he saw this. The power you have drawn is too majestic to be able to control it freely. You need to practice more in this aspect in the future. After finishing speaking, Ancient One threw one hand forward. Suddenly there was a clicking sound in front of me. A shattered glass wall appeared in the eyes of the 3 of them. This is the mirror dimension. Ancient One explained, whatever happens inside has nothing to do with the outside. To practice those powerful magics, you need to enter them. The 3 of them walked in through the opening of the mirror dimension. This is also a square for practicing magic. Ancient One then began to teach more magic. Luna did exactly what she said. The talent is frighteningly high. It almost always happens once. All that is missing is perfect mastery. The shape of Archon. The Marvel version has multiple duplications. Each duplication has the power of its own body and can release magic. When Luna entered the square, the whole square was packed with people, comparable to a spring festival train station. Not to mention fights. Duplication was almost suffocating itself to death. Shield of Seraphim. The strongest defensive magic used with both hands forms a huge golden shield. In Avengers 4, Master Kamatage used this move to withstand Thanos' Templetus artillery salvo. Luna is still the same, but it has become larger, and its protection range is almost as large as a standard basketball court. And compared to the small magic shield, this large magic shield has no sharp edges, so you don't have to worry about cutting all around with a click. The ancient body of Hogs. An energy absorbing, then dissipates it into other forms of magic. Doctor Strange used this spell to neutralize Thanos' black hole attack, and then turned into a butterfly. It's restrictive and too dangerous, so I'm just learning it, but not using it for the time being. Bossat's Thunder. One of the most powerful magics. It releases arm-thick golden red lightning to jump on the ground and attack. The disadvantage is that the attack speed is too slow. Luna cannot control the direction of attack after using it. As a result, he hit Wang Kai directly. With a bang, he was blown up to the sky. Magic Whip. The length of the golden magic whip can be controlled freely. The effect of using it alone is average, but when combined with the shape of Icon, it can achieve the appearance of countless whips trapping Thanos in Avengers 3. I didn't see any big difference in appearance after using Luna. The Wind of Wadham. Marvel version of Wind Escape releases a powerful stream of air that blows back enemies in front of you. Not very lethal, just an auxiliary function. Luna uses it to amplify the power of the wind and can knock people over. Cyttorak's Crimson Chain. An enhanced version of the magic whip that uses a long rope like a red ribbon to trap enemies. It is very powerful and can also be used for strangulation. Luna uses more toughness. Even if Wang Kai activates his immortal demonic body, he still can't cut it off. And the strangulation force is estimated to be around several tons. The Sword of Vishanti. If there is a magic shield, there will naturally be a magic sword. Luna turned into a machete after using it. The momentum is enough. It feels weird for a 16-year-old girl to hold a body-length sword. Wang Kai also doesn't want Luna to go astray as a melee mage. Finally, teach Luna the portal and mirror dimension. Ancient One felt that his merits were complete. Learn all the commonly used magic in 2 hours. Luna is no longer a genius, but a monster. Chapter 39. These general combat and auxiliary magics have been taught to you. I will teach you about astral projection, energy projection, and how to transform magical energy later so that we can stay young forever and extend our lifespan. Luna looked ecstatic after hearing this, a good sister to Ancient One. Wang Kai even had goosebumps when he shouted, "But what's more important than eternal youth?" Luna did not hesitate to praise her. He boasted to the Supreme Mage to great effect. The Ancient One is even more useful. Everyone likes rainbow farts. What's more, it was said by a beautiful and sensible female apprentice. Wang Kai is very satisfied that Ancient One can teach other magic. Ancient One as the Supreme Mage, lived for thousands of years. The skills must be ridiculous. The film was forced to go offline due to lack of funding. She can convert magical energy into a variety of super abilities such as invisibility, flight, hypnotic ability, protective shield, alchemy, telekinesis, teleportation, and cross-space teleportation. What is shown now is just the tip of the iceberg. Let's stop here today. I will take you to meet your senior brothers. Ancient One smiled and stretched out his hand. Luna immediately took hold of him. The two of them are so good together. In fact, they had only known each other for 2 hours. The three of them came to another square. It's not like the place where I was just now was empty. Many apprentices wearing white or black robes stood in a square formation. He is practicing magic with neat movements. Although in Wang Kai's eyes, it's more like they're practicing gymnastics. Supreme Mage. The leader, a black-faced boy, trotted over immediately. Salute respectfully to the Ancient One. This man is none other than Modu, the chief disciple of the Ancient One. At the end of the Doctor Strange movie, Blacken had a reflex reaction due to the collapse of his faith in his heart. I think it would be better if there were fewer mages in this world. So he ran to turn Pangborn, who was walking with magic, into a hemiplegic man again. Start your own path as a villain. As for now, still just a little fan of Ancient One. Modu, let me introduce to you. This is my new apprentice, your little junior sister. Ancient One smiled and introduced. Modu was shocked all of a sudden. He has been studying magic at Karmatage for more than 10 years. I have never seen such a heartfelt smile from Ancient One. Hello, senior brother, I am Luna. Luna bowed respectfully to Modu. Only then did the latter react and hurriedly returned the gift. Oh, hello, I'm Modu. If you need anything, you can come to me. Modu's look made Luna burst into laughter. Upon seeing this, Ancient One smiled and shook his head and continued the introduction. This is Luna's brother Kai. He is very powerful. Karmatage's forever friend. After hearing this, Modu's face condensed and he saluted again. Wang Kai just nodded in response and said hello. As a seed player for future villains, it's best not to overcook it, otherwise it will affect the speed of his sword swing. Let's go. I'll take you to the library again, where all the books I collected are stored. Ancient One continued to move forward with Luna. Morton was confused for a moment. He glanced at Wang Kai and asked, Kai, does the change of the Ancient One mage have something to do with your sister? Wang Kai glanced at it and said, otherwise, I guess this makes the Supreme Mage feel like a mother. No, a best friend. Follow me immediately. Wang Kai remembered that the librarian was brutally murdered by the villain Cassius. In addition, Cassius also stole a few pages of the book on time research on summoning Demomo. Maybe a supplement can be mixed in. Go into the library. At first glance, I saw the serious face of my family, Librarian King. Another familiar introduction to each other. But Wang Kai did not hear the system prompt sound. It seems that this place is still not good enough. However, maybe there is another place that is good enough. In other words, one thing stored there has a great reputation. Eye of Agamotto, where the time stone is stored. While Wang Kai was thinking, Ancient One said to Wang, from today on, Luna has the right to borrow all books in the library, including my private collection, the Book of Emperor Weishan. The king didn't say anything after hearing this. Whatever the Supreme Mage says is fine, but Modu suddenly felt a sense of imbalance in his heart. Even his senior brother, he, could not borrow the Book of Emperor Weishan. And he has been following Ancient One for more than 10 years. Now he is actually surpassed by a newly adopted little girl. This was very difficult for him to accept. So Modu boldly asked, is this appropriate? After all, junior sister has just started, so she can't even understand those books. Karmatage's books were all collected by Ancient One during his long life. Therefore, what is written above is not in English or Huxia. They are all obscure and difficult to understand small languages. It doesn't matter. I can ask Stark to make a translation device so that I can understand it. Wang Kai said immediately without waiting for Luna to answer. Modu suddenly opened his mouth. Having money and technology is amazing. It took him 2 years till I read most of the books only after turning through the dictionary. Now it's actually like this. It's so bullying. Ancient One showed an inexplicable smile. He looked at Modu and asked, then what do you want to do? Modu felt guilty when he was stared at by Ancient One. He said intermittently, at least wait until she finishes learning the basic spells. Wang Kai suddenly laughed out loud. Basic spells? Sorry, my sister just finished learning them 10 minutes ago. By the way, it only took her 2 hours. At this time, even Lao Wang, who seemed to be facially paralyzed, opened his mouth in surprise. Modu was even more stunned. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible in the face of genius. Don't you believe it? Give it a try. Wang Kai smiled provocatively. Luna was a little embarrassed. He immediately stepped forward and whispered in Wang Kai's ear. This is not good. I just learned it. Wang Kai immediately gave his sister a reassuring look. He also said quietly, don't worry. I have my brother to help you from the sidelines. You can defeat him without magic. Kai Daddy with 5 auxiliary equipment. Just asking you if you are afraid. Facing Wang Kai's suggestion, Modu's face instantly turned ugly. Compete with a 16-year-old girl. It doesn't look good whether you win or lose. Modu, what do you mean? Ancient One asked with a smile. I agree. Modu agreed as soon as his mind became hot. As a result, I regretted it the next second. Then wait until it is finished. I regret it even more. In the square, the apprentices stood on the outside. Luna and Mordo stood in the middle. Friendly discussions come and go quickly. Wang Kai has all 5 auxiliary equipment locked onto Luna. The latter immediately felt his body relaxed a lot. Even the reaction speed is faster. Directly throw out the long red silk-like rope. Sidorak's crimson chain was like a long snake that rolled up Mordo in the blink of an eye. And at this time, Ancient One's beginning sound has just ended. Chapter 40. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Emodu was trapped in the red silk cloth and became a dumpling. Huge amounts of force caused the veins in my head to burst out in an instant. The eyes are also bloodshot. I can't breathe. The originally black face turned brown after being congested. Just like an old jujube. Ancient One smiled and shook his head when he saw this. Of course, she knew that Wang Kai was suspected of cheating. But there is no difference in the results. It's the same thing to kill your opponent instantly and to make your opponent jump twice and then kill him again. Okay, Luna, let go of your senior brother. Well-behaved and lovable Luna immediately obeyed. Sidorak's crimson chains disappeared. Modu's feet went weak, and he almost knelt down to Luna. I could only hold my knees with my hands and gasp for air. Sweat burst out from all over the body uncontrollably. If you lie down, you will look like a black fish that has landed. As for now, it's just a standing black salted fish. The apprentices around were all dumbfounded. My breathing stopped for a moment. They are around older than Luna, but still not as good as senior brother Modu. And now a newly recruited junior sister has left senior brother unable to fight back. Maybe this is genius. Luna NB. So handsome that you can take off. It's amazing. Everyone cheered for Luna. Luna was very embarrassed. He said shyly, "This is all allowed to me by my senior brother." The cheers of the crowd suddenly became louder. Luna, who is modest, beautiful, powerful, and cute, instantly gained a large number of fans. Become a beautiful scenery in the serious and stereotyped Kamatage. From now on, as long as Luna comes to Kamatage, the atmosphere here will become lively. People would smile and ask, "Junior sister learned a few more spells today." Luna always says a few words of modesty. Come to the library counter. Arrange 9 masterpieces on soul science. Here are a dozen advanced magic books, and get a copy of Weishan Emperor's book. And when others ask why she is so powerful, Luna always said with a smile, "It's all my senior brother who allowed me to do it. Second senior brother allowed me to do it all. It's all third senior brother who gave way to me." It made everyone laugh. There is a cheerful atmosphere inside and outside Kamatage. Okay, Modu, you go down and rest first. Ancient One gave his eldest disciple a step down. The latter immediately left in shame. I regret that I, who has always been calm, could make such a stupid mistake in front of the teacher. Luna was taken by Ancient One to continue visiting Kamatage. The 3 of them went around in a circle, but I still haven't reached the room where the Eye of Agamotto is placed. In desperation, Wang Kai had to cough twice and said, "Mage Ancient One, I want to see the Eye of Agamotto. Is that okay?" "Brother, what are your eyes?" Luna asked doubtfully. Upon seeing this, Ancient One explained to Luna. Luna's eyes lit up when she heard this. But once I heard that it couldn't be used to resurrect my parents, I became bleak. The 3 of them soon arrived at a room. There are 3 doors in 3 directions here, leading to the New York Temple, Hong Kong Temple, and London Temple respectively. This is a solidified portal, and you can switch destinations based on coordinates. Very convenient. The one placed in the middle is Eye of Agamotto. Ding! It is detected that the host is in the hidden sign-in location where the time gem is stored, and the sign-in is started. The countdown to check-in is 29 minutes and 59 seconds. The system sound that I hadn't seen for a long time resounded in my mind again. Wang Kai was momentarily confused. It was actually a 30-minute check-in. That's 30 consecutive draws. The time stone is so valuable. From this point of view, even for the check-in point, you have to find other infinite stones. Thinking of this, Wang Kai would have to delay. Ahem, Ancient One Mage. Is it really okay to leave the Eye of Agamotto here like this? The fanatic followers of Casillas can open a portal in their own homes and take it away. This is also where Wang Kai is confused. In fact, from the fact that Doctor Strange can open a portal in the library, we know that Kamatage does not have a forbidden magic realm. In other words, as long as you reach out and take away the Book of Time, you can take it away from anywhere in the world. Even the Eye of Agamotto, there is no need to come in and grab it. It's strange that Casillas still hasn't lost his mind after living in Kamal Taj for so long. Ancient One smiled calmly after hearing this, pointing to the Eye of Agamotto. It itself is the most powerful protection, and evil people cannot pick it up. Burned like ebony throat? Wang Kai suddenly thought, but then asked again, then what if I use gloves? Or use pliers? Or put it in a box and take it away? Taking arrogance is not a good moral character for a child. Ancient One did not explain. Wang Kai also guessed that it was 80% possible. Put the time gem here like a toy. I don't know if Ancient One is too big-hearted or has read the script. I know no one will steal it. We chatted for a long time. Wang Kai asked about various strange events in history. Lu Xiao, son of what plane, summoned meteorites, the unknown apocalyptic explosion, the strange Tunguska explosion, the mysterious Roswell incident, and more. In short, it is delaying time. Seeing Luna looking very interested, Ancient One did not expose Wang Kai's purpose. Everything was explained like a story. Half an hour later, ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the hidden sign-in location where the time gem is stored. Get 3,000 check-in points. The system prompt has just ended. The story of Ancient One has also been told. Luna listened with great interest. I didn't expect that the history of the Earth would be so exciting. Those strange, unsolved mysteries. Most of them are the aftermath of invasions from other dimensions, and the Ancient One has fought fierce battles with those alien evil gods, kicked them back to their hometown. Okay, there should be enough time. You brothers and sisters will go home first and come back here tomorrow. Ancient One said goodbye to Luna with a smile. This is the end of the half-day trip to Karmatage. The two return to New York, and Wang Kai's life can be on the right track again. Sign in and draw to kill the villain. Ever since I killed Hatred, because of looking for my sister, he ignored the next marked check-in task. Now it's finally time to see where we've progressed. The Land of Green Goblin vs. Spider-Man. I turned on my computer and looked at the news for a few times and realized that it was still the plot of the old version of Spider-Man 1. Norman OSS originally wore a green flight suit and stepped on a demon glider, just like a big green fly. He blew up a member of the board of directors in public in the square and ended up fighting Spider-Man, who tried to stop him. The world is now searching for Marvel's poorest and most loser superhero. What is Brother Kai looking at? Luna got next to Wang Kai and asked, "It's not easy to save your parents. It requires money and materials. This bad guy just happens to have money." Duh. Chapter 41. While the two were talking, suddenly a piece of news came on the computer. The title is Live Broadcast. The Green Goblin takes many hostages and fights Spider-Man. It's better to come by chance than to come by chance. Wang Kai smiled slightly. Point to the location in the live broadcast screen. You've seen a good show. Do you want to go and see it? Luna nodded excitedly. Immediately start drawing circles to use the portal. On the New York Bridge, the Green Goblin held on to the screaming Mary Jane with one hand and a cable with the other hand, the end of which was connected to a children's amusement ride. There are all innocent children inside. Help! Save us! Save us, Spider-Man! The child's cry for help and Mary's scream were transmitted to Spider-Man's mind at the same time. Then came the Green Goblin's evil laughter. Ha ha! Spider-Man, that's why only fools become heroes. Because you always have this trolley problem. Be a lover or an innocent person, choose. The Green Goblin released his hands, and Mary and the child fell from a bridge dozens of meters high at the same time. And the old version of Spider-Man is obviously an adult just by looking at his face. So he chose to have them all. The wind beneath my feet is like an arrow flying towards Mary. Then he jumped. Spin the silk upwards with your left hand and catch Mary with your right hand. Hold on to me. Spider-Man swung his body and freed his right hand to grab the cable, sliding downwards. The falling cable car was immediately pulled into the air. The onlookers immediately burst into cheers. Awesome Spider-Man. However, this cheer did not help the grim situation at all. The Green Goblin flew off the bridge in a glider, watching the tough Spider-Man laugh wildly. Gaga, you made the worst choice, which is to pay for it yourself. A pumpkin bomb pops out of the front of the demon glider, makes a beeping countdown sound. Goodbye, Spider-Man. The Green Goblin flicked his arm and threw the pumpkin bomb. Seeing that Spider-Man and Mary Jane were about to be blown up, a big hand suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Then with a flick of his finger, the pumpkin bomb was instantly blown away. Then it exploded dozens of meters away. Boom. Red flames lit up in the night sky. After the explosion, people cheered enthusiastically. Awesome King Kong. Wang Kai drove Metal Storm to save Spider-Man. But when he heard the cheers of the people eating melons around him, his face darkened. What a bad name. Why don't you call yourself King Kong? Iron Man. Spider-Man. Captain America. A wave of his hand frightened the Green Goblin back dozens of meters like a fly. Wang Kai pinched the cable with 2 fingers, then put the other hand flat, signaling Mary Jane to come up. I'll save you. The other fly is your opponent Spider-Man. Go and deal with him. Marvel's #1 Green Tea. Mary Jane's eyes widened when she saw the tall, mighty, and cool Metal Storm. Spider-Man crawled over him without saying thank you. Wang Kai felt upset when he saw it. Spider-Man 1 oscillates between Peter, Harry, and the unknown Spider-Man. Spider-Man 2 found a rich fiancée, but ran away from marriage because he thought he liked Peter. At the beginning of Spider-Man 3, I had a quarrel with Peter, but later I had to make good friends with Harry for a while because of my livelihood. I never thought it was a big problem before. Looking at it now just makes me feel sick. Take the cable car and fly to the river with Mary Jane, Mary said tremblingly. Thank you for saving me. How should I thank you? Wang Kai glanced down and said, just be a human being, Mary. Spider-Man here. After being entangled with the Green Goblin, he came to a park castle that was abandoned due to fire. The two of them fought extremely fiercely with their fists and kicks. Although the Green Goblin is not as powerful as Spider-Man, but relying on equipment blessing can be slightly better. Try this quack quack. 3 extremely sharp flying knives spun rapidly towards Spider-Man. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of me. However, Newton easily dodged it by leaning back and making him cry. But then the Green Goblin threw the pumpkin bomb again. This time there was no way to escape. Boom. The pumpkin bomb exploded almost before your eyes. The strong shock wave was like a train hitting the face, plus the blazing firelight. Spider-Man lost his appearance instantly. Falling backward quickly, a loud bang hit the old brick wall. Lying on the ground, he opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. It was obvious that he had suffered serious internal injuries. When the Green Goblin saw this, he laughed even more crazily. Stepped forward and trampled Spider-Man under his feet. Then he took out a green trident and put it on Spider-Man's head. I originally wanted Mary to die more comfortably, but now I decided to let her die more comfortably. Gaga, the villain dies because he talks too much. When Spider-Man heard that the goddess in his heart was being threatened, it's like a small universe exploding. He grabbed the Green Goblin's ankle with one hand and gave it a fierce swing. Use all 20 tons of powerful force without any scruples. The Green Goblin flew out like a cannonball and instantly hit 3 walls before stopping. And the green uniform all over his body was seriously damaged, not to mention showing a little spark. I don't know how many bones in my body were broken. Spiders eat flies, that's a killer. Wang Kai and Luna stood on the top of the park castle. Looking at the wonderful battle below, I feel something in my heart. I don't know if it was intentional. In the comics, the Green Goblin transforms like Professor Lizard, become a low-end, weakened version of Hulk. Why does he look like a fly in the movie? At this time, the battle below is almost over. The Green Goblin was exploded into the small universe by Spider-Man's hammer. I can only kneel down and beg for mercy. Peter, stop. It's me. Take off the mask to reveal Norman's miserable face. Spider-Man was immediately stunned. Isn't this his good friend Harry's dad? The Green Goblin begs Peter for forgiveness. He tried his best to explain that he was influenced by an evil personality. In fact, it is just acting. The demon glider quietly rose from behind Spider-Man, revealing the sharp spear in front. The Green Goblin's face suddenly changed, and he laughed wildly. Goodbye, Spider-Man. The spider sense activated in an instant. Peter jumped on the spot and did a backflip, easily dodged the demon glider. Phew! The spear penetrated the green uniform. The Green Goblin was nailed directly to the wall. Blood dripped down the walls. In just a few seconds, the person is dying. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in at the place where Green Goblin vs. Spider-Man. The sign-in time exceeded 3 minutes, and the sign-in task was successfully completed. Ding! The reward is 300 check-in points. Ding! The next check-in location is Dr. Otto's laboratory, the birthplace of Dr. Octopus. If you stay for more than 3 minutes, you will be deemed to have signed in successfully. The sign-in task is completed. Wang Kai hugged Princess Luna, jumped directly from the roof. With a dull thud, he landed like a superhero. Although my knees are sore, but he still strode forward and pulled out the demon glider nailed to the wall. Then he pinched Norman's breathy mouth and drank all the 2 small medicine bottles. Chapter 42. Who are you? Spider-Man hurriedly covered his face. Shoot webbing to pull yourself into the shadows. He didn't want to be seen. The person who saved you just now is the person who saves him now. That's right. Brother Kai saved you, and you are still so unreasonable. You really don't know a good heart. Luna pouted and looked at Spider-Man. I felt a little angry. She hates spiders, scorpions, and centipedes the most. Facing the current shabby situation, and Peter, who is hiding in the dark, naturally doesn't have much favorable impressions either, even though he saved many children. After hearing what the 2 said, Spider-Man let down his guard. Thank you for saving me. That golden mecha is so handsome. I would like to take some close-ups of it if possible. Poor Spider-Man is so poor that he has to sell his pants. I usually make money part-time by taking photos for newspapers. So far, all media have not had a clear photo of the metal storm. The boss of the Daily Bugle offered a reward of $1,000. That's a lot of money for Spider-Man. Next time, definitely next time. Wang Kai said without looking back. Complete the 2 bottles of medicine. Norman finally came back to life, just very weak. The moment he saw Wang Kai, he knew that this evil star had saved him. I really don't know if it's good or bad. Why do you want to save me? Norman asked weakly. Of course I want to ask you to borrow some money. From now on, your money is my money, and my money is your money. How about it? Wang Kai showed a meaningful smile. Norman had no choice but to agree with a wry smile. Watching Spider-Man is dumbfounded. Is this money so easy to earn? But it seems like he's taking advantage of someone else's situation. Go and take Mr. Norman back home. He is tired and needs to rest. People can always see themselves clearly when they are dying. Hope Norman experiences such an event, able to overcome the Green Goblin personality. Aren't you going to send him to the police station? He has killed many people. Spider-Man whispered. I feel quite a bit lacking in confidence. What does the person Green Goblin killed have to do with Norman Osborn? Spider-Man, don't make a mistake. Wang Kai smiled coldly. Even if I send it in, it's just another occasion to say this. The American legal team is ruthless. Luna nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Brother Kai is right. Spider-Man was speechless. I could only watch helplessly as the metal storm appeared out of thin air. Luna sat on Metal Storm's shoulders. The 2 flew towards the dark night sky. Oh, come on, Mr. Osborn, I'll take you home. What follows is almost exactly the same as the plot of the movie. Harry saw his father who was seriously injured and very weak. And Spider-Man who sent him up. The relationship between the 2 of them is still like this. Wang Kai sighed. After using Metal Storm to leave the park castle, let Luna open the portal at her feet. Cancel the Metal Storm and 2 people fall at the same time. After passing through the portal, you fell into the bedroom at home. There was no words for the rest of the night. Wang Kai and Luna both slept very soundly. The next day, Wang Kai got up and made breakfast for Luna. Then he started to inquire about the extent of Dr. Octopus's research. A scientific feat like artificial sun will definitely make some news. He needs to confirm the time before leaving to sign in. Beep, the doorbell rang suddenly. Wang Kai was very strange. Who came to look for him early in the morning? Opened the door. The result was 2 very familiar figures. The ghost girl in white and gray armor, and her black adoptive father Goliath. You actually rang the doorbell. When did you know I was back? Wang Kai asked coldly. The ghost girl can penetrate walls. God knows if she has a hobby of voyeurism. Just now, I didn't go in rashly. The ghost girl waved her hands and explained hurriedly. She didn't come here just to fight. Wang Kai's magic potion works surprisingly well. 1 bottle has prevented her from entering the void until now, but she could feel it fading away. In 2 days at most, she would be back to the pain that kept tearing every cell. Therefore, the ghost woman who longed for a normal life naturally could not give up the opportunity to cure her. After returning to New York, I knocked on the door 3 days in a row. Finally, she saw Wang Kai again. Kai, we are here to apologize specifically. We are very sorry for what happened that day. Goliath's words awakened the dreamer. The ghost girl hurriedly bowed to Wang Kai. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have attacked you. Wang Kai shook his head and didn't take it to heart. Luna has been found. His acting style is not as sharp as before. At this time, suddenly Luna's voice came from the bedroom. Brother Kai, who is he? The ghost girl and Goliath were stunned for a moment. Elder brother, you have found your sister? Congratulations. The two of them smiled awkwardly and crossed their hands. By this time, Luna had come to the living room. Seeing this, Wang Kai had no choice but to open the door and let them in. Colleagues from my former workplace. Come in. Close the door and put tea fruits on it. Luna is quite interested in Wang Kai's former workplace. Especially the ghost girl. She was completely wrapped in a white and gray uniform. Adds a lot of mysterious flavor. Luna was very enthusiastic about the two asking questions. Did SHILD send you here? Wang Kai asked. He only fired SHILD unilaterally. It's normal for SHILD to send people to check the bottom. No, we have something to ask for. The ghost girl took off her mask and said, he told me everything that happened to him and the changes in his body after taking the vial. I want to know how to make that medicine. Maybe it can cure my disease. The ghost girl looked at Wang Kai with hope. After hearing this, Luna also sympathized with the ghost girl's plight. Brother Kai, since you can help this sister, then try to help her. Luna whispered. Wang Kai sighed in his heart. For the sake of character design, I had to take out 3 small medicine bottles from my space backpack. Throw it directly to the ghost girl. I don't know how, but I know how to cure you. Real? The 3 people on the sofa shouted in surprise at the same time. Of course, your current situation is the entangled state caused by quantum shock. As long as enough quantum energy is collected, you can be cured. It just so happens that he wants to make a time machine, although the money was settled, but there is still a shortage of manpower. Since the current second-generation Ant-Man is still working normally, therefore, no one has entered the field twice again. Wang Kai wants to bring all relevant people together. Start a dream project. Only in this way can we create a time machine as quickly as possible. Tony, Dr. Pym, Hope, plus Goliath and Ghost Girl, 5 people should be enough. Wang Kai remembers that Tony alone created the data model in Avengers 4. There is help from others. There shouldn't be much of a problem. Chapter 43. As long as you build a quantum channel machine and extract the energy inside, you can be cured. In addition, quantum channels also have a function, which is that they can travel through time and space. At that time, we can go to another parallel universe and pick you and your parents up before the explosion. Then you can live together completely normally. After Wang Kai finished speaking, the ghost girl and Goliath looked confused. Only Luna believed it. Is this possible? Goliath black question mark face. He had once thought about using quantum field energy to treat ghost girls, but he had never been able to get started. As a result, Wang Kai opened the door directly. He even told him clearly how many beauties and tons of gold were standing behind him. It makes Goliath feel like he is listening to nonsense. Of course it's possible, because that's what I plan to do. I'm not kidding about resurrecting my parents. Wang Kai looked serious, not joking at all. The ghost girl was immediately convinced. A man who dares to kill a New York gangster for his sister and drag the 3 major families in the United States into trouble, don't lie to her with all your lies. How about you? Do you want to join me in my plan to create a quantum channel? I call it a dream come true. Okay. I'll be the first to join. Luna directly raised her hands. The ghost girl held the small medicine bottle and raised her hand. Goliath saw his daughter and joined. Naturally, the same will follow. So the initial 4 people of the dream plan were decided. Very good. From today on, we are all trying to fulfill our own dreams, but we are also people striving for the same goal. Goliath nodded. Tomorrow I will resign from my position as SHILD agent and review the relevant knowledge of quantum channels. But Ava has done many disgraceful things for S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm worried that they won't let her go so easily. Goliath said worriedly. Wang Kai smiled coldly. It doesn't matter. You can just move next door to me. If Nick Fury dares to play tricks, I will praise SHILD. It's usually easy to say, but when it comes to resurrecting his parents, the people or forces who dare to stop him, just cut them all off. I can't thank you enough, Kai. The ghost woman whispered. I will try my best to build a quantum channel. As a colleague of Dr. Hank Pym, the parents of the ghost girl are both masters in the quantum field. Nature left her a precious legacy of knowledge. In addition, She became a good doctor after a long illness. The ghost girl herself is also an expert in the quantum field. Therefore, she can really help a lot in building quantum channels. Wang Kai nodded and smiled and stretched out his hand. Very good. Then I hope we can complete this dream machine as soon as possible. Afternoon, city of San Francisco. The four came to PIM Technology Company. The ghost girl finally took off her battle clothes, put on a casual suit. As a childish girl under 20 years old, at this time, I was having a lot of fun with Luna. Goliath, the old father, was very happy to see this. I haven't seen him for a long time. Goliath looked at the company in front of him and sighed in his heart. I hope Hank isn't still so paranoid and grumpy. Result, they came up short. Hank is not at the company, but they met Hank's daughter, Hope Dine. Excuse me, are you? Hope looked at Goliath and felt very familiar. I've definitely seen it somewhere, but I just can't remember it. Goliath smiled innocently. I am your father's assistant. I met you several times when you were a child. Mr. Collins. Hope immediately thought of it. Shake hands with Goliath and salute very politely. Invite everyone into her office. After a brief exchange of greetings, Goliath gets right to the point. Hope, we are here today to rescue your mother. She is trapped in the quantum realm. Now she can only be rescued by building a quantum channel. These are naturally what Wang Kai has already said. Dr. Pym means that the stones in the toilet are smelly and hard. If you ask him directly for Pym particles, you won't give them to him even if you kill his daughter. So it can only be done this way. Hope was stunned after hearing this. He spread his hands and showed an extremely complicated smile on his face. You didn't lie to me. Of course not. Because we are all poor people who need quantum channels to save others. Goliath took out a piece of information. It's the ghost girl's physical condition report. After giving it to the confused Hope to watch, she immediately believed 90% of it. I knew my mother was not dead. Hope cried with joy. Since my mother said she went on a business trip, she never came back. Although my father said there was a car accident, but Hope never wanted to believe it. Today I finally got a clue that my mother is still alive. I'll take you to find him. 20 minutes later, everyone then came outside Dr. Pym's single-family villa. There are cameras everywhere here. It was all installed by Dr. Pym, a paranoid maniac. Since some Pym particles were lost decades ago, I actually borrowed it for Fulian but forgot to pay it back. He had always suspected that Howard Stark had stolen it. As a result, the protection against Pym particles became even more stringent. Hope stepped forward and knocked on the door. Before he finished knocking, an old voice came from the house. Hope, you are not satisfied with kicking me out of the board of directors. Do you want to kick me out of the house? I actually brought someone here. Everyone. Hope smiled awkwardly. This is a private matter for our family. Then he shouted to the camera on the door. Don't be blinded. This is Mr. Collins. We have something to do with you. What can be the matter? I heard that he works in S.H.I.E.L.D. He must be here for my Pym particles. Dr. Pym replied angrily. You go back and tell them that I, Hank Pym, will starve to death. Death outside and shrunk into subatoms. I will never hand over my invention. Yo, the ironclad King Pym. When Wang Kai saw this, he had no time to continue talking nonsense. But as soon as I lifted my feet, Luna stepped forward and held her down. Look at my brother Kai. Luna held the hanging ring and created a portal directly in front of the door. This is a door upon a door. Hope was stunned. Others take it for granted because they came from New York using this. Everyone jumped in. I looked around but didn't see Dr. Pym. Wang Kai shouted directly. Your wife is not dead. We predicted through magic that she is still alive. If you want to save her from the quantum realm, show up now. Why should I believe you? Dr. Pym's voice rang out from the home speakers. Still don't know where to hide. When Wang Kai saw Dr. Pym's suspicious look, he roared. Are you considered a man? For your wife? Even if there is only a chance, you should do your best to seize it. If it's fake, kill those who lied to you. Why do you still have to think about such a simple thing for so long like a coward? Chapter 44. I don't know if anyone remembers. In the movie Ant-Man 1, Dr. Pym's student Darren Cross developed a gooey gun. This thing is modeled after the Pym particle shrinking gun. As a result, animals cannot be safely shrunk. Instead, it turns people into a ball of mush. This thing is much more lethal than Pym particles. Whoever you look at will die. Dr. Pym can definitely do it. As long as he is willing, he can set off a killing feast no less than that of Wang Kai. Who dares to lie to him in such a situation? Wang Kai feels that Dr. Pym is always shrinking. As a result, my courage was also reduced, completely unlike what a husband and father should be like. Wives are waiting for their husbands, and daughters are waiting for their mothers. Just because of your suspicions, they suffer. I ask you, who are you? There was silence in the hall for a long time. Dr. Pym continued to speak without being seen. Hope looked at Wang Kai with a strange look. Luna's eyes are full of little stars. The ghost girl also smiled. They all think Wang Kai is right. I'm Hank Pym, their husband and father. Dr. Pym's low roar suddenly came from the hall, like making a decision. The sound of heavy footsteps came from the speaker. It didn't take long for everyone to see the gray-haired and angry Dr. Pym. Boy, don't think that I don't know this is a provoking method. If it weren't for Janet, I would never have met anyone from SHILD. Goliath saw this and smiled slightly. You're still the same? You haven't changed at all. Aren't you the same? Dr. Pym said coldly. Hope immediately stepped forward to smooth things over. It's not easy to build a quantum channel. Let's sit down and talk. After a while, Dr. Pym accepted the existence of magic. Everyone also began to discuss how to build a quantum channel. Wang Kai couldn't talk about this professional knowledge. It's like listening to a book from heaven. Until 2 hours later, after everyone's deliberations were completed, Wang Kai asked directly, how long will it take? I can solve the problem with money. If there are problems that are difficult to solve, I can ask others to help solve them. Normally, it takes 5 years. Wang Kai's eyelids jumped after hearing this. It's better to just grab the infinite gems of this universe. But then Dr. Pym changed the topic. It is currently estimated to be 5 months. With them as assistants, the speed will be much faster. But the main problem is how to test, in case you can't come back. Then you are risking your life. Everyone knows it. When I was thinking about how to solve this problem, Luna stood up. You can leave this to me. The form of Ikeen is also a physical entity and will disappear automatically after being injured, and the memory will be integrated into the body. Wang Kai nodded. Duplication. It does have a pathfinding purpose. Well, since you are a magician, let's experiment with magic plus technology. Everything's ready. Wang Kai doesn't need to worry about the rest. Dr. Pym will start arranging the work step by step. What is missing? Goliath would say. The provincial Dr. Pym wants to save face and waste time. After that, Luna opened the portal every day to send Goliath and the ghost girl to work and then pick them back up at night. So the following positions emerged. Wang Kai is Party A and the captain of the logistics team. Luna is the transport captain and tester. Pym is the overall planner and chief scientist. Hope, Goliath, and Ghost Girl are all assistants. Construction is on track. Wang Kai continues his journey of signing in, drawing, and killing villains. 3 days later, Hudson Tributary Repair and Laboratory, New York, an ice-shaking experiment is about to take place here. Make an artificial sun. Get endless energy. The person in charge of this matter is Harry, the young master of the Osborne Group. He also specially invited his gay friend Peter to come over for a visit. Speaking of artificial sun, this is also related to Tony's announcement of miniaturization technology for the arc reactor. No one can avoid the temptation of new energy. Major groups have begun to follow suit and advance. So when Norman was injured and temporarily on the second line, let Harry take over for the time being, agreed with Dr. Otto's artificial sun experimental plan. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look at this machine that completes and maintains integration. More than a dozen Osborne Group executives and celebrities walked towards Dr. Otto. They also include the invisible Wang Kai and Luna. Luna has just learned the invisibility spell. According to her words, both of them are out of sight. We can only hold hands and walk on. Today will be a great day in human history. We will witness the birth of the artificial sun. This will produce infinitely powerful energy, more powerful than Stark Industries' arc reactor. An impassioned speech. Everyone is smiling. Then Dr. Otto's rose pushed over a machine wrapped in gray cloth. After uncovering it, it was revealed to be 4 huge amounts of robotic arm claws. This is my assistant. It can help me handle core integration better. They are resistant to heat and magnetism. Dr. Otto took off his shirt while explaining. And standing in the middle of the 4 robotic arm claws, the arc-shaped reinforcer at the waist is fastened immediately. Then the steel back like a spine stuck behind him. The upper needle is slowly inserted into the body. Everyone who saw it felt nervous. Ding! It is detected that the host has arrived at the sign-in location where Dr. Octopus was born. The sign-in time is 3 minutes. If the stay time is less than 3 minutes, the sign-in will be considered a failure. The countdown to check-in is 2 minutes and 59 seconds. The system sounds. Now Dr. Otto has changed his name to Dr. Octopus. This is an extremely smart mechanical assistant, and its artificial intelligence is no less than that of humans. So just to be on the safe side, I put a suppressor on it to make sure I was the one controlling it. Dr. Octopus smiled and introduced his robotic arm claw. After kissing his wife Rose, he walked to the test stand. After all, this is today's protagonist, artificial sun experimental device. The extremely rare element tritium is the core of the experiment, with only 25 pounds in the world. Dr. Octopus puts on his goggles, looking deeply at the file-sized spherical tritium element on my little finger, then resolutely pressed the start switch. For laser beams are emitted from the sharp corners of the experimental device. After hitting the tritium element, it instantly expanded into a blazing fireball that was twice the size of a basketball file. Artificial sun appeared, like a translucent red energy ribbon appearing. This is the solar wind. Will continue to spread to the outside world. This is when Dr. Octopus's mechanical claw comes in handy. When these solar winds knock the protective shield away, he will push back all these solar winds in advance. That's right, simply press it back. The sun is in the palm of my hand. Dr. Octopus looked at the charming artificial sun and whispered to himself. But as soon as I finished saying this extremely pretentious sentence, the entire system started beeping alarms. The magnetic force began to expand and strengthen inexplicably. It sucked in all the surrounding ironware, jewelry, and gold watches. Chapter 45. Don't worry, it's just a power leak. Facing the increasingly strong magnetic force, Dr. Octopus still pretends to be calm, but the protective cover on the surface of the artificial sun gradually bulged. The senior executives of the Osborn Group and other celebrities who were watching began to gradually retreat. Spider-Man Peter Parker's hair stood on end. The Spider-Sense screamed at him to leave. This toy should be a super bomb. Harry, we have to get people out of here. Peter said to Harry. Although the latter was shocked, he also knew his priorities. If something happens to the people here, the Osborn Group will really be doomed. So he immediately stood up and shouted, "Everyone, it's dangerous here. Please leave as soon as possible." Stab, various metals were torn directly. The chandelier on the ceiling of the laboratory was even torn down. They were sucked into the artificial sun one after another. The system is overloaded. Dr. Otto, we have to stop the experiment. The assistant advises you to stop, but how could Dr. Octopus end his hard work? No, it will be stable. I can control it. As soon as he finished speaking, the system of the artificial solar device showed that the protective cover was broken. The arm-thick solar wind emerged from the protective cover, instantly expanded nearly 10 times. Like a whip whipping wildly in the laboratory, after hitting the ceiling, I heard only a muffled sound. It actually penetrated the laboratory. "Turn it off, Otto. I order you to turn it off," Harry shouted anxiously. When Peter saw this, he even wanted to take off his shirt and pull out the plug directly. At this moment, the solar wind becomes even more violent, like a whip whipping rapidly, heading towards Dr. Octopus's wife Rose. No! Dr. Octopus hurriedly stretched out his mechanical arm to block it. But the distance between the two seems to be thousands of meters away. The robotic arm was too late to save her. At this time, a golden translucent shield appeared in front of Rose. It was the invisible Luna who took action. Without waiting for everyone's reaction, Wang Kai appeared using classic skin, wielding blue sword energy, cut off the crazy swaying solar wind. "Turn it off. Otherwise the equipment will be damaged, and you won't be able to retain any experimental data." One word wakes up the dreamer. Nothing in this world can be achieved overnight. Experiments require step-by-step improvement and correction to get on the right track. How could a senior scientist not understand this? Dr. Octopus hurriedly started, but the manic solar wind doesn't give him that much time. The protective cover was damaged again. More solar winds appear, waving randomly like golden tentacles. "I need time." Dr. Octopus shouted. He is downloading all the data to his robotic arm claw, and this takes 5 to 10 seconds. Good. Wang Kai waved his sword again. The blue sword energy cuts off all the solar wind attacking Dr. Octopus. And Luna still holds up the Seraphim shield, protecting Rose and others behind him. What are you looking at? Why don't you leave quickly? Luna's voice sounded. Finally woke up the sluggish Rose. Although I don't know what happened, but it's always about controlling it so it doesn't turn out to be a bad thing. Rose took one look at her husband and had to grit her teeth and leave. And Peter found that he seemed to be useless, so he and Harry evacuated the crowd. When outsiders, including experimental assistants, all leave, only Luna, Wang Kai, and Dr. Octopus were left. The data download is completed, but the artificial sun cannot be turned off. Dr. Octopus shouted regretfully, once this explodes, maybe his laboratory will be gone. The entire neighborhood could be destroyed. But Wang Kai's heart moved. He kept chopping the solar wind with his hands, immediately shouted to Luna, "Mirror dimension. Throw the artificial sun into the mirror dimension." In the movie, the artificial sun was unplugged. As a result, the power cannot be displayed, but Wang Kai needed to take a look at how powerful this thing was. He holds the largest tritium element in his hand. At least you need to know how powerful this thing is. Good. Luna immediately threw her hands. The space in front of me is shattered like glass. Then draw a circle with one hand. A golden portal appeared in the sky above the artificial sun device. Then Luna pressed down. The portal fell immediately, swallowed the artificial sun device. All that was left was a perfectly round shallow crater in the ground. "Oh my God, who are you?" Dr. Octopus was shocked. He is obsessed with the research and development of artificial suns. Therefore, I don't know much about Wang Kai's current appearance. I'll tell you when we get out. Wang Kai and Luna walked into the mirror dimension together, looking at the artificial sun slowly falling from the sky in the distance. Luna couldn't help but grab Wang Kai's hand. I saw a dazzling light suddenly flashing in the sky. In an instant, both of them covered their eyes involuntarily. That is white, pure and flawless white light enveloped the entire New York City. It was accompanied by an earth-shattering loud noise. Boom! Like a small hydrogen bomb exploding in the air. The shock wave set off a strong wind of magnitude 18 on the ground. High-rise buildings only resisted for a moment in the face of this manic storm. It was blown into dominoes and fell towards the periphery of the explosion. Then came an even more terrifying heat storm. The moment it came into contact with any building, it caused a huge fire. Then it suddenly disintegrated in less than 1 second. It flew towards the periphery like dust. The iconic mushroom cloud slowly rises in the sky. Wang Kai and Luna looked shocked. Although New York in the mirror dimension was not destroyed, but it also blew up the most prosperous Manhattan Island into ruins. The power of the artificial sun after it fully explodes can be compared to that of nuclear weapons. It's unbelievable. Luna exclaimed in a low voice. Wang Kai smiled slightly. This is an artificial sun. Although it is smaller, it is still a sun. The two left the mirror dimension. The system's voice finally sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in at the birthplace of Dr. Octopus. The sign-in time exceeded 3 minutes, and the sign-in task was successfully completed. Ding! The reward is 300 check-in points. Ding! The next sign-in location is the place where Spider-Man fights Dr. Octopus. If you stay for more than 3 minutes, you will be deemed to have signed in successfully. Completed another sign-in task. There are now 3,600 check-in points. 36 consecutive draws can be performed. Just when Wang Kai was happy, the system's sound sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 30 sign-in tasks, including hidden sign-in. Start the intermediate lottery roulette. Warm reminder, the intermediate lottery roulette has more advanced rewards, but at the same time the required check-in points are doubled. A draw costs 200 check-in points. That's 30? Wang Kai was slightly surprised. But now that the intermediate lottery roulette has been started, then try it. System, I want to draw a lottery, 3 consecutive draws. Ding, 600 check-in points have been consumed, and a lottery is in progress. Duh. Chapter 46. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the hero template. Void Spirit City Judge, Zhong Kuei. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting the equipment, the big stick. Ding, Congratulations to the host for getting a special item from the system mall. Another hero template, but this Zhong Kuei, Master Kuei, he doesn't seem to need it. As for the big stick, it is simple and clear. It increases spell power by 120 points, which is replaced by a 12% increase in spell damage in the real world. But it's also useless. And this system mall is very intriguing. After opening it silently in my heart, what appears is an interface like a grocery store. There are 8 items for sale above. Each item is marked with a selling price. There is also a 48-hour countdown below. Obviously, the products in the system mall will be refreshed over time, and other items will reappear. Cloth armor, small medicine bottle, refreshing crystal, fighting gloves, boots of haste, passionate rose, skill enhancement points, skill enhancement points. Each is priced at 100 check-in points. Except for boxing gloves, which have never appeared before. All other items have been seen. Skill enhancement points even appeared twice. Wang Kai bought it directly without hesitation. Raised the immortal demon body to level 14, but he still has 2,800 check-in points left. This system mall is like taking out the rewards from low-level lottery items and selling them separately. Wang Kai thought in his mind, but this is fine. As long as the skill enhancement point appears, he will definitely buy it. In this way, there is finally hope for reaching the level 100 immortal demon body. Otherwise, it would still be too unstable to keep drawing. Brother Kai, what are you thinking about? Luna's voice brought Wang Kai back to reality. Dr. Octopus was waiting for an answer with a confused look on his face. It's nothing, I was just distracted. Wang Kai looked at Luna and smiled lightly. Then he said to Dr. Octopus, if you have any questions, just ask. Who are you? Dr. Octopus asked immediately. It doesn't matter if you are a magician or a descendant of a magic family. You just need to know that we are very powerful. Then why help me? Of course I took a fancy to your artificial sun device, but when I came uninvited, I realized something was wrong. Talk to Dr. Octopus, temporarily dispelling the opponent's defense. Wang Kai and Luna left directly. Now is not the time to win over. We have to wait until the second sign-in task is completed. Shortly after the two left, the fire brigade came in. At the same time, Dr. Octopus's wife Rose also ran in. She cried with joy when she saw her husband safe and sound. Although the experimental equipment is gone, but as long as people are still there, it is better than anything else. The fire brigade reports that the scene is safe. Harry and Peter then walked in. The young master of the Osborne group looked angry, very dissatisfied with Dr. Octopus. Tritium is expensive. I hope Mr. Otto will calculate the data well next time and not make such a mistake again. After saying that, he left directly and issued an order to remove all Dr. Octopus's research funds. The result immediately hit the pain point of scientists. Negate the results plus withdraw funds. This combination of punches is really disappointing. This is how Norman Osborn took risks in the first place. Now it's Dr. Octopus's turn. Wang Kai sighed. At this time, I am cutting down a building in the mirror space to experience the changes in the immortal demonic body. Stark Tower is so ugly, it starts with you. The metal storm in the sky disappeared. The solemn and holy angel armor appears. Wang Kai holds knives in both hands, and his eyes are fierce. All the power burst out instantly. In an instant, a shocking sword energy struck directly at Stark Tower. Like cutting a cake, cut from the top layer all the way down to a third of the way, and then stop. Exposing a huge crack as wide as one person, split the Stark Tower into a Y shape. Only about the 30th floor? Wang Kai counted the layers and was slightly disappointed. The sword energy cannot be maintained forever, but it appears at the moment of chopping. Therefore, the loss is extremely serious. The strength becomes smaller as you go to the next level. Looking back at Luna, now I have learned the levitation magic, floating quietly in the sky, like a ghost. Try how many meters it is now. Hit the street with a knife. In an instant, gravel splashed everywhere, and the sound was loud. Suddenly, there was a long, narrow ditch and crack in the street. Wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, very rough around the edges. Brother Kai, the test is ready. Luna flew over with a smile on her face. The tape measure on my hand shows 43.96 meters. It's so short. When can the moon be split open? Wang Kai thought sadly in his heart. Then he and Luna left the mirror dimension. After lunch, As soon as they turned on the TV, they watched a live show. There's a masked speedster who wants to fly his motorcycle over 6 Black Hawk helicopters. And the rotors actually work. He can be called a master of death. I didn't feel it when I watched it on TV. Let's go and watch it live, Brother Kai. Luna's eyes sparkled, very interested in this novel performance. Wang Kai naturally agreed. He has recognized it. This is Ghost Rider Johnny Blaze. This scene can be regarded as a famous Marvel scene. Maybe you can get a check-in spot. Ladies and gentlemen, please watch the most deadly stunt ever. Let's have a treat, Explosive Johnny. The host's powerful shout sounded. Wang Kai also heard the system sound as he wished. Ding! It is detected that the host is at the hidden sign-in location of the Death Speed stunt, and the sign-in process will begin. The countdown to check-in is 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Johnny! Johnny! The audience at the scene shouted loudly. People responded enthusiastically to today's protagonist. After all, this is most likely the last performance in his life. Flying over the end of the track, Johnny sat astride his beloved motorcycle. Today's performance is in memory of his father. Flying over a helicopter has always been his dream. How much nitrogen did you add? Johnny asked his assistant. Enough to fly you to outer space. That's good. Remove the blindfold from your head. Johnny accelerated violently. White smoke rises from the violent friction between the wheels and the ground. Emits a pungent smell of burning rubber. Without any hesitation, he rushed towards the leap platform. Whoosh! Johnny and his car rushed into the air. Below your feet are the helicopter wings that are constantly rotating. The scene fell silent for a moment. Everyone held their breath and was extremely nervous. Time seems to slow down, but it seemed like just a moment. Johnny drew a perfect arc in the air, fly past 6 Black Hawk helicopters, and landed safely. No accidents were caused. Wow! The scene immediately erupted in cheers that were even louder than before. Luna also shouted happily, but Wang Kai didn't feel anything at all. He said dumbfounded, "What's so good about this?" There is no surprise when you know the answer. If Luna wasn't here, Wang Kai wanted to see if Ghost Rider would die in human form. Chapter 47. Back to New York, Wang Kai pays close attention to Dr. Octopus's movements. As a result, within 5 days, Dr. Octopus couldn't stand it any longer. He put on a black hood and started robbing. Want to recreate and complete the artificial sun. It feels a bit like deceiving oneself and deceiving others. As a result, I met Spider-Man in the bank who was applying for a college loan. So the two started fighting like this. The news also appeared on live news. Let's go, Luna. It's time to meet this Dr. Octopus. Inside the bank, Spider-Man's middle finger and ring finger are clasped inside. White spider silk shoots out from the wrist. Firmly control Dr. Octopus's 2 robotic arm claws to start the mouth escape. Why do you do this? You are a scientist, not a monster. Dr. Octopus's expression changed after hearing this. The eyes under the black hood flashed dangerously. Do you know who I am? The claw of the mechanical arm pulled fiercely. Huge amounts of power not even Spider-Man can withstand. With a whoosh, he flew in front of Dr. Octopus. Then 2 robotic arm claws clamped Spider-Man's head hard and keep increasing in strength. I want to crush Spider-Man's head directly. You don't understand at all. Everything I do is for the world. Dr. Octopus roared. The 3rd robotic arm claw spits out a spike from its head. Aim at Spider-Man's forehead and stab it. Bang! The spike was broken by a kick. Spider-Man then crossed his arms and sprayed out spider webs. After sticking to the bank desks on both sides, he quickly pulled them over. It hit Dr. Octopus directly. Instinctively, the claws of the mechanical arm loosened. Spider-Man quickly jumped back and rolled to avoid the next robotic arm claw. At the same time, it shoots out spider silk and flies up to the roof. After standing upside down on the ceiling, continue to spray spider silk, wanting to tie up Dr. Octopus from a safe distance. Annoying bugs. Dr. Octopus also grabbed the desk and threw it towards Spider-Man on the ceiling. The two of them attack each other, but he never came close again. At this time, suddenly, a siren sounded faintly outside the bank. Dr. Octopus suddenly understood that something was wrong. Although his robotic arm claws are not afraid of bullets, but the body is still flesh and blood, one bullet can easily take care of him. Control the robotic arm claw to grab 2 bags of US bills. Dr. Octopus ran away without looking back. But Spider-Man refused to give up. The shooting spider silk stuck firmly to the money bag. The two of them only heard a stinging sound when they were pulled by huge amounts of force. The money bag was torn apart in an instant. It rained money in the bank, but Dr. Octopus didn't get a penny. Ah, damn Spider-Man. Dr. Octopus' heart bleeds as he looks at the banknotes all over the sky. But the sirens outside are getting closer and closer. I can only leave in a panic and quickly, but Spider-Man still refused to let Dr. Octopus go. The two of them fought from inside the bank to outside the bank. Hit from the ground to the wall, still fighting. Dr. Octopus swung Spider-Man and threw him to the ground. But Spider-Man fired webbing to stick him. Driven by inertia, the two of them fell downward at the same time. Just at this moment, a fast-moving train passed below. Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man both fell on the front of the car. Are you just pestering me? Dr. Octopus stood up and asked angrily. As a result, Spider-Man's words made him even more angry. I won't give up until you stop. Okay, try to stop this. The claws of the mechanical arm reached into the cockpit and destroyed it. Then he pulled out the steering column. All the instruments in the cab immediately made a buzzing sound and lit up with sparks. The driving system is damaged. The speed of the train soared rapidly. The people in the carriage suddenly became frightened. Ha ha ha, Spider-Man. Go stop this train and then be killed by me from exhaustion. Dr. Octopus laughed wildly. It was as if I had already seen the future. But at this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared and covered Dr. Octopus. The smile gradually disappears. Dr. Octopus looked up and his pupils suddenly shrank. Two giant mechas as tall as him appeared in the air. The lines of the whole body are strong and sharp, with great momentum. Looking down at himself, cold sweat suddenly appeared on my forehead. Dr. Octopus just wanted to escape. A voice suddenly came from inside the mecha. I have money. I also have tritium. How about working for me? Dr. Octopus's eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't that why he robbed banks? I promise you. Well, stop this train now. The metal storm quickly flew in front of the speeding car. Spider-Man immediately knew what Wang Kai wanted to do. He quickly climbed into the car and shouted to everyone. Hurry up. We are going to slow down. Hold the front of the car with both hands. A cone-shaped stream of blue particles was ejected from the foot of the metal storm. The instantaneous power output is enough to make metal storm reach 2 to 3 times the speed of sound. The sound of crunching metal deforming sounded. The driver at the front of the car couldn't help but retreat very quickly. The entire front of the car is being squeezed by 2 huge amounts of force. This situation makes one's scalp numb. Zitsidi, the wheels skidded rapidly, sending out sparks. Although the speed has dropped a lot, but there is still some distance before stopping. Spider-Man saw this and wanted to step forward to help. But suddenly, I heard Metal Storm making a sound again. Luna, who was following the theater in the carriage, immediately disappeared. After flying outside the carriage, he crossed his arms, then draw a semicircle each. Suddenly, countless arms appeared behind him like the 1,000-armed Guanyin. Then hundreds of Lunas came out from behind. Everyone put their hands together, open it, and pull out the golden magic whip. Then they all threw towards the train carriage. In an instant, the carriage was surrounded by golden magic whips. All Luna leaned back and grasped the magic whip. Let's all speak out. 1, 2, 3, pull. The sound is crisp and loud. As soon as I heard it, I knew she was a little girl. The speed is decreasing. The driver in the car shouted in surprise. With Lanala train, Wang Kai also drove Metal Storm to increase output power again. After 5 seconds have passed, the runaway train finally stopped at the last stop. The golden magic whip disperses. People in the carriage cheered endlessly. Some even shed tears for the rest of their lives. Let's go, Doctor. Wang Kai stretched out huge amounts of mecha arms. Dr. Octopus immediately controlled the metal arm claws and stepped forward to grasp it. The 3 of them flew away, leaving only 3 silhouettes of Spider-Man behind. There are still questions in my mind. Isn't he a bad person? Didn't you say it would be a sure thing next time? And what the hell is going on? The world is so complicated. Spider-Man looked helpless and continued to work hard for his college loan. A moment later, at Wang Kai's home, Dr. Octopus was stunned for a while when he heard Wang Kai's plan. You said you have a way to make tritium as big as a football? Can you find a more professional genius than me to stabilize the artificial sun? How can this be? Wang Kai smiled slightly. Everything is possible. Duh. Chapter 48. There are PIM particles. There is Tony the genius. There is also financial support from the Osborne Group. Artificial sun is not a problem at all. And as long as the experiment is conducted in the mirror dimension, there is no need to worry about the adverse effects of artificial solar explosions. Wang Kai told Dr. Octopus his thoughts and resources. The latter was so surprised that he was speechless. Then he developed a keen interest in magic. After seeing Luna casually showing her hands, she sighed repeatedly. The world seems to be getting weirder. But magic plus technology is really an unprecedented attempt. I think our cooperation will be very pleasant. Wang Kai smiled slightly and stretched out his right hand. Of course everyone will be happy. In addition, don't you want to remove the claws of your robotic arm? Holding hands, Dr. Octopus shook his head. No need for now. I still need them. Since I have said so, Wang Kai didn't force it either. Get Dr. Octopus. After that, Wang Kai went to Norman's house again. Let him settle the matter of Dr. Octopus robbing the bank. This way Dr. Octopus doesn't have to worry about the police coming to his door. To be able to continue a normal life with his wife Rose, the progress of improving artificial sun devices will also be accelerated a lot. 3 days later, night falls in New York. A young man with a pale face suddenly walked out of the quiet dark alley of Hell's Kitchen. I saw that every step he took, one of the lights around you will go out. The light bulb kept blowing. Glass shattered everywhere. Several idle gangsters were attracted by the sound. When I see a well-dressed, mysterious man, I want to go forward and make a fortune. But the closer they got to this man, I feel my body getting colder and colder. Even the air he exhaled was covered in white mist. I haven't seen you in 100 years, but the human world has developed to this extent. The mysterious man looked at the tall buildings in the distance and said, then he glanced at the gangster who was about to escape. He raised the corners of his mouth and revealed an extremely evil smile. Appearing in front of the gangster in the blink of an eye, he reached out and tapped each of them quickly on the chest with his finger. The gangsters looked frightened. I want to say the words of mercy, but I can no longer make a sound. The body becomes dehydrated rapidly. His skin became even paler than that of the mysterious man. He fell to the ground as if he had lost all his blood. He died in excruciating pain. But humans still haven't changed much. The mysterious man sneered coldly, with a wave of one hand. A thick black fog sprang out from the palm of my hand. Just a moment after falling to the ground, a clay sculpture of a human figure quickly appeared on the ground. Then the mud melted into the body. What emerged was the local snake, Earth Demon summoned by the mysterious man. Witch Heart Demon. The Earth Demon called out the identity of the mysterious man. The expression was quite fearful. At this time, a group of filthy water gushes out from the sewer manhole cover. After arriving at the side of the Witch Heart Demon, he quickly formed a human form. It's another local snake and water demon. Then a black wind roared from the distance. The wind demon among the 3 local snakes has also arrived. Seeing that all the people recruited have arrived, the Witch Heart Demon immediately smiled evilly and promised the cake. You 3 help me win the St. Finance contract, and from now on you will have a share of your territory in the world. The 3 demons had no choice but to agree. After all, the person in front of me is the son of Mephisto, the king of hell. The power is beyond their comparison. Very good. Now go with me to find something that attracts me. I feel it is in this city. The inner witch showed an evil smile. Turn around and look in the direction of Wang Kai's home in Brooklyn. And at this time, Wang Kai knew nothing about this matter. Hey, the system has refreshed skill enhancement points again. Buy it now. At the check-in point, there are just 3,000 points left. The immortal demon body has also been upgraded to level 15. Suddenly, a sound came from the silent kitchen. Like the faucet is not tightened, the sound of water droplets splashing in the stainless steel pool. Then a gust of evil wind blew in from the window. The whistling sound is like the scream of ghosts. Even the cracks in their doors seeped with mud, forming a clay hand. Climbed towards Wang Kai and the 2. I'm going to hell. Luna jumped up in fright. He happened to be hugged and caught by Princess Wang Kai. Pointing at the clay hand, I was trembling and couldn't say anything. Don't worry, it's not a ghost. Wang Kai comforted him. I already know in my heart that these are the 3 villains from the Ghost Rider movie. Earth demons, Wind demons and water demons. They are all goods that can be killed in one move. Sure enough, within a few seconds 3 people appeared. One has a dry body, one has disheveled hair, and one has a wet body dripping with water. The 3 of them didn't speak and just stared at Luna. Luna, mirror dimension. Wang Kai whispered in Luna's ear, "This is his home. Next door is the ghost girl and Goliath who moved in." He didn't want to make too much noise. Click, click, click. Although Luna was scared, she still activated the mirror dimension. Wang Kai hugged Luna and turned into a gust of wind and got in. The 3 demons looked confused. Beings at their level don't know that camotage exists. So I was very confused about the sudden appearance of the wall of glass fragments. This is the guardian of the human world. A burst of black mist suddenly appeared in the living room. The witch heart demon appeared from it and looked at the entrance to the mirror dimension with fear. But then I thought, there is no reason for the human guardian to run away when he sees him. This is just a descendant. Let's go in and take a look. The evil spirit takes the lead to enter. The 3 men had no choice but to follow. As a result, what I encountered when I first came to the mirror dimension was a machete more than 40 meters long. Boom. Wang Kai activated his immortal demonic body, split his apartment in half with one knife. It's not over yet. He threw another cat bomb and completely blew it into rubble before stopping. The blazing cat's head flame rises. Wang Kai did not hear the system prompt to kill any villain. What a horrific attack. Black smoke appeared and the inner demon appeared again. The earth demon walked directly out of the sea of fire. It's no big deal except that the body becomes a little brittle. Open your mouth and spit out a mouthful of saliva. The water demon emerged from it. Unexpectedly, it was hiding in the mouth of the earth demon. The invisible matter of wind demon has no entity. Neither slashes nor bombs hurt him. This woman gives me the urge to enjoy her. Can you tell me why? The evil spirit lowers his eyebrows and smiles evilly. But in the next moment, he was cut into 2 pieces by a golden crescent moon. You're looking for shit. Wang Kai roared and slashed out golden crescent moons continuously. In an instant, the golden crescent moons merged into one piece, separate the heads, bodies, waists, and legs of the 4 witch heart demons. But they still didn't feel anything. This attack is of no use to us. Feng Yimou laughed loudly. He even took the initiative to divide himself into more portions like a layer cake. But in the next second, it was completely healed. Chow. Physical attacks are invalid. Wang Kai cursed secretly in his heart. His machete was really useless against such a natural-type opponent. The last integrate skill must be able to convert physical damage into magic damage. This can make up for the shortcomings. Chapter 49. Since you won't tell me, I have no choice but to investigate it myself. The inner witch smiled evilly. A thick black mist sprang up under my feet like a rocket. As fast as lightning, it flew towards the 2 of them. Bang! The handsome face of the witch heart demon directly hit a huge amount of golden shield. It fell to the ground slightly comically, then turned into black mist. He looked at the 2 people with gloomy eyes again from where he was standing just now. Making a fool of yourself in front of your subordinates like this, make him feel extremely angry. Luna lifts the shield of Seraphim. Then he crossed his arms, used the form of Archon again. In an instant, hundreds of Lunas appeared. The 4 people from Wu Exinamo were surrounded by water. And Wang Kai was not idle at this time either. Change the Mosey hero template immediately. Metal Storm appeared instantly. The 2 had almost no communication. You already know what to do next. Standing in a rut, Metal Storm spreads its arms, forming a huge amounts of tetrahedral electromagnetic field. The sound of stinging electricity sounded. The blue electromagnetic wall is looming, with the rapid movement of electromagnetism on the wall, forming a flashing horizontal and vertical grid pattern. And all 4 of the witch heart demons were trapped in the electromagnetic field. Blue electric sparks appeared on the surface of the body. Even if you want to elementalize it, you can't do it. Bozat's thunder. Luna on the ground shouted loudly. He pressed his hands violently to the ground. More than 20 thick golden red lightning bolts jumped back and forth on the concrete floor. In the blink of an eye, they came to the feet of the 4 of them together. In the shocked eyes of Wu Exinamo and others, all the lightning wraps them all up. Boom. The violent magic energy was instantly detonated. The roar shattered all the glass in the entire strip. The shock wave spread like a Category 8 gale, throwing the broken cement and soil around like bullets. Only a large hole about 3 meters deep was left on the ground, and all 4 demons disappeared. Chow, is it so difficult to die? I didn't hear the system prompt for villain killing at all. Wang Kai finally understood what it means to be a difficult kid. The evil laughter sounded again. The black heart demon instantly appeared behind Luna. He pinched Luna's neck with his left hand, sniffed between her neck, and asked, "Know immediately what this feels like." It turns out that the aroma of high-end food is hidden so deeply. Before I eat that $1,000 meal, this appetizer is not bad for me. The witch heart demon opened its big mouth and bit down on Luna. But when I heard a bang, I almost lost my tooth. Then the red sword light was sent. The sword of Emperor Weishan stabbed directly into the mouth of the witch heart demon. Then it was sent out from the back of the head. But before Luna could behead the owl again, the witch heart demon turned into black mist and disappeared. Food with thorns will be more delicious when eaten. Ha! Evil laughter surrounds all around. The wind demon suddenly appeared and turned into a cloud of wind, harassing Luna in the air. And the water demon flows on the ground. After arriving at the feet of Luna duplication, she suddenly attacked. The earth demon even changed his body, become a giant monster of mud and concrete. A slap is wider than a bus. The two sides fell into a chaotic battle for a while. Luna has little combat experience. At this time, he was even more confused. He looks like a ghost. Wang Kai complained directly. I have already thought about throwing these 4 guys in the mirror dimension and imprisoning them forever. Suddenly, with a thought in his heart, Wang Kai immediately thought that he had another spell hero template that he had ignored. A hero who specializes in catching ghosts. System, change the hero template, Void Spirit City Judge Zhong Kuei. Ding! The host has changed the hero template and can now use all the skills of Void Spirit City Judge Zhong Kuei. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? AB asterisk 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 D. Sanctioning ritual. Being damaged will trigger a spell explosion, causing spell damage to enemies near you. The explosion has a 2-second cooldown, and it will detonate itself 3 seconds after you die, causing super high magic damage. Void Scavenger. Hammers the ground, causing area of effect magic damage and slowing down enemies. A direct hit will cause 2.5 times the damage. Cooldown time 4 seconds. Annihilation Lock. Throwing a Void Hook Lock will force the hit enemy back, and using Reincarnation Devouring will make it impossible to escape. Cooling time 14 seconds. Reincarnation Devouring. After charging up, open the Void Body and devour the enemies in front of you multiple times, causing huge amounts of magic damage. Cooling time 40 seconds. The skills are not much different from those in the game. The only problem is that you can die many times in the game, but in reality, you can usually only die once. That's enough, Luna. Cancel the duplication and let me handle them now. Wang Kai's body burst out with blue light surrounding himself. The body size keeps growing. Soon it reached a height of 3.5 meters. When the blue light dissipates, what appeared was a humanoid creature with long flowing silver hair, golden skull shoulder armor, holding a huge blue hook lock, and his whole body covered in blue forest armor. Luna was shocked when she saw this, but according to what Wang Kai said, all duplication was withdrawn instantly. Come to the side and watch silently how to deal with these imps. Transformation is useless. You can't hurt us. The wind demon laughed wildly. He kept making obscene, taunting moves in the air. But Wang Kai ignored it at all. Take out the big stick directly from the system backpack. At the same time, activate the violent, sprinting, and wind spirit emblems. Instantly throw out the void hook lock. The wind demon showed no intention of escaping. I said, "Your attack on me." The words haven't been finished yet. Feng Mo watched in shock as the huge hook crashed into his body. Hold on tightly to yourself, who is as formless as the wind. Then an extremely powerful pull came. The wind demon was dragged back in an instant. Looking at the wind demon firmly fixed on the hook lock, Wang Kai could even clearly see the fear in his eyes. He concluded with a cold smile. Garbage. Identification completed. He picked up the big stick and hit the wind demon on the head. There was a sound like the air bursting, The wind demon didn't even have time to scream and disappeared without a trace. The earth demon and the water demon instantly felt the cold air rushing from their heels to their Tianling guy. He was actually killed instantly. Even the witch heart demon cannot kill the invisible wind demon so easily. Who the hell are you? Wang Kai activated the time travel and instantly arrived on the earth demon's body. Then he punched directly at his feet. Void scavenger. Boom. The earth demon's body exploded with huge amounts, become more shattered than before, but at this time, the water demon did not escape but advanced. Transform into a torrent of water and instantly roll up all the explosive powder. The water demon and earth demon actually merged. At the same time, the witch heart demon took this opportunity to come behind Wang Kai. He took out a black dagger and stabbed it directly into Wang Kai's neck. Boom. Blue light exploded behind me. The inner demon was blown away by the sanctioning ceremony and flew out in disgrace. Facing this cement giant that is a combination of water demon and earth demon, Wang Kai raised his chest directly. Reincarnation devours. Chapter 50. The giant in blue armor opened his chest. The armor automatically separates to both sides, revealing the inner mist vortex, and it releases a terrifying suction force like a black hole. In an instant, an unknown storm arose in front of Wang Kai. The cement monster was torn towards the vortex by the strong suction force. The two of them were immediately horrified. Their instinct as monsters told them, once sucked in, what awaits them will be eternal darkness. Boom. The cement monster stuck his hands into the ground. Want to resist that terrifying tearing force, but I just heard a clicking sound that immediately spread all over my body. The lower body of the cement monster, which was several times harder than before, suddenly shattered, turned into gravel and soil and fell into the whirlpool. Less than a second later, the hands are also broken. The extremely huge half-body smashed straight into the terrifying vortex, but accompanied by the frightened cries of the earth demon and water demon, they quickly shrunk. Then he was directly swallowed by the mist vortex. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the villains wind demon, earth demon, and water demon, and gaining 300 check-in points. The system prompt finally sounded. The three demons were destroyed by Wang Kai's transformation into Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei's nickname of Master Kuei is indeed well-deserved. This is called professionalism. Wang Kai sneered in his heart. Turn around and look back. I saw the witch demon turned into a wisp of black smoke. Looking at Wang Kai's current appearance with fear, then he disappeared directly on the spot. He actually left the mirror dimension by returning directly to hell. Before leaving, I only left a harsh word. As a result, Wang Kai became even more determined to kill this little brat. Sooner or later she will be mine. I will definitely come back to enjoy it. The sound is carried away by the wind. Wang Kai's eyes were cold. Unlock Zhong Kuei's template without saying a word. Return to the most familiar Kai Daddy state. Holding Luna's hand next to her, the desire to kill this little brat, the witch heart demon, has become extremely strong. I don't believe I can't kill you. System, I want to draw a lottery, 10 draws in a row. Ding, it consumes 2,000 check-in points, and the lottery is in progress. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting the hero experience card for 1 day, Golden Sagittarius, Hoi. Ding, congratulations to the host or summoner for weakening their skills. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Fong Tianhua /. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Tornado Flash. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill and destroying the illusion. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining skills and dominating the battlefield. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting the equipment, the Endless Warblade. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the equipment, Wrath of the Scholar. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting the consumables, the Big Medicine Box. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item and expanding the system backpack space. The lottery is over. Wang Kai could not speak to himself for a long time. After a moment, he asked, System, are you sure this is an intermediate lottery roulette, not the ultimate lottery roulette? Whether it is Hoi experience card or 2 large pieces of clothing, these are all luxurious rewards. Now you actually package it and give it away? Then what more powerful rewards will you get from the advanced lottery? People's luck is sometimes good and sometimes bad, and there is absolutely nothing wrong with lottery roulette. Since the system said so, then Wang Kai had no choice but to accept it. Golden Sagittarius Hoei Experience Card. It is the same as using the hero template, but there is a time limit. With golden angel wings, able to fly freely in the sky, as a priest, you have infinite power. I am enough to defeat the inner demons of witches. It's a pity that it can only be used for one day. Weaken. Reduce the damage output of enemies around you by 25% and increase your own damage avoidance rate by 20%, lasting 4 seconds and cooling down for 90 seconds. According to Canyon relativity, reducing his harm is equal to increasing my harm. Increasing damage avoidance is equivalent to decreasing his defense. So this is a god-level summoner skill that instantly increases damage by 45%. The Leapfrog Challenge works wonders. Fang Tian Hua Zhan. From the unparalleled demon Lu Bu, he hits the enemy with huge amounts of Fang Tian Hua Ji. When it comes into contact with blood, it can be enchanted, and then the physical damage will be converted into real damage. But there is still a prerequisite. Just need a weapon like Fang Tian Hua Ji, cannot be used without a hero template. Real damage. Wang Kai's face froze. He didn't know that real damage could hurt the physically immune Wu Xin. Asked the system immediately. As a result, Wang Kai was pleasantly surprised by the system's answer. Real damage will ignore defense and attack. Void elementalization also belongs to one's own defense, so it can hurt the enemy. So it's very natural. The last integrate skill of the immortal demonic body is Fang Tian Hua Zhan. And after integrating, it will be permanently enchanted as a permanent state. No need to cut first. You don't need Fang Tian's painted halberd to use it. The swords and knives all cause real damage. Witch Heart Demon. You are still alive now. Wang Kai sneered in his heart. Keep looking at other rewards. Tornado Flash. Explode your own aura to knock back the enemy. Gain a shield at the same time, and deal additional real damage with 3 sword strikes. Cooling time 12 seconds. There are miraculous effects after being beaten, but with Wang Kai's current strength, it doesn't seem to be needed. Destruction of Illusions. Sweep the weapon. If the hit enemy's health value is higher than your own, it will stun the opponent. At the same time, the next attack will cause a certain amount of real damage, which lasts for 5 seconds and has a 10-second cooldown. Classic low-level fight against high-level to defeat the strong with the weak. Dominate the battlefield. Designate a person in the subconscious mind to start chanting on the spot, and come to this person's side 2.2 seconds later. Both of them will receive 20% damage reduction and energy shield. Cooldown 70 seconds. There is a way out to find Dr. Pim's wife. Endless Glaive. Provides 25% critical hit chance to cause higher damage, while increasing critical hit damage effect by 40%. The sword in the hand of the loving father strikes the devil in the heart of the witch. He held the 2 swords in his hand and started walking. Wrath of the Lore Master. 24% spell damage increase, and the total spell damage increase is increased by another 35%. This big blue hat fits just right on Zhong Kuei's head. Instead, Luna covered her eyes. The large medicine box. After opening, it contains all small medicine bottles, 10 bottles in total. System backpack expansion space. Double the current space area by 1 cubic meter. Finally, I can put more stuff in it. Luna, let's go find the Ancient One Mage. Wang Kai smiled slightly. The target of the witch-hearted demon is the contract of Saint Fangyansa. Although he knew that this thing was hidden in the wooden handle of the shovel of the previous generation of Ghost Rider. But he didn't know where the cemetery where the previous generation of Ghost Rider was hiding was. All we have to do is ask the Ancient One. Okay, Brother Kai. Luna wears a hanging ring and draws a circle with one hand. The portal opened to Kamatage, and the two went directly to the hall to find the Supreme Mage. As a result, they haven't spoken yet. Ancient One has already stated the destination, and he also told them the secret of Saint Fangyansa's contract. That contract was signed with 1,000 evil souls. For demons, it is simply a great tonic pill. So it's not just the inner witches who want it. Even his father Mephisto is the same. Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, Drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback